vote for a second consecutive season. It's the first time in history both the AL and NL awards were won by the same person in back-to-back years. The Cy Young winners will be announced this evening, as Tarek Skubal is expected to become the first back-to-back winner in the AL since Pedro Martinez at the turn of the century. And the Pistons will debut their City Edition uniforms against the Bulls tonight. Tip-off at 7 o'clock right here on 97.1 The Ticket. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, visit 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Got the full show back today. Good morning. 97.1, Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass. Brendan Shabath on the updates.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you guys doing? How was your
good.
Veterans Day?
It was glorious.
Yeah?
It was amazing. The night before was amazing. Like, I stayed up later. We joined a new gym. I had a late workout.
Wow.
Colin had the day off yesterday, too.
Big happenings.
It was like, it made me question my life choices. Like, why am I waking up at 4:30 every day? Because this is amazing.
Yeah, so you can afford the new gym.
Yeah, exactly.
That's good.
Yeah.
John?
It was a very good day. And I was up at the same time, so I was sitting there going, well, I should just go in. But
do you never sleep in?
It's a rare occasion. It has to be a late flight back from a game, and then even then, I don't really sleep in because the kids are up.
What does sleeping in look like for you? Like, what time would it be if you really let yourself sleep in?
So yesterday I got up at about, I think it was 4:15. Which is an hour later than I normally do, so I slept in.
Oh, okay.
I normally get up at 3:20 and, day starts. And
You're crazy.
Like for you, Heather. Like
I
you got
slept
kids,
in
but...
till 7:45.
Okay.
And that was late. We were late to get the kids to school.
Uh-oh.
But we all slept. Like, the kids were, we all slept late. But that was my sleep in.
But like on a weekend?
7:30. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I do have two little kids.
No,
I
know.
can't sleep in because they wake up around 7:30.
And I get up early because, well, for one, I've always been that way, so I know it's not normal. There's a lot of things about my life that aren't normal, a lot of things about me that aren't normal. Mm-hmm. But if especially when you have 5 kids, when you get up at 4:15 and they don't get up until, for school at 6:30, that's 2 hours of me time. Just me alone in the house with a cup of coffee, and it's wonderful.
So John today beat me in. It has been quite a while since John beat me here to get in. You were so bored with your day off yesterday.
Well, I mean, so I was still in Ann Arbor, so I had the day off until 10.
No, but when I saw your truck, and then I'm like, I walk in and he's hard at work. He's working on the Power Surge.
Oh, yeah.
Many developments this week.
Oh, yeah. There's a lot of moving parts. But you know what? I do want to say this because I wasn't in yesterday. And the reason we had the holiday yesterday is for the veterans. And I would like to say thank you to every single veteran that has provided us the freedoms that we have right now. And I know it maybe sounds cliche. Some gave all. That to me is thank you so much. Your families are not just those that serve, but their families serve at the same time. And for those that are serving right now, thank you for your service.
It's well said. Yeah, we gave some shout outs yesterday.
Good.
And goes without saying, but yes, always good to emphasize.
Do you guys have anybody in your family that significantly served?
Yeah, my grandfather was in the Navy. My grandpa was in the Army. My dad didn't, and obviously my mom didn't.
Well, my dad was on his way to Vietnam, and they were a few weeks out they were already overseas in Japan, and they were playing basketball, and he blew his knee out and came home. There might not be no Tom Milliken if that doesn't happen.
If not for a basketball injury.
Yes. And then my grandfather was a Marine in World War II and was actually on Iwo Jima.
No kidding.
He saw the flag happen.
That's actually pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was a drill sergeant.
That's awesome.
That's where he gets it from.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. I'm sure he was calm, cool, and collected.
Damn printer won't work here either. My grandpa was in the Korean War. So,
okay.
Yeah. I'll have a little bit of family stories to relate to.
Sure.
We have a double dip today. We will have the Power Surge, and we will have Greg Palm. So we'll get to both of those as the show rolls today.
Yeah, and I have not given you guys a preview of the Power Surge, which I bet you guys can imagine there's a little movement.
Whatever you do will be wrong because there's too many teams for the Power Surge.
Sure. There's one team I'm leaving out, and I'll explain why. But I think you guys are going to go, what are you doing? Yeah, so that's Tom.
Was that impression of me or Tom?
No,
okay.
that was Tom.
Okay,
yeah. No, you is going to be
more whiny.
I can't believe you did that.
Rams need to be in there, John.
You guys made me sound like Tony Romo there a little bit.
Ooh, Jim. Can we just a quick aside? He's getting so much worse, Tony Romo, on these broadcasts. That is the broadcast I loathe the most right now. And that says something because we've had to watch Jonathan Vilma multiple weeks this season. Romo just starts his sentence and he has no idea where it's going. It just kind of ends awkwardly, and then Nance just has 2nd and 10, like just picking up wherever he's at. It's uncomfortable.
For 4 hours yesterday.
That's a fair point.
Yeah, sentences to nowhere.
Stoney's going to be in the rest of the week in middays, by the way. With
is
Doug.
he? Oh, okay.
Doug will babysit him for the next few days.
Oh, okay. Gator with the entire week off.
Yeah, there you go.
Right.
Eagles
little,
week, taking Eagles
midweek
week off.
football. Yeah, maybe he's already on the East Coast. He's already getting ready for the Lincoln Financial Field.
Gator,
Yeah.
decked out in Lions gear, fighting Philly fans all week. It's going to be great.
You guys were talking about broadcast crews. Quick, what happened to the Aqib Talib experience? Remember that?
Yeah.
Okay,
There
so
was a liking to him because of his rawness almost.
I know I'm going to be off in this, but wasn't there like a youth football thing that happened? Which I mean, it wasn't on the level of Sanchez, but it was there was an altercation. There was a fight at a Pee Wee football game that I think it was originally his brother, and then he got involved as well. Yeah. So
he got canceled.
I think so. Yes. That was the Aqib Talib experience.
Also, have you just looked at Tony Romo? It's like his face is more puffy, and he just looks different.
Oh, now we're going to start analyzing what dudes look like?
He looks like something's wrong with Tony Romo.
Okay, he's getting older.
Is he doing the Sammy Sosa? You're not saying that, are you?
Oh, jeez.
I don't know how we got onto Tony Romo, but
you brought it up.
Someone did an impression.
You.
Oh.
It all started with me being whiny.
Well, every day starts with me being whiny.
Yes.
But we'll keep the show rolling here. The other note we wanted to get into before we spend a lot of time on football was MLB free agency. As we wait for the first domino to fall, Jeff Passan, ESPN has Passan's perfect moves for every team in baseball. So, of course, I clicked on it and wanted to see what's the perfect move for the Tigers. And with a couple quick scrolls, you'll see he has Bo Bichette listed as the perfect fit for the Tigers this offseason.
Thoughts?
Well, infield bat, contact bat, younger than Bregman, numbers comparable to Bregman when you look at things like WAR and OPS and walks on base. Yeah, sure. If he actually gets
to free agency
and doesn't come back to Toronto,
right?
Yeah. Do you have a preference, Bregman or Bichette? Because they're very similar players. Bichette's a little younger and actually projects to be a little bit cheaper too.
So I think it all depends on, and here's where they had the Tigers have flexibility in regards to how they've handled Colt Keith and what we expect from McGonigal. So if Bichette comes to town, he's probably your shortstop. Javi plays more center because Parker Meadows can't see a baseball. I mean, and I say that somewhat in jest because through 162, do we think that Javi Baez really has great vision at the plate? And then you've got Colt Keith at third, and then McGonigal at second. Now, if you go with Bregman, you probably have McGonigal at short, Colt Keith at second, but it still puts Javi in center field. And occasionally, a day off for Bo Bichette, you bring Javi in, and then you do something else in center field. So, I mean, it sounds
like they've got McGonigal in the, we'll find a way to get him here. He'll play third if he has to. He'll play second. He could play short. I don't think they're going to.
I sure as hell hope that they have the concept of, if he's really good and he's ready, he's got to be here.
My point is, and I don't think you're arguing this, but just so people understand, it's not like they're going to say, we're going to decide between Bregman and Bichette based on where McGonagall's going to play.
Correct. Because he could be either or.
Yes. I mean, look, you know how I feel about Bregman, but I'm not going to be mad if it's Bichette.
So let me ask you this. If it's Bichette, if McGonagall is between, short and second, we've talked about Javi playing third. Like, why not Bichette at short, McGonagall at third, Colt Keith at second?
Sure.
To me, that seems like it might be your best mix. And this is without nerding out or going through a deep dive in whether McGonagall is your long-term option at shortstop or not.
Okay, I've looked at the report, okay? He's got soft hands, okay? He could play everywhere. I don't know either what the scouts are saying, if he can play short for a decade or not, but I'll leave it to Caputo.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Is that the perfect fit? Bo Bichette? Or is it Bregman? Or is it somebody else? Who's the one target at the top of the list, the perfect fit for the Tigers in free agency? It's 97.1.
Hey, Detroit, it's Heather. Here with some big news. Verizon, America's best 5G network, wants you to bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill, and they'll give you a better deal. If you think Verizon is expensive, well, think again. Not only does Verizon let you lock in your low price for 3 years, everyone in the family can mix and match their plans with My Plan. And everyone can get the same great phone deals when they trade in an eligible phone in any condition on My Plan. That means new and existing customers. That's more reasons to save, more reasons to switch. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to your local Detroit Verizon store, and they'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on RootMetrics United States Root Score report dated first half 2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid customer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. 3-year price lock applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms apply to promotional offers. See www.verizon.com/switch-2-Verizon/.
If someone you care about's injured in a car accident, you need KG Law. I've been telling you about it. Lawrence KG and KG Law specialize in car accidents. So you're going to get that personal attention to detail from someone who cares. That's their thing. KG Cares. 877-KG Cares. KAJY. Check them out, kgcares.com. Lawrence KG's a Detroiter. He's a down-to-earth dude. He's going to help you out. He's someone you want in your corner. He built his business doing things the right way, delivering for his clients. He's won millions of dollars, 98% success rate. Check him out, KAJY. That's 877-KG Cares, kgcares.com. Morning, 97.1. We've got a chance to win Lions tickets today on the show. Play Name That Lion in the 7 o'clock hour. Tickets for Thanksgiving Day against the Green Bay Packers.
Ooh.
That's a big deal. Got the Power Surge coming up at 6:35, and we will check in on how you're feeling about the Lions after Monday night's matchup between the Packers and the Eagles. Do that at 6:50. John, some ticket text on our Tiger question.
Okay.
The perfect fit. Jeff Passan of ESPN says it's Bo Bichette, not Bregman, but Bo Bichette. And they profile as similar hitters. They're infielders, right-handed sticks, hit for average. Bregman walks a little more. Bichette makes up for it with a higher batting average, but both guys get on base.
Right.
And Bichette's a little younger and, in theory, more position versatile. Will he hit free agency? I don't know. Of course, Toronto could re-up him.
Yeah, I mean,
I guess he's hit free agency technically already, but will he go back to Toronto will be the question.
Right. And, I mean, the position versatility, I mean, so shortstops, right, it's, you know, hey, once you can't play short, you play third. Once you can't play
Second.
third, you play second. You know, you can play a bunch of those. And I think the only time that Bichette has not played short was actually in the World Series because he was coming back from that knee injury. He played second base.
Yeah. And he had big home run in Game 7 of the World Series. So it's not like you're looking at him going, oh, he's not a playoff performer. He's a 300 hitter in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Ticket texters. Guys, isn't it kind of decision time with Colt Keith? You have to find him a true home so we could try to grow him into something. Or if not, he's the perfect guy you would use in a trade to help this team long term.
Well, hopefully, yes. I agree with that text. And hopefully, if you get some stability of everyday players, so you're not going through this entire rotation of, well, who's going to be, you know, second, third, in terms of the batting lineup, but also who's going to play third base, who's going to be your shortstop, who's going to be your everyday position players. We had Gleyber Torres at second last year. I don't think he'll be back. I think he'll get something better than the qualifying offer that they gave him.
So I'm surprisingly to you guys, I think I'm pretty opinionated on this. I think it's Bregman, and it's a no-brainer. Enough with this third base crap. I'm almost in your shoes 2 years ago where you were so Chapman, you know, and then last year, Bregman. I just want that done with. I think McGonigal will unlikely play third base his entire career. I think it's shortstop or second base. Javi then plays it short. Javi could potentially go to center if you move on from Meadows. I think it keeps the Tigers more versatile. Maybe
but if you
Keith
sign
is playing back to second.
Look, I agree with you. I'm not going to fight you on adding Bregman. You know how I feel about it. But if they added Bichette on a 5-year deal, that also starts solidifying people anyway.
I agree. But my definite one here is Bregman.
Okay.
I just want to put this problem away. Put somebody over there that AJ's familiar with and be done with it.
Okay.
So what is nice is that this is even being talked about so that if you get strung along by Bregman again, you don't want to get down to that, you know, the 11th hour, and then all of a sudden he picks a different girlfriend.
So think about this. Passan says the perfect fit is Bichette for the Tigers. Of course, I had to see who he has Bregman going to. Dave Dombrowski and the Philadelphia Phillies. I've seen Bregman rumors with a Boston re-up.
Sure.
With the Mets. We know they've got the cash and the money and the wherewithal. And we know the Phillies have a hole at third base. So, I mean,
I think Dombrowski's going to go for it big time this offseason. Like, this is, you don't know what the CBA is after.
Right.
I think they're going to just splash money everywhere.
Right, because they've got the bats, and how long are they going to have all those bats at the best of their careers? They're getting a little bit older. This might be that last year where push all the chips to the center of the table for Philly. And for the Tigers, like, it's not a given. We thought that, we were right there with Bregman, lost out to the Sox. And sure, you'll be there again this year, but I don't think it's a given that he's coming to the Tigers. So you might be able to just force a decision if you're like, hey, Bregman, we want you. Here's our offer. And if you're not going to, if we don't want to get strung along, if you're not going to, we're going to drop out and we'll go get Bo Bichette.
Yeah, this is a tough offseason to predict because of the looming CBA thing. Like, I think there's going to be a quicker signings this year. It's just kind of a hunch that once one team kind of does the first one, there's going to be a humongous follow through versus this thing lingering into February like it did last year.
How would you feel if they don't land any of these bats? They don't land Bichette, Bregman, Kyle Tucker, I don't think is coming here. How do you feel about the offseason?
I mean, it's clear they need to add a bat, preferably a right-handed bat.
Mm-hmm.
If they don't add a top 5 free agent right-handed bat, I just think it's a failure. I do.
Yeah. Then what are you really doing? You're just going to roll it back third year in a row?
Because I've heard Rieger's kind of big on Naylor. He's a lefty.
Right.
Look, if he's the second bat, okay.
That's how I feel about it.
I mean, yes. Honestly, I just want an everyday bat. One that's not going to be in for lefties, out for righties, in for righties, out for lefties. I just want somebody that's going to be an everyday player.
That's
that
why
we can count on.
Bichette and Bregman fit that profile. Maybe Pete Alonso to a different degree.
Mm-hmm. Sure. But then what do you do with Torque, or is one of them just a DH?
It complicates things.
Yeah.
All right, we'll get to the Power Surge first. Heather with the news.
This news is brought to you by Gardner White. So a teacher at Detroit Mumford High School has been arrested and charged with soliciting a minor for sex. Awful story. This guy, Jacob Sutter, is from Ohio, allegedly offered to pay an undercover agent who was posing as a child for sex. Tried to meet up with this child, was instantly arrested. Detroit Public Schools has placed this teacher on administrative leave, and school leaders say they're going to conduct their own investigation to find out if there were any additional victims at the high school. So far, they don't believe there are, but they're going to start investigating. His $15,000 cash bond was posted. He's going to be back in court in just a couple of days, actually tomorrow, November 13th. Yeah.
That's disgusting.
It really is. Yeah. The Pistons City Edition uniforms are here. If you haven't seen them yet, they really lean into Detroit's heritage and history. The primary color is what the team is calling oil gray, and then they have teal, maroon, and sundial yellow.
The only thing I don't like is the yellow.
There's not a lot of it.
It's in the pinstripes on the neck and the sleeves. You're right. There's not a lot of it. I just would prefer it would have been white. I think it would have popped better.
It's a little modern flair.
Okay. Calling me old again. Thank you.
See, I like the jerseys.
I do too.
I do like them. I'm just saying that's my one critique. I just don't like the yellow in it.
Well, watch the game tonight. See how you like it on the court, because that's where they're going to debut today's game against the Bulls, and then they'll wear the jerseys 8 times on City Edition nights.
Okay.
Right.
Maybe the yellow will grow on you a little bit.
Well, yellow has grown on me.
We'll see. Yes. A Royal Oak woman was arrested after she crashed her SUV into an Ulta beauty store during a police chase on Sunday. So police were first called to this report of this white SUV driving on train tracks. This was near West 4th Street and South Center Street. So obviously they started to approach the driver, and they noticed that one of the tires was going flat, and they also saw a container of open alcohol in her vehicle. Well, when they then asked for her ID, she said, "No way," took off, started a police chase, eventually lost control, crashed into this beauty supply store. And then when she was lodged in the store, she thought, I can still get out of here. Started to reverse and drive forward several times, rammed into a patrol car.
Rock it a little bit more.
Didn't work. She ended up getting further stuck in the debris. And then she thought, you know what? There's still a chance for me to get away. Tried to flee on foot, but she was eventually arrested, identified as a 26-year-old woman from Canton. She's facing multiple felony charges, including fleeing police, assaulting officers, and malicious destruction of property. And she also had a passenger with her who was also arrested, but later released with a citation for having open alcohol in a vehicle. So, yikes, there.
I mean, going down the
Yeah.
railroad, I mean, that could have ended really badly.
It could have. Yes, it could have. A Texas man is accused of killing 2 men at a Shelby Township auto dealership in a dispute that apparently was related to a vehicle purchase. So this man, 46-year-old Terrence Sandals, was arraigned on Monday on 2 counts of first-degree premeditated murder and 13 other charges in connection to this shooting at Star Auto Sales in Shelby Township. It sounds like he was really upset about a vehicle. He bought a Hummer for $3,000 about 5 weeks earlier that apparently he thought was a lemon. He was upset about this purchase and went back to the store with, it sounds
Sounds
like,
a little
intentions.
expensive for a Hummer.
I was waiting for something like that, John. I knew that was coming.
Must have been an older model.
In time for the holiday shopping season, Eastern Market has announced the return of holiday markets starting later this month. So there's going to be 5 days of holiday markets that will kick off in a couple of days before Thanksgiving. So the holiday markets are in addition to the regular Eastern Market Saturdays. It's a time when you can go and get Michigan-made gifts, or you can go. The first is for Thanksgiving food shopping, which is going to be on Tuesday, November 25th. Then there's going to be one on Sunday, November 30th, December 7th, December 14th, and December 21st. Christmas tree vendors will also be out in the parking lot, so you can do all of your holiday shopping right there in Eastern Market.
Awesome.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, sounds good. It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, John has the task of ranking the top 6 teams in the NFL. Power Surge, 97.1.
Hey, after a steamy summer, you got to be ready for that first blast of winter cold. I think we felt it over the weekend and obviously into the start of this week. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical, you got to give them a call. They're going to do a complete furnace checkup to make sure everything's running properly. But probably the most important thing is that it's running safely. Right now, it's only $79, and I made this call yesterday because, yes, I did turn the heat on. That's $30 off the regular price. So call today because these spots are going to fill up quickly. And don't forget, Mastercraft Plumbing, Electrical. They also do plumbing, electrical, and generators as well, all at discounted prices. So give them a call now. You can find more information on the web at mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
Top 6 teams in the NFL.
Some movement, and I just want to go ahead and recap what I had last week. Philly was at number 1. Indy was at 2. Buffalo at 3. Kansas City at 4. Seattle at 5. And Detroit came in at 6. And everybody said, oh, Detroit, you're terrible. How could you possibly put them in? Well, I still have them in the top 6, but not a lot of movement for Detroit. So we'll get to that in just a moment. The teams that were just on the outside looking in, Denver, New England, Green Bay, the Rams, San Francisco, Tampa, and it goes down the list. So I'm going to go with, I like to group the teams that are just out. And these are ones that, like, we're trying to figure out how good, how bad, are they in, they out, or are they just kind of there and they're going to be a first-round exit in the playoffs? Baltimore, I think they're on the way back, 4-5 right now. They put themselves in a dogfight with Pittsburgh, but Pittsburgh's in this same category where you watch them on Sunday and you're like, wow.
They're no good.
No, well, they're no good, but are they good enough? And
someone's got to win the division.
Hey, how about this? Joe Burrow started his clock, I think, a little bit earlier than most people thought. So within the next 21 days, they're going to have to pull the trigger and say, yeah, we want Joe Burrow for a playoff run, or hey, we're just going to go ahead and let you continue to get healthy. We'll see how close they can get within the next 21 days. San Francisco, are injuries starting to take their toll? And it's kind of the same thing with Tampa. Tampa 6-3, San Francisco 6-4, and it just feels like Baker Mayfield and that Tampa defense has done all they can to keep things on the track, and it just is, hey, it's going to be one loss here, one loss there. I think they're still both playoff teams, but I don't think they're going to be able to do any damage just because they just have too many years. Chicago and Green Bay. And we'll talk more about Green Bay and that matchup against the Eagles on Monday night, but Green Bay's 5-3-1, and I just love to laugh at the tie. I was kind of hoping that Indy-Atlanta game was going to end in a tie as well, just to laugh at the NFL for their stupid overtime rules. But Chicago at 6-3, how legit are they? They got some wins in there that you're like, should have been losses, but they ultimately won the game. And what is the point of playing these games?
You play to win the game.
All right, so those are the teams right now where we're trying to figure out the next group. The Chargers, Kansas City, and Buffalo. No, I don't have Kansas City in the top 6 right now. Buffalo drops out after the horrific loss that they took this weekend to the Miami Dolphins.
Yikes.
Wow. And the Chargers. That's another team where are the injuries just going to be too overwhelming for them? They're down to their 4th tackle. We talked about that at the trade deadline. And Kansas City, the next couple of weeks are going to be big for them. They're going to go one of two ways. They play the Broncos and they play the Colts. All right, so we'll find out a lot about the Colts and obviously the Broncos as well, because Denver is that team that is just on the outside looking in. They're 8-2, and somebody says, well, how can you have an 8-2 team on the outside looking in? Their best win is against the Philadelphia Eagles in Week 5. Great win, but they have losses to the Colts and Chargers and no other win against the team that is above 500. Now, I just mentioned it already. This week, they've got the Kansas City Chiefs. And we'll get a chance to find out, is Denver for real? Or are they going to be a contender in that division? They lead the division right now, and obviously Kansas City 5-4. So let's get to the top 6. At number 6, holding steady, our very own Detroit Lions. And we know this week they got the Philadelphia Eagles, so there's a chance to jump things up. And I said this last week. If they go and beat down the Washington Commanders, it's kind of like Michigan beating up on Central Michigan. It really doesn't do much for you. You're welcome. Fire up, Chips.
We're basically wearing the same uniforms as the Commanders, so there you go.
Yeah. And so number 5, I've got the Seattle Seahawks.
Okay.
Jackson Smith and Jigba over 1,000 yards. Sam Darnold is at a 71% completion percentage. Is he just become really good? I don't think he's great, or is he just good? I think we're trying to figure out what Sam Darnold is. 2 years in a row, two different offenses, two different coaches. All of a sudden, you got to at least believe that he's not the Sam Darnold of the first, 6 or 7 years of his career.
No doubt.
And they at the running back position, they've got a 1-2 punch. Not as good as the Lions, but very similar in Kenneth Walker and Zach Charbonnet. 5th ranked scoring defense as well. So that's how Seattle has gotten to this point. And you say, well, that's a tough division. You're right. We'll get another team in their division in here. But the number 4 team, the New England Patriots, 8-2. Drake May having an MVP caliber season, being sacked at a record pace. Now, some of those are on him, but not most of them. It's unbelievable to me that he is as effective as he is as a passer, having been sacked 35 plus times so far this year. That's remarkable.
You get worried about durability with that, obviously, but guess what? Would you rather have him throw a pick or fumble it or take a sack? Sometimes sacks are good things, considering the circumstances. I'm going to tell you what right now. That was a playoff win for them last week. That looked like a playoff game to me. That team's built to win in the playoffs.
And how about this team? A 13-loss team last year, now 8-2. And okay, a lot of money in free agency. They've drafted well the last couple of years. But Mike Vrabel, I mean, we're looking at Coach of the Year. I don't know that there's even a debate.
Well, the team that you're going to probably have higher up may have an argument for Coach of the Year too.
Possibly, yeah. But we'll see it. We'll see
how they finish.
Yes. Number 3. I talked about the NFC West, the LA Rams. Stafford, another MVP caliber season. I'm not taking another one for him, but I'm just saying, like Drake May, Stafford, and Puka Nacua. He is top 5 in receiving, and he's missed 2 games. This dude is just going off. What a great start to his career. And I talked about the defense for the Seattle Seahawks. The 2nd-ranked scoring defense for the Rams.
Yeah.
17 points a game. They are doing it on both sides of the ball. Look out for them. They're going to keep eking their way up. Indianapolis comes in at number 2. Jonathan Taylor, he's having his version of the Saquon Barkley season from last year. So 2 weeks ago, a little bit of a down week. Maybe it was 3 weeks ago. But he is as dynamic a playmaker at the running back position because he's catching the ball out of the backfield. He is just dominant in the run game, and it is that offensive line. Unbelievable what they're doing. Number 1, it's still the Philadelphia Eagles. And you could look there and say, hey, that win against Green Bay, boy, their offense struggled. Offense is, ranked 18-19 in the NFL. Passing game with A.J. Brown. Ugly wins are still wins. And they have beaten the Chiefs, the Rams, the Bucks, and the Packers. They've played a formidable schedule, and those teams are good teams. Now, the Chiefs early on, and it was, not Rashee Rice. It was the Bucks' first loss. The Rams, I think that was they played the Rams when Nacua was out for one of those games, but they've done what they've had to do to win those games. This week's matchups, we know Philly, Detroit. I talked about Indy. They're on a bye, but then they play the Chiefs and Seahawks and Rams.
Huge weekend coming up in the NFL. Peanut Gallery feedback?
I think Seattle definitely belongs in. You had them in at 5. They're very tough for me to figure out right now. They have they're 4th in points allowed. You mentioned the Rams are 2nd. This is going to be the tell week with them. They haven't beaten anybody. If you want to count the Steelers or Texans, you can do that on your own. I'm not counting that. They've beaten the Cardinals twice, the Saints. So I don't know how real they are. Smith and Jigba is phenomenal. He looks like he did at Ohio State the year before he kind of sat out. I mean, he's a machine. Still comes back to Darnold, but defensively, I don't know how good they are because of the opponents.
And that's going to be the question. But this week, we get a chance to see, is that defense for real, because they are playing the Rams. We've got some great matchups in the top of the John Jansen power surge.
Yeah, it's so tough. I think the Rams are the best team, but they lost to the Eagles. They had the field goal set up at the end of that game, and it got blocked and returned for a touchdown. But that's when I felt like the Rams should have won. I think they're playing better ball than the Eagles are right now. Rams beat the Colts, who are your number 2 team.
Right.
But we are getting to a point where the NFC has 3 or 4 teams sitting at the top, and anybody can beat anybody. I just like the way the Rams are playing both sides of the ball right now. Better than the Eagles are playing right now.
Well, and you look at what Stafford's done over the last 3 weeks. Like, it is remarkable. He is seeing the field. He is getting protected for the most part. And when you've got a receiver like Nacua, well, you just, hey, if it's third down, you know he's going to Puka Nacua, and it's just nobody can stop him.
I think one of the telling things coming right now, and it's obviously health, is whoever in the NFC avoids having to potentially play the Lions and either the Rams or Eagles.
Oh, you're saying the bracket in the playoffs? Yeah.
I think somebody might have to play both, and that's something maybe to avoid. So if you're not one of those people who thinks the 1 seed is important, you know.
Well, and for all the Bronco fans who are
do we really want to go to L.A. and Philly to try to get to the Super Bowl?
No, it's a great point. I'm just looking at teams John left out that may have a gripe. The Broncos, but here's the thing. You got the Chiefs this week.
Yeah.
They beat the Chiefs, John. I have to imagine they'll go find their way in here.
Oh, yeah. There's no question.
Yeah.
The Broncos have played well against the Chiefs in recent years, especially last year. And I'll tell you what, if they somehow were to beat the Chiefs twice, the Chiefs might not make the playoffs.
No, not sitting at 5-4 right now. There's no question. It just depends a little bit on the Chargers and how sustainable is their 7-3 record.
Just think about what this says right now. We are just past the midway point in the NFL. Chiefs and the Bills not in the power surge.
Nope.
Patriots and Seahawks in the power surge. Who would have thought?
Yeah, and Indy near the top.
And Indy near the top, and the Packers not in the power surge. Yep. It's one of those years upside down. It's 97-1. All right, guys, listen up. Moran Chevrolet, as we get into the month of November here, it's the Red Tag sales event at Moran Chevrolet, which is the perfect time to elevate your tailgating game. Moran, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer, where you can lease the 2026 Silverado 4-wheel drive LT Crew Cab for a starting payment of $189 a month. That's zero down for GM employees and immediate family members. Silverado's built for your tailgates, your hunting trips, and hauling it all. Head to MoranExpress.com, see what I'm talking about, or stop by. They'll take care of you in person. They're on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. That's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Seven o'clock hour, we'll play Name That Lion, a chance to win Lions tickets for Thanksgiving Day against the Green Bay Packers. Hey, speaking of the Green Bay Packers, Monday night, watch them play the Eagles. John, how did Monday night change your outlook for the Lions, both in division and for this week?
I don't know that it changed my outlook that much.
Okay.
And I say that because I've been talking about the struggles that they've had offensively. Now, a couple of weeks ago when Saquon went off, I felt like maybe they were starting to get things going offensively. They were getting the ball downfield. A.J. Brown had a couple of catches. We know about Devontae Smith. Saquon went off. But that seems to be more the one-off versus what they are offensively this year. And defensively, we know that they're really good. Interior defensive wise, Jalen Phillips is going to add a lot to their edge. I think that we are, if Decker goes and Penei Sewell goes, I think we match up extremely well with them. The biggest thing for me, it wasn't what happened on Monday night. And it wasn't necessarily the blowout of Washington, but it was how the offense looked for Detroit. And it was Dan Campbell calling the plays. It gave me so much more confidence that this offense is more like it was last year than it was against Cincinnati or against Green Bay or any of the sputtering that we've seen throughout the start of the season. And so it wasn't necessarily Monday night's performance. And maybe it is more Green Bay is not the world beater that we saw in week one.
Yep. Look, 3-3-1 in their last 7 games. Back-to-back games where Jordan Love doesn't throw a touchdown and has a turnover.
Yeah, and he's looked bad.
He's looked very bad. Green Bay's in 3rd in this division right now. You know, I made me feel even better about this division. First of all, you're going to get Green Bay at home on Thanksgiving Day.
Yeah.
A chance to really cement that you're the best team in this division, but I feel like they are right now. And Green Bay only enhanced my feelings. Watching them struggle and sputter and lose and seeing that the Lions are in first place when you wake up the next day, yeah, that's a nice little boost. So on that side of things, I feel even better about this division. When it comes to Philadelphia, they're infinitely gettable this week.
Yeah.
You start breaking them down. They're 23rd in total offense,
right.
19th in total defense. Now, they find ways to win games, and they have a bunch of marquee wins, so this is going to be a slugfest. But I didn't come away feeling like this is some invincible reigning champ that, boy, the Lions are in trouble on Sunday. I didn't come away afraid of Philadelphia. Saquon couldn't get going in the run game again. Lane Johnson left the game with an injury. That's a huge storyline with a short week. Yeah, I mean, look, they could bring some pressure, heat up Goff, and we all know how things can go south, but I feel even better after Monday night on both fronts.
Right, and so the only red flag that goes up for me when you're talking about the offense ranked 23, and I've been talking about that as well, the defenses that they've played against and still been able to win, you're not going to have great numbers. They're not going to be NFL world-beating numbers.
Yeah, run through it again for people.
Their wins, Chiefs, Rams, Bucks, and Packers. What do we know about those 4 teams? They play really good defense. And the Chiefs, you could sit there and say, okay, well, they didn't have Rashee Rice. The offense wasn't clicking at the time. But Spagnuolo in that defense is really good. The Rams, I just talked about it. Number 2 scoring defense. They only allow 17 points a game, yet Philly was able to find a way. And I know it was a last-second block field goal, blah, blah, blah. But they did what they had to do to win games. And when you're in tight games for a defending Super Bowl champ, what do we know? They're experienced, and they know how to win those one-score down to the last second type of games.
Because style points aren't going to matter on Sunday night. You just got to win the game, and that's what Philly's done a great job. Style point-wise, though, you'd point out, Kelsey had that red zone drop into an interception.
Sure.
Does that swing the game with Kansas City? The Rams, it's several issues with special teams and the blocked field goal. With the Bucs, they invited them all the way back into the game. With the Packers, same deal. Packers have the ball with a chance to tie and take the lead at the very end. Eagles get credit because a lot of those games, 3 of the 4 are, well, actually 2 of them were road games, right?
Right.
Yeah. And look, I'm not trying to take anything away from Philadelphia, but I didn't come away feeling impressed with the way they played.
No.
But they win.
Yeah, I know.
Right.
And that's the thing. That it kind of reminds me of the Chiefs of past, where, yeah, this isn't going right. And what happened to Travis Kelce, a year ago, and this and that and that and this. And then guess what? Win column.
Yep. Yeah, they're just right there. And that's why I said when I was doing the power shirts, ugly wins are still wins.
And they can win both ways. That kind of looked like a playoff game too on Monday night to a degree. Remember the Packer-Niner playoff game a few years ago?
Yeah.
Ugly game, but
I think Love had a stupid turnover in that game too.
Yeah, it's a survive thing though, and that's what the Eagles do. Mr. Philly here though.
Well, fine. But maybe the bigger takeaway then is the Green Bay side of things.
Yeah, because that game was at home for them. It was in Lambeau Field. And the big knock on them was being able to play the same way on the road as they did at home. Now, they only allowed 13 points. So Green Bay's defense is holding up their end of the bargain. But offensively, they're just simply not. Jordan Love and the fact of the amount of injuries they've had on offense, it's reminiscent of the injuries we had on defense last year.
Right.
They don't have their top 3 targets in the passing game, and it doesn't look like they're coming back anytime soon. Now all of a sudden you're looking at it going, well, Jordan Love, if you're asking him to go out there and win games, have we ever thought that he was a quarterback that could just simply go out there and command the game and go out there and win it?
Nope.
No, but that's what they need him to do, and I don't think he's that guy.
Yeah, so maybe the bigger takeaway is you feel a little better about their chances on Sunday, but you feel a lot better about their chances of winning this division. 248-539-9797. We'll make some room on the phones and the ticket text. Monday night, how did it change your outlook for the Lions, for the division, for this week against Philadelphia? Tell you how to win Lions tickets next. 97.1.
Brought to you by Michigan Hair Restoration. Michigan basketball escaped an upset bid from Wake Forest last night, 85-84 in overtime. After holding a 13-point lead at the half, the Wolverines allowed Wake Forest to climb all the way back and force an extra period. Big man Ademara led U of M with 18 points, 13 boards, and 5 blocks in the win. Michigan's non-conference slate is still highlighted with a road trip this Friday against TCU. They will also face San Diego State, Auburn, and Villanova. Speaking of the Wolverines, Michigan moved up in last night's college football playoff rankings. They went from 21st to 18th in the second installment. Ohio State, Indiana, Texas A&M, and Alabama all held as the top 4 teams. The American and National League Managers of the Year were announced yesterday. For the first time ever, there were back-to-back winners in both leagues, as Pat Murphy of the Brewers in the NL and Stephen Vogt of the Guardians in the AL were given the award. Tarik Skubal is expected to become the first back-to-back AL Cy Young winner in 25 years tonight. The AL and NL Cy Youngs will be announced on MLB Network at 7 p.m., and the Pistons could be without 7 starters or key rotation players tonight against the Bulls. That includes Cade Cunningham, who was downgraded to questionable last night with a hip injury. Tip-off at 7 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, visit 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass. Everybody back after the off day yesterday. Brendan Shabath on the updates. We've got Lions tickets to give away today. Hot commodity, Thanksgiving Day. Here's how we're going to do it. We'll play Name That Lion. This hour, next 60 minutes of radio, we're going to sprinkle in 3 clues. You're going to want to listen because one clue by itself is not going to give it away. You're going to listen for all 3 clues, and then the voice guy is going to jump in and tell you when to call. Don't call early. You can't win early. It makes Greg be the bad guy. He's got to hang up on you. It's a whole thing. Listen for the clues. Listen for when to call in. Listen is the key, people. Listen. Yeah. You'll have a chance to win a pair of tickets to the Lions-Packers Thanksgiving Day game. I want to do a midweek check-in with Lions fans. This is a big game this week. And we had Dan Campbell on yesterday. He's all fired up. He's telling stories about going to Philadelphia and getting his team ready. And
it's a tough place to play.
It is a tough place to play. You played there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, in division. They are not a friendly fan base.
Got any stories? People pour dip spit on you?
I don't know. Is that what Dan said?
He said they poured it on Strahan, and he avoided it.
That makes me smile. No, I mean, so your typical people pouring beers on you.
He said batteries.
Batteries was the big thing in Philly for a while. I don't know if they're doing that anymore.
He said some of that's been, taken down a notch.
Yeah. So it's more, I think it's more the Detroit fans in the stands, because we had a story last year about, just a one single fan being berated by another. But going there is a tough place to play. I also look at the defense and say, well, what is it about the defense? Now, they had some major changes at the edge coming out of last year. Brandon Graham came out of retirement, and he hasn't been much of a factor, if at all. They traded for Jalen Phillips. They acquired Jair Alexander.
But he's already done.
But he's already stepped away to take care of things off the field. Quinyon Mitchell, who's been a really good player for him, and Cooper DeJean, they just haven't had the same juice that they had last year. And Quinyon Mitchell on Monday night got dinged up a little bit, so he's working through something. I saw him on the injury report. But they're just not applying the pressure on the edges that they were last year. They're not being as efficient or effective down the field in the secondary as they were last year. And so you look at the Lions, and now that Dan Campbell is calling the plays, the rhythm that we saw, spreading the ball around, the spray chart that I shared with Jared Goff on Monday, it's a tough game. I'm not sitting here and saying they walk in there and walk out with a win. But this is not the same Eagles team that we saw last year.
No, and that's what makes this so difficult. If I'm just being completely honest with people, I don't have a grand proclamation. I don't have a strong feeling for how this is going to go on Sunday. And I wanted to do a midweek check-in. We wanted to check in with you guys. Are you confident? Are you concerned? Because as I sit today, I'm growing more confident in the Lions, certainly with what they did last week and watching the Eagles just kind of go, they're not humming. They're just kind of getting by.
Yeah.
But at the same time, they find ways to win. At the same time, they've got a clear front on defense that can affect the quarterback. It is a road game for the Detroit Lions. I don't have a great read on this game as we sit here middle of the week. And I wonder if people listening do, if they feel strongly one way or the other. They are confident in the Lions, or they are concerned with the Lions. Maybe you can help sway us, because, John, I think you're conflicted too.
Well, I'm conflicted because this is the defending Super Bowl champs, and their offensive line still has a lot of key components, but Cam Jurgens missed his 3rd game in a row. He's questionable going into this week. Tyler Steen, who's their right guard, just hasn't been a fit like they had hoped. So they have some changes up front as well offensively. And so, yeah, I'm looking at it going, the offensive line, it's still, to me, a top 5 offensive line. But they've got some chinks in the armor. Defensively, we already talked about those issues that they've had defensively, but it's still in their house.
Yeah.
And they gave up 7 points Monday night. I know you can pick apart Jordan Love and the Packers and the offense, and they have injuries and all that, but they gave up just 7 points. I might surprise you guys here. I'm with you in terms of feel. I don't really have a feel on what's going to happen in this game.
I think it's the most honest thing we can tell people is like some weeks you feel really good about your chances. Some weeks you're really worried. This week we really don't know.
In terms of where the Lions stand, I think this is the biggest game that they've played since the NFC Championship game. And I know you can look at the Minnesota game last year, but man, I think we're all in like the injuries are going to get this team, right? Going into the playoffs and maybe they beat Minnesota for actual like value of in return. The Minnesota game was the biggest game, but in terms of where this team stands physically, I think this is the biggest game since the NFC Championship game. I really do. Where do you stand up against the champ?
So yes, I agree with it. Defending Super Bowl champs that are currently 8-2, and I have them as the best team right now in the NFL. Here's the other thing, like in terms of the biggest game, and you go back to Minnesota, look in hindsight and the way that it played out, you're like, okay, well, maybe it wasn't as big as we thought it was because of Sam Darnold, his performance in that game. But it was much more well-defined what was at stake. The division, the number 1 overall seed. Now we are looking at this. It's a mid-season game against Philly. And what is it going to take to get the number 1 seed? This could be the same stakes. We just don't know it yet.
So I think from a physical standpoint, the lines against each other, can the Lions offensive line hold their own against the Eagles defensive line?
Specifically Jalen Carter, because the middle has been an issue.
Yeah.
And vice versa. Can Hutch get to Hurts a little bit? Like this is the game we haven't seen. This is the game we were supposed to see last year. And it got taken away because of the injuries and the Lions not playing well in that playoff game. Like, I'm kind of relishing, like, I'm rubbing my hands together here a little bit for this game. Because the Lions were good enough to win the Super Bowl 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And I think we kind of maybe didn't think that going into that game. You like to get into the game and have a chance.
You're saying the Niner game.
But they stood toe-to-toe with the Niners, and I want to see the same thing here.
This could very well be a Hutch game. Because what have we seen every single week up until this point? It's been double and triple teams. Now, I got to believe, because of what Philly wants to do offensively, they don't want to leave extra guys in protection. They've got Lane Johnson and Jordan Mailata, maybe the best tandem tackles in the NFL. Yeah. And so there's going to be a lot of one-on-one opportunities for Hutch. There's not going to be a chip every time. Now, okay, I'm not going to sit there and say Lane Johnson or Jordan Mailata are going to turn down a chip. They're certainly going to ask for him.
I think the other thing to look for, of course, the trenches are the biggest thing. Jalen Hurts has won a Super Bowl. Jalen Hurts is the better quarterback in this game, right? When we do all these quarterback rankings preseason, this was the guy that has the ability to extend plays when it doesn't work out. A guy who's been to a Super Bowl and dueled Mahomes to the wire, outplayed him in the one they lost, and then beat him, right? I mean, this is another huge factor. There's not certainty with Kirby Joseph as we sit in the middle of the week. I think that's a huge storyline. There's a little different intricacies that are going to be at play here.
Right. But is Jalen Hurts playing at that level right now?
I don't think he is.
So going into this game, okay, so for their career and their success, certainly you win a Super Bowl, you're a Super Bowl winning quarterback, you are elevated above a lot of other quarterbacks that haven't. But to this point this year, what has been the difficulty in getting the ball to A.J. Brown?
Yeah.
Devontae Smith.
Consistently and reliably. It's been an issue.
Yeah, I mean, and
that's what I'm saying.
Goddard, their tight end, like he may be their best weapon right now.
It feels like the Eagles haven't played up to their potential, yet all they've done is win these big head-to-head games. So they're vulnerable. Maybe that's the best word I could use. They're vulnerable. They've shown, even on Monday night, they're vulnerable. And if the Lions are starting to crest with Dan Campbell calling plays, you go into Philly and you spring the upset. And you announce your presence. Mm-hmm. And I totally see that world. We know what the Lions have done in big primetime spots, and we know what Dan Campbell's presence has meant for this organization. Am I confident? Or am I concerned? I feel like I'm legitimately torn as we sit in the middle of the week as to how this game's going to go. Do you have a great read?
I'm confident that this is going to be a heavyweight bout.
Okay.
I'm confident that they're not going to go in there and just get manhandled. We saw that against Minnesota, and I mean, how did that offensive line and defensive line respond?
Emphatically.
Exactly the way that you needed them to respond. Now, And I keep going back to Coyote Awosika. 4th year of his career. He's going to be a free agent at the end of the season. There could not be a better opportunity for him than to have an injury where he was in a battle for that starting spot, lost out, but now all of a sudden he's thrown in there and he's going to have opportunities to have one-on-one against Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis. You want to go out and make yourself some money? Stand up, young man, and play your butt off.
So it's a big boy table game, just like he played in the NFC Championship game 2 years ago.
Yep.
He played good in that game.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think the Eagles are not as good as last year because of Mekhi Becton. I think that's the number one reason why Saquon's not running as consistently, and so their offense looks a little off.
Well, and Cam Jurgens being out.
Yeah, exactly. So their offensive line isn't last year's offensive line.
Well, and I think Lane Johnson's a tough SOB, and I wouldn't bank on him missing. But what if he can't play or isn't himself? Mm-hmm. Now you start really weakening the Philly O-line, which means they aren't going to score as much, which means Detroit's going to be in the fight the entire way.
And they've got
this sets up well.
And you mentioned Jalen Hurts being a mobile quarterback, being able to extend plays. Who's the most mobile and most impactful quarterback when that happens? It's Lamar Jackson,
who they proved this year
that they can find a way. So yeah, you cut and paste a little bit of that game plan, that mindset, that confidence that you built against Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry, and now you do that against Saquon Barkley and Jalen Hurts.
The Lions were bigger underdogs in Baltimore than they are today going into Philadelphia. There's a lot to chew on with this game. A ticket texter points out how important Derek Barnes was in that Ravens game and how important he will be in this game, both as a spy, because that's the thing they did to Lamar. It wasn't like they just sent the house every play.
Right.
They messed with him. He hesitated. The spy wasn't the same guy play to play. They didn't spy every play. They really did a good job of speeding him up in the pocket, but also when they didn't get to him, speeding him up mentally by playing games and tricks. It was a big-time Kelvin Shepard spot, and it's going to have to be again this week in Philadelphia. Football coverage is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. I've got clue number 1 for Name That Lion. Clue 1 of 3 for your chance to win Lions tickets for the Packers Thanksgiving Showdown. Clue number 1. I played high school, college, and eventually pro football, all in the state of Michigan. You're looking at me.
Who could it be?
Who could it be? Listen for more clues, 97.1.
Hey, I want to highlight the great value that your Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers are bringing you this month. And if you're looking for a stylish SUV, here's a great option. You can lease a new Buick Encore GX for just $199 a month. Encore GX is exceptional by design. Find your perfect Buick today. This deal is happening right now at any of your 20 Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers. Tax, title, license, dealer fees, and optional equipment not included. Dealer sets the final price based on due at signing amount of $3,849. Must be a current lessee of a 2020 model year or newer Buick or GMC vehicle through GM Financial for at least 30 days prior to the new vehicle sale. No security deposit is required. Mileage charge of 25 cents per mile over 20,000 miles at participating dealers only. Residency restrictions do apply. All you have to do is visit gmcofferinfo.com. That's gmcofferinfo.com if you want more details.
Football season's heading into crunch time, and so is your calendar. Between work, family, game days, holidays, it's easy to forget that dentist appointment that you've been putting off. Brightside Dental makes it easy, quick, and no problems, like a no-huddle offense for your smile. If you've been putting off that visit, you want to start the new year with a brighter smile, now's the time. Brightside Dental's always welcoming new patients, $35 new patient special. If your current dentist can't see you, not an issue with Brightside, often same-day appointments and 9 offices to choose from. 1-800-PAINLESS, BrightsideDental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. You'll have to listen to find out. Who could it be? Name that lion. You get 3 clues. If you can name that lion, you win a pair of tickets for the Thanksgiving game against the Green Bay Packers. Good morning, 97.1.
Are we coming back with Who Are You next segment?
Ask Greg. He's great at this, man. The show within the show.
Yeah.
The game within the game. But before we worry about Thanksgiving Day, we got a mega matchup this week against the Philadelphia Eagles in Philly.
This is one of those games where you look at the two franchises, you look at the two teams, and last year going into the playoffs, right, top 2 teams going into the playoffs. Lions obviously banged up defensively, end up losing in week 1. Philly goes on to win the Super Bowl. What happens to both teams? Some guys leave in free agency, and some guys right now are just hurt. Offensive line-wise for both teams, breaking in a couple of new guards, got a backup guard in there, new center for the Lions. You're going to have, I don't know if Cam Jurgens is going to be back this week, so you've got a backup center and a right guard that they're still trying to transition from Mekhi Becton over to the new guy. Mm-hmm. Struggling a little bit. Yep. The other change that is very similar is they lost their offensive coordinator just like the Lions did. Mm-hmm. Their offense coordinator is now the head coach down in New Orleans. Our offense coordinator is now the head coach with the Chicago Bears. It gave me great confidence to see Dan Campbell say, you know what, going into week 10, this just is not operating. This offense is not operating the way my vision is not being called on the field.
You know what?
He takes it over.
It conveys urgency. Right?
Right. And it was at a time, too, where, okay, he didn't make any announcement last week. He just went about his business, and then we recognized it in quarter number 1. He's wearing the spectacles. He's got the play sheet. He's talking a heck of a lot more. Hey, Dan Campbell's calling the plays. And all of a sudden, the offense looks more like it did last year, which is why we said we weren't concerned, because this is Dan Campbell's offense. And he got Ben Johnson through those first couple of bumps and then got him going the way that he wanted him. Doesn't mean John Morton, and Dan addressed this on Monday, doesn't mean John Morton isn't going to continue to be the offense coordinator, or eventually, whether it's later this year or next year, doesn't go back to calling plays, but it wasn't operating the way that Dan Campbell wanted to see it operate. Same thing in Philly. It's not the same offense. There's some different parts, but it's not operating at the same level of an offense that it was last year when they went on to win the Super Bowl. Dan Campbell makes the change. Philly has yet for it to click.
Mm-hmm. Look, and if you're Dan Campbell, this is part of why we had confidence. If it wasn't going to work, we've already seen him in the past grab the reins. I mean, you got to go back to 21 and Anthony Lynn, and they've said this is a different circumstance. But the result is Dan Campbell's not going to let the offense languish. Like, he's not going to let them look sluggish and struggle week over week over week. Mm-hmm. And they popped in a big way. How much of it's against the Commanders? Well, we're going to find out when they play the Philadelphia Eagles. But you feel better seeing them have a tune-up game the way they did on Sunday. And then you watch the Eagles, who are vulnerable. They are not a very dominant football team this year. They find ways to win, which is why you're nervous going into Philly. But they're not as dominant as they've been, which opens the door. And I just think it's the unknown. Like, call it what it is. There's not a lot of conviction in the middle of the week from really anybody on this show. And I don't know that there's much conviction from the audience listening. There's a mutual respect for what Philly is and what the Lions are capable of. We watched them go into Baltimore. We know what Detroit can do on its best day. It's going to make for great football on Sunday night.
And don't think that, they're having these same conversations in Philly right now.
Do you think they're flapping their gums, feeling great?
No. They're talking about the Detroit Lions coming in, watching what they did against the Commanders, saying, hey, this team is coming in with as much confidence as they've had all season long.
Buckle that chin strap.
And this is a game. This could be a game for the 1 seed. They're going to get a chance to play the Lions. We'll get a chance to play the Rams down the road. And there's some great matchups. And what did we say at the beginning of the year? We thought that this year was going to be a season where it might only need 13 wins to get the 1 seed.
Well, if you're going to win 13 games, you can only lose 4.
Right.
The Lions have lost 3.
Right. Yeah. So your margin of error every time you lose goes way down. But that's why this game is vitally important.
Yeah. Look, and it may be one of 2 meetings, but this could dictate where the second meeting takes place.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it won't be the skies. Look, people are going to freak out if they lose because that's what happens. But if they lose, it doesn't mean they can't win a rematch. And if they win, it doesn't mean they're guaranteed they would win a rematch. This could be 1 of 2, but it's a tone setter, and it could set the tone for where the game's played. Mm-hmm. Man, I can't wait. I know it's only Wednesday, but I can't wait. People missed it. Dan Campbell got everybody all fired up on our show yesterday. Go back and catch that interview. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, Washington Commanders' Daron Payne is going to miss out on his team's Week 11 game due to a suspension, right, for punching Amon-Ra St. Brown. But he's not going down quietly. So he shared this video on Tuesday, which shows St. Brown taking a swing at him first. Yeah, so the footage, which was shared on Payne's Instagram, kind of shows St. Brown, I don't know, slapping, hitting, punching. I don't know the right word.
It was a slap.
Slapping Payne in the helmet. Apparently, there was an official that appeared to be looking in that direction, but no flag was thrown. Then there's another member of the Commanders that is like in the background, like trying to signal for a flag to be thrown. But of course, it never came. So instead, Payne, I guess, retaliated by punching St. Brown
him
and then
plays
getting
later.
suspended
John,
himself.
they say they always catch the guy retaliating.
Oh, yeah. And I was on Washington radio yesterday with my old teammate Brian Mitchell, and we were discussing this as well. And we didn't see this video at the time. Neither of us had. I think there's probably a fine coming Amon-Ra St. Brown's way, but I don't think there's
no suspension.
I know that was the big question. Is, whoa, if Daron Payne was suspended, should Amon-Ra St. Brown be suspended? I don't think that's coming.
Good.
Yes.
We don't want that to
No, not this week.
No.
Yeah, he was on his tippy toes when he had to do it, too.
He probably was. And, the other day you did refer to him as little, and I was like, yes, or small. I think you said small.
Yeah, small. Yes, yes. He is smaller.
He is.
Yeah.
Exactly. Friends and family are mourning the death of a Trenton man who was found dead on Saturday at a U.S. Postal Service facility in Allen Park. Firefighters found the body of 36-year-old Nick Acker stuck in a mail handling machine. Yeah, they say he had been dead for 6 to 8 hours before they arrived. A lot of details still remain, right? Like there's a lot of questions, but police are calling the man's death accidental. The USPS released a statement saying that they're deeply saddened by the loss of their employee. According to his family, he had just gotten engaged 10 days before his death. So he leaves behind a fiance, and they had puppies and a house and a life, and obviously family as well. So sad news. A Mumford High School PE teacher has been charged in a prostitution sting after trying to solicit a minor for sex. This 31-year-old man was arrested last week after he offered an undercover agent, who was obviously posing as a child, $60 for a sexual favor. Tried to go meet this undercover agent in a parking lot where he was instantly arrested. Detroit Public Schools has placed this man on administrative leave. School officials are also going to be conducting their own investigation. They want to make sure that there were no other victims at the high school. He's going to be back in court on November 13th. The Pistons are stepping into a fresh new look this season. Their new City Edition uniforms are here. The primary color is oil gray, and then that's accented by teal, maroon, and sundial yellow trim. John loves that sundial yellow.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan.
Question. It's not gray, is it? It looks like
They
a black
say
jersey.
it's oil gray, going back to our industrial roots.
You ever change your? Oh wait, no, you don't have oil.
But that's
Oil
a
gray.
black jersey. Am I crazy?
No, it's not black.
No,
it's
it's
definitely not black.
Yeah,
Am I looking at the wrong jersey?
It's very dark.
it's very dark. Yes,
A dark gray.
yeah, it's like gunmetal gray.
Oil gray, they would say.
Yeah,
This is gray.
Oil
Yes.
gray. That's a
Okay.
dark gray.
yeah.
All right.
Get your eyes
Yes,
checked.
yes.
I guess I need to.
It's got the lightning bolt motif on the sides of the jersey and the shorts. They're going to debut this uniform tonight at their game against the Bulls. They're also going to wear them 8 times in total on different City Edition nights.
We have Mike Valenti's opinion. Okay, then. It's Heather with the news. I have your second clue.
Oh, okay.
Name that lion. Your second clue. I played for the Packers and the Lions.
Oh,
Starting to figure it out. Win tickets to Thanksgiving Day. Clue number 2. I played for the Packers and Lions. You can't call in yet. Don't call in yet. There's a third clue that's going to help narrow this thing down. You got to wait for the voice guy to tell you to call. It's 97.1. Let's be honest. Nobody's planning for a new roof. It's not at the top of your list. It's not an exciting purchase, and it often comes at the worst time. And the cost can feel overwhelming. Tell you about Shaner Roofing, Michigan's trusted roofing experts for more than 30 years. And right now, Shaner's making it easier than ever to protect your home. 0% interest financing for 5 years. That means you don't have the stress of that big upfront payment. I haven't saved up. Don't worry about it. And you don't have to skimp on the quality. You can get the quality roof you need as well. Shaner Roofing, 4.9 star Google rating, thousands of satisfied homeowners. They've been doing this for 30 years. They're not some fly-by-night company. They've got it down. Professionalism, craftsmanship, and customer care. So if your roof's leaking, if you've been putting it off, it's aging, you want that peace of mind, don't wait. Go to mymichiganroof.com. That's mymichiganroof.com, powered by Shaner Roofing, where quality meets affordability. Had to move it around, but had to do it this week. It's Greg Palm, top 12 teams in college football. See how it compares to the committee. Greg, take us through it.
Well, I don't care what the committee said last night. So that's one thing that I'm not going to, you can compare, but I'm not really going to have they have this team higher, or how can you have this team higher?
Curious.
And I know that you're not saying that, but some people might say that. Now, we had Mizzou, Washington, Iowa, and TCU lose last week. Those were their third losses of the season.
See ya.
Essentially eliminated from the playoffs. We have 23 Power 4 teams left remaining with 2 or fewer losses. 21 of those teams are playing this week. 11 of those teams have 2 losses, and we have one game between two lost teams.
Elimination.
Number 1 is Indiana, 10-0. And for all the talk of an expanded playoff devaluing the regular season, once you get to Saturday and you get into a tight game against a disappointing team trying to find out what their season should have been in an upset bid, college football still brings the intensity and it still delivers. What a finish in Happy Valley, and what a catch by Omar Cooper Jr.
Catch of the year.
It was unreal. And Mendoza's composure in that last drive, especially when they got in the red zone, because
no timeouts,
Penn
they're
State
bringing
was
blitz.
bringing the house.
Yep.
He got hit just before that, and the ball goes awry. For him to be able to stand in the pocket, take another hit, and deliver that ball was amazing.
Number 2 is Ohio State, 9-0, and nothing to say about this team until they play Michigan. And that's complimentary because they've accomplished a lot, they've proved a lot, and there's nothing more really to say until then. They've got USC coming to the shoe on Saturday night.
Yeah, I mean, their defense has been dominant under the guidance of Matt Patricia. Nobody wants to hear that around here, but it has been. The question is, how much has that offense really, or that defense really been tested?
And number 3 is Texas A&M, our third Power Conference undefeated team. Never played in the SEC title game. Part of that's getting Bama blocked with the old division formats. They're in the driver's seat to do just that this year, and unironically or ironically would be playing Alabama as the standings sit today.
They don't play Alabama or Georgia in the regular season. This is setting up very well for them.
Number 4 is BYU. Now, I'm guessing you'll need some explaining for this one.
Yes.
Yes, they were stymied by Texas Tech, and we will get to them later. The cachet they had already built up keeps them up here. Now, let's take a look at 4 of their wins. Arizona beat Kansas last week, accruing in value. Iowa State beat TCU, accruing in value. West Virginia, another one of their wins, they beat Colorado. And East Carolina, they have 6 wins in the American. That's BYU's top non-conference win of the season.
And they beat Utah.
Utah's the big one.
Yeah, that's
Utah keeps winning.
Yep.
But I have a hard time, and this may be a flaw in the system. I have a huge issue with Texas Tech not being ahead of them. But anyway, we'll get there.
Number 5 is Alabama. They pick up that win against LSU. Georgia and Vanderbilt wins keep pushing them up. They even got a boost from Wisconsin's 13-point explosion against UW. This week is their chance to eliminate Oklahoma from the playoff. Oh, how the turntables. This is the game that kept Alabama out of the playoffs last year. It's in Tuscaloosa this week.
By the way, did I see Wisconsin's punter was their leading passer last week?
That is correct.
Yes. Okay. Yes. Felt like the Michigan offensive last year.
Number 6, rather. That is Texas Tech at 9-1. Here are your Red Raiders. Their soft non-conference schedule is the only thing that's holding them back. BYU and Utah are the 2 headline wins, but don't sleep on the win against 8-2 Houston. With way we think about this as an eliminator, still alive, fringe playoff. Solid wins against both Kansas schools. UCF and West Virginia remain on the schedule. They've all but clinched a spot in the Big 12 title game.
Yeah, Texas Tech, I mean, the best front money can buy. They heavily invested in their defensive front linebacker level and D-line level, and they were smothering BYU last week. I think the real test will be when they go up against an SEC or Big Ten foe in the playoff.
And those wins against Oklahoma State and Oregon State, those are 2 same wins that Oregon has, actually. Mm-hmm. Number 7 is Ole Miss. Mentioned Alabama is playing a team that kept them out of the playoff last year. Well, so is Ole Miss. They host the Gators,
right.
Number 65 in our Greg Palm rankings this week.
Well, and the Gators are amongst those teams, one that came into the season with some promise. Now, their schedule was brutal. Operating without their head coach right now, as well as LSU and all the other teams that are doing that, but a very talented team. And how many times have we seen Ole Miss with that one bump in the road where you're like, it's just inexplicable. Could this be the week?
Number 8 is Georgia. Mississippi State has put scares into Tennessee and Texas in Starkville, and Georgia made it look easy. Fascinating game against Texas this week. Both teams have played those sluggish first halves the whole season, then woken up. Georgia will either eliminate Texas from the playoff or be put on the brink of their own elimination. Very similar dynamic to the Bama OU game.
And their schedule sets up well for them because they don't leave Georgia. They don't leave their home field again this year.
Oh, wow.
Because they've got Texas, which they're going to host. Obviously big game.
Huge.
Then they got Charlotte. Okay. But they did that because at the end of the season, they played Georgia Tech, and that game may decide who's in or who's out in terms of the college football playoffs for both programs.
It might. And that game's not at Bobby Dodd. That game got moved to the Mercedes-Benz Dome in Atlanta.
Yes.
Number 9 is Notre Dame. Navy was a trendy pick to cover a 4-touchdown spread, and Notre Dame covered that with ease.
Oops.
Shit.
Oh. Hey, let's. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
You're good. Settle everybody down and get this thing right here.
Notre Dame is, yeah. Here we go.
Okay. There it is.
Notre Dame and Pitt, your Greg Palm game of the week.
Here I was thinking I was going to outsmart College Game Day, who was surely going to Athens with Georgia and Texas. It's their primetime ABC game. Game Day is going to be at Pittsburgh for the only game between two-loss power conference teams. Notre Dame has been playing playoff games since mid-September. Well, Pitt got off to a 2-2 September start as well. Check out how Pittsburgh finished the season. 7-2 Notre Dame, 8-1 Georgia Tech, and 7-2 Miami. Pitt can either play spoiler, be spoiler, and maybe a little bit of both.
Yep.
Number 10 is USC. Wins against Nebraska and Northwestern since their loss to Notre Dame. They still have a lot of value from that win over in Michigan. Oregon is coming up after Iowa visits the Coliseum.
Is USC that fourth team?
They are the Big Ten's best chance for a fourth team. They got a top 10 offense. They're elite on third down. And the schedule, right? It's Iowa this week, who's ranked. It's at Oregon the week after. They have the head-to-head with Michigan. I don't think they get through it. I'm not sure the Big Ten gets a fourth team, but if they're going to, the Trojans are their best chance.
How about this? Maybe they're the Big Ten's third team.
Well, if they beat Oregon, I suppose you're right. Yeah.
Number 11 is Utah. 2 losses are to BYU and Texas Tech. We already mentioned those two. Only 8 weighted losses because those are 2 one-loss teams. The flip side, Arizona State and Cincinnati are their 2 biggest wins. It's not overly impressive, but the Big 12 has some heft in the aggregate. They're just slightly behind the Big 10 in conference strength.
And it really depends on how many teams the Big 12 is actually going to get in. I don't know that they get 2 teams in, and I mean they don't have a lot on their schedule. Baylor, Kansas State, Kansas to boost their resume. Will they even get a chance to play in the Big 12 championship game? If BYU loses another game or if Texas Tech loses another game, right now you've got 3 other teams with 2 losses. They could have a 4-way tie for second place.
Ooh, kinky.
Yes.
That's one way to put it. And the last team?
Number 12 is Georgia Tech at 8-1. Up 2 spots off a bye. The key game in that is Wake Forest win at Virginia. Knocks Virginia down, who was ahead of the Yellow Jackets. And because of GT's win over Wake, Tech picks up those third-degree wins from Virginia.
Georgia Tech, will they win the ACC? They're tied in a massive web atop the conference. I know the committee right now has Miami as the best team in the ACC, but if Georgia Tech takes care of business,
they're in.
Yeah, especially with that showdown with Georgia looming. That's Greg Palm. Top 12 teams in college football. Field is narrowing. Got your final clue for Name That Lion. Your final clue to win tickets for Thanksgiving Day against the Packers. Clue number 3, I'm currently part of the Detroit Lions radio network broadcast. Go win your tickets. It's 97.1.
FanDuel is the number one sports book for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live, and you can do it all in one easy-to-use app. And right now is the perfect time to join. And I'm asking you, why have you waited so long? New customers right now get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Let me repeat that for you. New customers, you're going to get $150 in bonus bets, and all you have to do is win that first $5 bet. You can bet on players that you love and the way that you want. Head to FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Congrats to Tom and Monroe. Won a pair of tickets to see the Lions take on the Green Bay Packers Thanksgiving Day, plus a pair of passes to the Lions VIP tailgate at Eastern Market. It's by the Bullseye Group. Lions VIP tailgate is back. All you can eat, an open bar, 3 hours before kickoff. Go to bullseyeeventgroup.com for tickets today. Name that Lion, the 3 clues. I think this narrowed it down pretty quickly. First clue, I played high school, college, and eventually pro football in the state of Michigan. That could have been you, John.
Oh, yeah.
It wasn't you.
No.
Because the second clue, I played for the Packers and the Lions, which is a much shorter list. And the third clue, I'm currently part of the Detroit Lions radio network broadcast.
Where'd Dan Miller play high school?
Lomas is a Florida guy.
Yeah.
Dan never worked in Green Bay, I don't think. He did work in Washington.
He did.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he was in Washington when I was there.
So I always like to scan the ticket text during this, even though they can't win, they still text in.
Yeah.
My favorite guest this week was Bill Schrader. Just the nightmares of that signing. And that was one of the first Millen signings. And he was horrible here. It's like Matt Millen was watching. He was an analyst before he got that job here. And it was like because he watched Green Bay games with Brett Favre throwing him the ball, he thought Bill Schrader was good. No, it was Brett Favre. It's kind of like Ricky Prohl or somebody like that.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
You know, are those really good receivers? No, the quarterback made them.
Mm-hmm. Some of my favorite texts that were coming in early before we narrowed it down. Drake Bell, Aiden Hutchinson. John did get a little love on the ticket text.
Oh, all right. Yeah, got a little love on Twitch.
Charles Rogers. Jeff Backus.
When did Backus never played?
Never played for the Packers. But when the first clue
from
was
Georgia.
Yeah. When the first clue was high school, college, and pro, that's when we just started getting like all kinds of answers on the ticket.
Donovan Peoples-Jones.
Yeah, there you go.
Jeff Backus was a good player. I don't think anybody's taken more strays for being a good player on a bad team than him.
Yeah, certainly.
The answer, TJ Lang.
Yes. Good old TJ.
You
Guards.
That he made name that Lion before you did?
No, not at all.
Okay.
No, that's not a competition. I feel like is a real competition.
I just think you're a competitive guy. I didn't know.
I am.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I got a little excited there when you said the first clue.
Oh, hey, maybe it's me.
Yeah, I was texting in myself. One of these times, I'm actually going to send it a text to the ticket text line from here.
That'll be great.
See if you read it. It's going to be an unnamed ticket texter.
Careful with those. That can get you in trouble around here.
Oh, boy. Anyway, you're going to have another chance next Wednesday, and the Wednesday after that, we keep giving away Lions tickets until we're done with home games. Every Wednesday, name that Lion. All right, John.
Yeah.
Fun question for people to ponder. As you look at the NFC North standings today, you'll see the Lions are in first place. And you'll see the team right below them. Not the Green Bay Packers.
Oh.
It's the Chicago Bears. Who's the bigger threat?
Well, when looking at Chicago and their resurgence, starting off 0-2, and they are, they've won 6 of their last 7. You look at their wins, and, okay, the Bengals, that was an absolute wild game. Coastal Loveland with the touchdown at the very end to win it. Should they have won that game? Probably not, but they did. Same thing with the Giants. And then you can look at the Commanders game, the Raiders game. Like there are just some games in there where you're like, wow, they're really living a charmed life over the last 7 weeks. Took a loss to the Ravens. It was in Baltimore. Mm-hmm. But you look at the rest of their schedule and you think, okay, well, they're playing a last place schedule. You know they're going to play the division games, right? They've still got the Vikings, which are actually going to play this week, which I think will tell us a lot about them. They've got the Packers twice. Obviously, we play them at the very end of the season. Niners, Browns, Eagles, Steelers. It's a little bit tougher than the last place schedule that you would expect a team to play. Mm-hmm. I don't think what they're doing is sustainable for the rest of the season. I think they're going to be they're better than I thought that they would be at this time of the year. And again, some of those are some dumb luck games. But as I mentioned with the Eagles, ugly wins are still wins.
The wins count, and the wins may be enough for them to get in the playoffs. I don't take them seriously as a threat in the NFC North. I just don't. Because to your point about sustainability here, yeah, they beat the Giants last week. The Giants have blown all of these double-digit leads this season, 4 in the month. In a month's time. Like, they just keep blowing these games and Jackson Dart gets hurt. I mean, that fueled the comeback really to me more than anything that Chicago did. Who have they beaten? Again, the wins count in making them in the playoffs, but forecasting ahead, projecting them to challenge for the division crown? Sorry, beating the Bengals, Giants, Saints, Raiders, Commanders, and Cowboys, that's not a murderer's row. Look, I'm not there yet with Chicago as a real threat in this division.
Let me ask you this. Because, I mean, it used to be, hey, defenses win championships, and we saw what the Eagles did last year with a really good defense. But it's more of an offensive-driven league. Mm-hmm. Are the Bears at the point right now where their offense is more reliable than the Packers' offense?
Yes, some of that is the injuries.
Right, yeah, the injuries to the receivers for the Packers. Obviously, they're tight end.
Kraft and Dobbs and the first round, the rookie didn't play last week on Monday night either. Golden.
Right. So you got to ask the question, are they better suited to win more games than Green Bay is? And I just went through the schedule for Chicago, but for Green Bay, all right, they've got the Giants this weekend, so they should get right. I think there's going to be something to be said for the division matchups. They got the Vikings twice still. Obviously, we play them on Thanksgiving. They've got the Bears twice, so we'll see that head-to-head.
Think about that. Green Bay still has to play 5 division games.
And they've got the Broncos, which is going to be in Denver, middle of December. And at the end of the year, right before they sandwich it between the Bears and the Vikings, both of those are on the road. They've got to host the Ravens. And I think we all know that the Ravens are scratching and clawing for every single win. That might be a must-win game for the Ravens to either win the division or actually get into the postseason. So I think the road might be a little bit more challenging, actually, for the Green Bay Packers.
Are you making the case that the Bears are the bigger threat in the North?
I don't...
Or is there no threat in the North?
I don't think you could say that, especially after the way the Lions played against the Vikings. Mm-hmm. So I'm not going to sit here and say there's no threat.
Well, then who is the bigger threat between the two? I'm still going to say Green Bay. They beat us once. I think their ceiling's higher. Their defense is better. I'm not overly impressed with the quality of the Bear wins. I don't know how sustainable it is. I will still go Green Bay. And I'm not terrified of Green Bay.
No, I trust Green Bay more, I guess, than I trust the Bears. But there's always a
big
but.
Is there, John?
I was trying not to say it. There is always a but. And, I mean, the but is the fact that the Bears and the Packers still have to play twice. And I'm very curious as to what Caleb Williams and Ben Johnson will do. Because, remember, Ben Johnson had a few things to say about Matt LaFleur when he first got the job in Chicago.
Are you taking note of what the Bears are doing? They're 6-3. They're tied for first place in this division. Of course, Detroit has the tiebreaker. They dropped 50 on Ben Johnson in week 2. Bigger threat, the Bears or the Packers, who are suddenly in third place in the NFC North. Got open lines, 248-539-9797. John's Power Surge in the next hour. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans of Shelby Township. Michigan basketball escaped an upset bid from Wake Forest last night, 85-84 in overtime. They'll now head to TCU this Friday. Elsewhere in a sneaky good night of college basketball, number 10 Florida survived 78-76 against Florida State. Number 14 Illinois beat number 11 Texas Tech 81-77 at home. 12th-ranked Louisville defeated number 9 Kentucky 96-88 at the KFC Yum Center. And the final top 25 matchup of the day between number 23 Creighton and 19th-ranked Gonzaga went to the Bulldogs 90-63. We also received the second installment of the CFP rankings last night. The top 4 remained unchanged in order. The 12 teams in the playoff in total did not change either. Luckily for Michigan, their spot changed as they moved up 3 places to number 18. Pat Murphy won the NL Manager of the Year last night, while somehow Stephen Vogt was given the award for the American League. Cleveland went from 2nd in the AL last year to 5th this year and won less games. Meanwhile, John Schneider and the Blue Jays went from 11th in the American League a season ago to 1st and 7 games in the World Series this year. And the Pistons taking on the Bulls at LCA tonight. We'll see their City Edition jerseys. Tip off at 7 o'clock right here on 97.1 The Ticket. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
It's been described as the perfect move for the Tigers. We'll get to it at 8:18 this morning. The perfect move with free agency underway and everybody waiting for those dominoes to fall. As you wake up today, middle of the week, you'll see the Lions in first place in the NFC North. You'll see Green Bay third. Chicago in second place. Are the Bears the bigger threat than the Packers? And I'm not willing to go there. But it's a question for you, the Lions fan. Who do you feel more heat from? John, I don't respect the Bears. They have a negative point differential. They haven't beaten anybody with the pulse. I know the wins count, and it may get them in the playoffs. I don't view them as a threat to win the NFC North. I do think the Packers are a threat. They've already beaten Detroit once. Their defense poses a ton of problems. And at their best, I think they're better than the Bears at their best.
And I don't really trust Jordan Love in a big moment, but I trust him more than I trust Caleb Williams. Now, the question is more, and this gets into, the head coaches. Do you trust Ben Johnson's ability to scheme up defenses and to call plays versus Matt LaFleur, who was, got off to a great start as a head coach, but he had a Hall of Fame quarterback. And since then, with Jordan Love, has been mediocre at best, and most people think has underachieved. And with going out and getting Micah Parsons this year, making the investment they made on defense, with the offense being as lackluster, and yes, okay, we identify the injuries. Is there a world where Matt LaFleur is in jeopardy?
He was asked about it after the game Monday night. Did you see this?
No.
And he said, well, I'll leave that to you guys, and then followed up by saying, well, everybody's always coaching for their job.
Because, with that huge investment. Now, obviously, we're just a little bit more than halfway through the season.
Yeah, but they're 3-1 in their last 7 games. And by the way, I'll remind them, they gave up their first-round pick this year and next year.
Right.
So it's not just get in the playoffs for Green Bay. They are going to be judged by the Super Bowl.
They hit that all-in button.
Yep.
And going to get Micah Parsons, giving him the big contract. They already gave the contract to Jordan Love, and they were kind of forced to do that because of how they brought him along with Aaron Rodgers. He was the backup, and then they gave him that opportunity, and then they had to make a decision. And
how does that decision look today?
Oh, actually, they're talking about it right now.
Oh, okay. On Get Up, they're asking the question, could Jordan Love's performance result in Matt LaFleur getting fired? You hate to see it. I added the last part. Jordan Love hasn't thrown a touchdown in back-to-back weeks. He had 1 pick against Carolina, should have been 2. He had a bonehead fumble on Monday Night Football, was taking dumb sacks before halftime. John,
you look at their losses.
I don't know what some people see in this guy. I've watched him make boneheaded mistakes in big moments, playoff games. I don't get it on Love. He's an NFL starting quarterback, but beyond that, I'm not willing to say anything more.
Well, and look at their losses and their tie. Really bad losses to the Panthers and the Browns, and then a tie against the Cowboys. And then you look at their wins and say, okay, what's their signature win? Obviously, their signature win at this point is the way that they manhandled the Detroit Lions at the beginning of the season.
Yep.
Since then, it's been the Commanders, the Bengals, the Cardinals, and the Steelers.
Some ticket text from people. Green Bay is the bigger threat to us, but Chicago... Hold on. There's a distinction he's trying to draw here. Green Bay is the bigger threat to beat us, but Chicago is the bigger threat to win the division. The remaining schedule is awful. We will be 1 game back of Chicago at the end of the year and need to beat them to take the NFC North Division Championship.
Wow.
Sets up Week 18 in Chicago, right?
So they're saying that Chicago is the bigger threat.
They are.
I think Chicago, if you look at their schedule, there's only 1 guaranteed win, and it's Cleveland at home. And nothing's guaranteed, but if it's going to be, it would be that.
On paper, yeah, they got to play Green Bay twice. They're going to face the Lions. They're going to face
the
Eagles.
Steelers.
Yeah.
49ers.
Right. The 49er game's primetime game.
Here's my take.
It's tougher than you would think a last place schedule would be.
So I think Chicago, maybe I'm stealing this from Rico yesterday. They got a little voodoo going on. You know, that they are finding wins and losses that would be games that would typically be losses. A little reminiscent of maybe the Tigers 2 years ago. You know, when can this keep going, and how long does it take for somebody to believe it? Caleb Williams only has 4 picks this year. That's pretty impressive.
Right.
I think the flag game on them, though, is the Baltimore loss that they had.
Yes.
They lost by 14 to Tyler Huntley. Their defense couldn't hold down that Raven offense with Huntley that everybody was stopping there. Remember the Texans went in and beat them? The Rams did without Lamar.
Yeah.
Like, to me, that's the flag game where they should have been more competitive in that.
Ticket Tech says the Lions are the only team over 500 the Bears have played so far. How did that game work out?
Yeah,
Says they're not a threat because it was a ass whooping, a beatdown. Tech says, talk about a charmed life for the Bears. The Lions have only beaten 2 teams with winning records. Signed, Kendo. That's 2 more than 0.
That's infinitely more.
John, and look, I think the Baltimore game is one that I'm certainly going to put stock in, beating Lamar, where they couldn't beat Tyler Huntley. The head-to-head, where you put, was it 52 points? Yeah, that's a pretty big line of delineation between these 2 teams. And the Bucs win is a legit win. The Bears have nothing like that on their resume. No, I don't view them as a serious NFC North threat.
No, because, I mean, in 3 weeks, right, they're going to play the Eagles, and it's going to be in Philly. They're going to play the Packers in Green Bay. They've got the Niners in San Francisco. And that might be a game where San Francisco is as well fighting for their playoff lives for a wild card spot.
Considering how the Lions have played in their losses, they're their own biggest threat. If anything blows it for the Lions, it will be themselves. If they keep firing on all cylinders, they got this in the bag. How about this? We have some show analytics.
Oh.
On average, Costas says something that comes back to bite him in the butt 1.2 times out of every 10 shows. That's according to the transcripts available on YouTube and our AI model. 1.2. So that's every 2 weeks I say at least one thing that comes back to bite me.
ESPN Analytics says go for this hot take.
Yes.
Go for it.
Oh, boy.
Do you think it's going to come back to bite
analysis, though.
Do you think this is the one dumb thing I'll say that over a 2-week span that the Bears aren't a real threat in the North?
So my answer is no. I think you'll say something dumber.
Right. I do too. For the record, I think I've got way dumber takes planned over the next 2 weeks. This one feels pretty safe. Although I've said that before. Everybody's with me, though. You don't view the Bears as, I know they're tied right now in the standings. You don't view the Bears as a threat for the North, do you?
Not particularly, no. With the schedule remaining and the fact that I just don't think that they can get the wins necessary to compete against the Lions. And I do think that 2 teams from the North will get in. Mm-hmm. Between the Packers and the Bears, I mean, it's kind of a coin toss because of the injuries that the Packers have had versus the Bears playing questionable defense, which is surprising because I thought that was going to be the strength of their team going into this season with Dennis Allen as their new DC.
Tim in Sterling Heights, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys. You know, I'm not sure who scares me more about who could win, the Packers versus the Bears, but I do not want to lose to Ben Johnson, and because that would just drive me nuts. And he is 6-1, and he had a little rough start, but he's new, and now he's 6-1, and you could say it's against crappy teams, but still their wins in the NFL. So I just hate the thought of losing that guy. When we played him the first time, I just wanted to destroy him.
Yep,
I hear that.
Yeah. Which we did.
And there were a chance to follow.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, if it gets to week 18, I don't think it will, John. If it gets to week 18 with everything on the line, yeah, I mean, that's the nightmare fuel. You don't want to see a first-year coach topple the Lions and win the division.
Well, I mean, it could be a must-win for the Lions, not because of the division, but it could be a must-win because of the 1 seed.
Seeding.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it could be a must-win for the Bears to get in the playoffs, right? They're going to be in that 6, 7, 8 spot. Oh, I didn't do that on purpose.
Yeah, here we go. Here we go, 6, 7. Yeah, it sounds like you're interviewing the president.
How many times did he try to force that in? I counted at least 2.
Yeah, I think there was just twice. But yeah, I don't think
Did you catch the 6, 7 touchdowns?
President Trump, I don't think that.
You don't think he's up on the meme?
I don't know that he's necessarily up on the whole 6-7 thing.
I didn't see it.
Yeah.
They'll be fighting for one of the last playoff spots because the wins that they have, as much as we can look at them and say they're against bad teams, they count. Yes. They count, and they already have 6 of them. 248-539-9797. The perfect move for the Tigers in free agency. I'll tell you what they're saying next. It's 97.1.
Hey, when it comes on IRS collection or audit, Abraham and Rose has successfully specialized in resolving all types of tax problems for over 30 years. Their extensive experience means that when you're facing an IRS collection or audit, you can rely on their firm. Many law firms come and go, but 30 years of experience is a testament to the success of Abraham and Rose. Their experienced team is ready to evaluate any underlying federal or state income taxes or payroll taxes. All you have to do is visit abrahamandrose.com today, or you can give them a call at 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
Lions fans, listen up. You know how expensive these tickets are. 1,800 Tequila, the world's most awarded tequila and a proud partner of the Detroit Lions, are giving away tickets to a future game. Here's how to get them. Go to 971theticket.com for details. Click on the ticket event page. Come out, enjoy tequila and a chance to win tickets to a future Lions game. With how expensive they are, you do not want to miss your chance. And don't forget, make 1,800 Tequila part of your game day lineup all season long. Victory never tasted so good. 1,800 Tequila, proud partner of the Detroit Lions. Please drink responsibly. The perfect move for the Tigers. Free agency's here. Off-season's underway. Waiting for the big dominoes to fall. Jeff Passan with the perfect moves for every MLB team, including the Tigers. John, the perfect move, according to Passan, is not Bregman. The perfect move for the Tigers is Bo Bichette. He says, as good as Detroit's farm system is, infielder Kevin McGonigal is going to be a star and could debut in 2026, with center fielder Max Clark and slugger Jose Briseño not far behind. Adding a long-term middle-of-the-order bat is never a bad idea, and there happens to be one who can spend a year or two at shortstop and then pivot to second base long-term. Sign free agent infielder Bo Bichette. John, is that the perfect move for the Tigers?
I don't know that it's the perfect move, but it needs to be one of the two. That's the perfect move, is adding a reliable bat, a right-handed bat on that side of the infield. Because Bo Bichette is a little bit younger. He's got decent power. You can expect right around 20 home runs from him, but better batting average than Bregman. Mm-hmm. Bregman's more experienced with AJ. AJ knows him, obviously, from their time together in Houston.
You made a great observation. This gives them insurance on not putting all their eggs in the Bregman basket.
Yeah, because now you can force Bregman to make a decision. Hey, you're our number one choice. And I'm making this up, right? They could say, hey, you're number one choice. You were our number one choice last year. We lost out at the deadline, but we don't want to get to that point. So it's either in or out. Make a decision, because if it's out, we're going to go get Bichette.
ESPN contract projections. Bregman, 5 years, $160 million. Bichette, 5 years, $130 million. Bichette's younger. They're both 3.5 WAR players last year. Mm-hmm. Both guys have an OPS about 350, 360. Bichette does it a little more with the batting average. Bregman draws a few more walks. The results are the same. They're good contact pro bats, righties in the infield, 1A, 1B. If Bichette's a little cheaper, a little younger, sure. It doesn't have to be Bregman or bust. Bichette makes a lot of sense here, because you could put McGonigal at third base or second base, Colt Keith at the other one. They have some flexibility on the infield. Bichette, big-time homer in the playoffs in Game 7, gutting it out through an injury. John, Bichette makes a lot of sense for the Tigers.
He does, and it really depends on, and maybe it'll come down to what they want to do with McGonigal. Do they want McGonigal to be their shortstop of the future? Again, I'm not going to look at the defensive stats and try and break all those downs. I'll leave that to
the scouting reports.
Yeah,
leave it to Pekapuro. Okay,
yeah,
he's got good hands. Okay,
but if you bring Bregman in, it solves the long-term question of, what are we doing at third base? Can we just get somebody to play that position that's constant and has a reliable bat? If Bichette comes in, do you get a few years out of him at shortstop before you start moving him around? And then McGonigal goes to second? Still doesn't answer the question about third. Maybe their thought is McGonigal is going to be their third baseman and put Colt Keith over at second.
Sure.
And Javi's still part of this. I mean, he's still got 2 years left on his deal.
I know.
And I like getting Bregman because it solidifies third base. It's done and over with. McGonigal will either play second or short. Javi will play the other, or maybe go to center field if Parker Meadows isn't part of this anymore.
Super utility.
I just like Bregman as a player better too. I know this. You can't. The stats are the stats. They're pretty similar.
Yeah, I mean they're nearly identical.
A question I want to throw out there, and I don't know that we'll get any response to it. I don't know that we're going to have time for it. But you brought up the fact that there's 2 years left on Javi's deal. Javi was really good at the beginning of the year. We got all excited about his bat. We got all excited about him playing center field, and he was known as Javier Baez. And then the second half of the season, when the Tigers fell apart, he was nowhere to be found. Then in the postseason, he was their most clutch bat. What do people feel about Javi Baez right now?
He should not impact their free agent decisions.
No. I'm just asking. Javi Baez in a vacuum. Like before going into the season, no one wanted him around. Nope, was just, hey, pay him off. Has that feeling changed?
Look, every team has guys at the bottom of their lineup that perform like him, right? It's maybe they're a little more consistent 225 hitter or something like that.
They're not being paid as much.
Right. And they're roller coaster. But look, they're not buying him out. He's not going away. Nobody's trading for him unless you do some silly trade where he's a throw-in to get less compensation.
But did he do enough to change the sentiment here in Detroit about him being worthless and just want to get rid of him versus being Javier for a large part of the season? And then in the postseason, again, he was the most reliable bat.
I'm at peace with it. Maybe I'm at acceptance phase. I know he's going to be here. There was a little bit of life last season. I'm at peace with it.
Yeah.
I'm certainly not going to feel great about him making what he makes and being a fixture, but I'm at peace with it. And again, because he can play multiple positions, he doesn't prohibit you from adding Bichette, or you can still chase Alex Bregman.
Yeah.
But those are the two, and then there's a clear drop-off to me.
Sure.
And I love that you can play one against each other. Hey, Bregman, you're a guy, you're stable, we wanted you, here's your offer. You want to dance with Philly or Boston or New York? We're going to offer the bag to Bichette and see you later.
I don't think Javi's blocking anybody.
That's the key.
Yeah, and I think there's a world, AJ has showed it when he's not playing well, that he doesn't play.
Right.
So he might be a utility guy. You just got to throw the money is what it is.
Yeah.
They're past the worst of this now. I don't think it's holding them back from doing something. It shouldn't.
We still get texts like this, and I know we got to move on. Screw Bregman. He didn't want to come here the first time. I don't want him here. Get me Bo.
I don't have that feeling at all. He made a business decision. He chose someone else. So be it. It's a new year. And if this is the year for him to be in Detroit and for the next few years, add him to the roster.
How about the fun question? Why not both? 5 years, 160. 5 years, 130. Solidify the left side of your infield with two proven right-handed bats.
Well, if you're going to go all in
with Skubal,
that might be the move to make.
Yeah, why pick? Sure.
If
we're playing MLB The Show, I'd offer them both.
Right, yeah. and that's kicking the can down the road of what you're going to do with you're going into this season having paid those two and not paying Tarik Skubal until free agency.
Correct. And you also could put Keith at second and take the pressure off McGonigal, because I don't think it's fair to say that's the big move. It's a guy who's never played in the bigs. He may be part of the team, but rather than, hey, we're only adding one infield bat and we're going to count on McGonigal. Yeah. Anyway.
See. Could be interesting.
Passon's perfect move. Add Bo Bichette. Let's get to Heather with the news. Sorry, your news are canceled.
Man.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Brutal. Hello.
Well, the Mega Millions jackpot has grown to $965 million for Friday's drawing because nobody matched all six numbers for Tuesday's drawing. So the jackpot heading into Tuesday night had a cash option of $415.3 million. So be a little bit more for that on Friday. The jackpot has been going since June 27th. There's been 39 drawings since then. So this will be the 40th.
All right, let's go.
Still have a chance.
Still in the game.
Yep.
All right.
A local caterer and chef is being sued after local brides claim that what he was promising to deliver on their wedding days is not at all what they received. David Parker, who runs James Parker or JP Hospitality, advertises, that he specializes in event planning and catering for parties, celebrations, and weddings. But brides are saying that they've just been left disappointed out of money, and they haven't received what they paid for. So there's one bride that says she signed a contract with him, right? And she paid him in full, but he never provided full staff that was supposed to be there, failed to provide the agreed upon food. Like they had signed up for like a late night snack, which a lot of people do at weddings, never showed up, didn't have the food that they agreed to, and had the wrong wedding cake. Just a major disappointment, especially for brides who do spend a lot of time on the details and planning. And when you give good money for something you expect to get and you don't get that, it is a disappointment on a day that should not be disappointing at all. Other brides are saying the same thing. And one of them jumped on social media and kind of wrote about her experience to warn other brides, maybe find a different caterer. And then he kind of threatened her and said, hey, every day that this ad is up, you're going to need to give me $10,000 or you need to take it down. So one of the other brides did file a lawsuit against him for breach of contract, emotional distress, and more. He denies any wrongdoing. The body of a Madison Heights woman who'd been missing for more than a week has been recovered from an SUV that was pulled from the St. Clair River on Monday night. So 76-year-old Juanita Clowney was last seen on November 2nd. She had dropped off her daughter at Henry Ford Hospital in Detroit and then wasn't seen again. Police ended up receiving information that indicated she may have gone into the water near the Algonac boat launch. So they sent out crews. The St. Clair County Marine Division was out there. They were able to confirm that there was a vehicle submerged in the north channel of the river. They successfully got that vehicle out of the water, and that is when they found her body in the vehicle. So not a lot of details on exactly what happened, but her body has been recovered. Washington Commanders, Deron Payne was given a 1-game suspension for punching Amon-Ra St. Brown during Sunday's matchup. But now he's making it known that it was actually St. Brown who may have thrown the first punch. So on Tuesday, Payne posted a video on his Instagram that shows St. Brown hitting him in the helmet first. And it appears that an official saw, but obviously no flag was thrown. St. Brown did admit that there was some words spoken between the two of them, but had never said anything about actually throwing a punch himself.
A punch or a slap or
whatever
smack. I don't know what you want to call it, John.
It was more of a slap. And I think it's something that, we see guys after plays pushing and shoving, doing things. I don't even know if it would have been one that they flagged during the game, but he'll probably be. Well, I obviously they didn't flag it during the game.
No,
he'll probably be fined for it, but I don't think there's a risk of suspension.
It's Heather with the news. Power Surge next, 97.1.
What's up, Detroit? It's your girl, Heather, and I'm always looking for ways to stay on top of my game, right? So listen, you know how much I rely on my phone for everything. That's why I got to tell you about this insane deal from Verizon that'll help you be your best self, too. We're talking a low price on the best 5G in Detroit. Seriously, whether I'm blasting my favorite tracks in the morning commute or snagging those last-minute tickets to the hottest new flick, check this out. You can switch today and pay just $50 a month for a single line. You heard me right, $50 a month for the best 5G in Detroit when you bring your own phone on the unlimited welcome plan with autopay plus taxes and fees. That's a no-brainer, people. Visit your nearest Detroit Verizon store today to lock in this incredible deal. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with the new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated 2H 2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
Hey, there's nothing like Michigan. The pride, the grit, the game day energy. There's a beer that gets it. It's Founders Michigan Pilsner, brewed right here in the heart of Michigan. It's crisp, light, and built for those who go all in. So whether you're tailgating in Ann Arbor or outside Wrigley Field or kicking back after a long day, as proud sponsors of Michigan Athletics, we're raising a cold one to the maize and blue. Founders Michigan Pilsner, brewed for Michigan, built for you. Find Michigan Pilsner at a store near you. Founders Brewing Company, Grand Rapids, Michigan. For 21 years old or older, please drink responsibly.
Good to get everybody back. Most of you guys had the day off yesterday. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Govin Gregg behind the glass, Brendan Shabath on the updates. Good morning. We had Dan Campbell on yesterday. He's all fired up about this week's game against the Philadelphia Eagles. Johnny told a story about Michael Strahan.
Oh, yeah. Getting the...
Get doused in tobacco spit.
Little chaw.
Yep.
Yeah. That's disgusting, but not surprising at all that happens. We would always have the typical beers dumped on you.
Batteries.
Batteries thrown at you. And, okay, battery thrown at you, it's not going to hurt very much. But when it hits your helmet, man, is it loud in there. It is stunning. The trick that we used to play on teammates, we take our chin straps off and whack you on the helmet with the metal chin strap or the metal buckles on it. And it would instantly, it was a fight. And so you get a battery tossed at your helmet or multiple batteries tossed at your helmet. Yeah, it was unsettling.
Dan was great, per usual. If you missed it, go back, podcast. We've posted all of it. John, people were fired up, and he talked about what he's going to tell the team, and he kind of got into that coach, rah, here we go. We're in the middle of the week. We still got some days to sort things out and really think about it. But, John, do you have a good read on how this game's going to go?
Well, I think it's, as anybody would anticipate, between two of the better teams in the NFC, I think it's going to be a heavyweight fight. I think going into, if you even look back like a couple of weeks ago, people are looking at this game going, Philly's just better than Detroit. I don't know that that's the feeling now. I don't know that they're just better. They may be better. Mm-hmm. And it may just simply come down to they've got the advantage of playing at home. But their defense is in the low 20s in regards to, the scoring defense. They're just not the same defense. They lost a couple of guys on edge. They've had some injuries in the secondary. Cooper DeJean hasn't played the same way he did his rookie season. They've had some setbacks defensively and offensively with the new coordinator and a couple of new components on the offensive line. Are we talking about the same thing that we went through or have gone through here in Detroit with new components on the offensive line, new coordinator? Dan Campbell taking over the play calling last Sunday, to me, gave me a little bit more confidence going into this game that this is the offense that we saw last year. This is that high-test, Ferrari-type offense that you're going to be taking to Lincoln Financial.
Anybody out there have a great degree of clarity with this game this week? Because I'm going to do the most honest thing I can do and just tell people I don't have a great read on this game. Are you in camp confident, or are you in camp concerned? Or are you having a hard time figuring this one out too? 248-539-9797, because you're right. I did see them get the RPMs up in a tune-up game against the Commanders. Yep. Saw them rev the engine and dump 44 points. And they got everybody involved, and the offensive line looked much improved, and it looked like they took it personally and responded. At the same time, I have questions about this group consistently. I have questions about them going up on the road against a team in Philadelphia that's got a front that's much better than Washington. I look at Philly, though, and they're not as good as they were a year ago. They're vulnerable. Their run game is not as good as it was last year. They aren't getting pressure and sacking the quarterback as well as they did a year ago. They're 18th in total defense, 23rd in total offense. But they find ways to win. Mm-hmm. And there are no style points for Sunday night. It's just win. And they beat Kansas City. They beat Los Angeles, the Rams. They beat Tampa Bay. They just beat the Packers. These are teams Detroit didn't beat in the instances of Kansas City and Green Bay. Philly a slight favorite, probably should be a slight favorite. Yeah. John, I really don't have a great degree of conviction. I don't have a grandiose take in the middle of the week. I'm truly kind of lost here. I don't have a great read. So if you do, let us know. Are you confident? Are you concerned? Or are you conflicted? 248-539-9797.
So I feel this is a big boy table game, meaning the Lions have not played, I don't believe, many games like this against the teams that have been the elite teams in the NFL for the last 3 or 4 years. I'm kind of thinking this is going to be like the NFC Championship game from a couple years ago. We're going in, could could we match with one of the big boys? The 49ers were a very physical football team at that time. They had great lines. That's what Philly has. Philly's lines aren't as good as last year. I mean, you go back to the end of last year and the way they played in that Super Bowl against the Chiefs, that was unbelievable. They're not that same team. I think they miss Mekhi Becton. I think he was very important for Saquon Barkley last year. He played the best football he's played in his life that last 10 games or so. But, yeah, I'm kind of with you in terms of Philly. I think Philly is flipping the switch a little bit. I think they're playing with fire in terms of how they approach some of these games, and then they still end up winning. It's kind of like the Chiefs were, like when they first started doing that like 2 years ago or so. They didn't look the same, but they still won.
Yeah. You're right. They've won ugly. They got a lot of ugly wins. Those wins count, though. And this game it may be the first of 2 games that these teams play this season, but this will decide or could decide where meeting number 2 takes place.
I mean, they just coming off that Packer game, that's the last thing. They scored 10 points, and it was one big play, basically.
Yeah, that's it.
But the playoff game that those teams played last year was like a 22-10 game.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a pretty ugly football game, and the Packers' defense got better with Parsons. So I thought that looked like a playoff game, like an ugly playoff game. That 10-7 was a lot different than the Broncos-Raiders 10-7.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I'll leave it at that.
But again, like it's classic. Philly found a way to win. Not overly impressive. Certainly vulnerable. A spot where Detroit could go in and pick up a big primetime victory. I mean, they went into Baltimore this year as bigger underdogs against a mobile quarterback in a place where nobody wins, and they rolled up 38 points in a signature performance. I think that's on the table. Absolutely is. The more you dissect and peel back the layers of this game, the more you appreciate what this is. There's a respect for who Philly is. There's a respect for what Detroit's capable of. It's going to be a hell of a fight. You said heavyweight fight. I agree with you.
I think it's going to be a heavyweight bout. And, I mean, you look at the teams that Philly has beaten, and just, 4 of them are the Chiefs, the Rams, the Bucks, the Packers. Like, they've had a gauntlet of teams that are playing good, and when they've played them as well. That was, I think, the Bucks' first loss. Mm-hmm. I think it was the Rams' first loss. The Chiefs were, no Rashee Rice yet, but, defensively with Spagnuolo, and they were at full strength defensively. So you look at their production offensively, and you could say, okay, well, you're playing against those defenses. And the Packers' defense, we know, is really good as well. You can say whatever you want about their offense, but the Packers' defense is humming along. So, yeah, their offensive numbers are not going to be comparable to others simply because they've played some of the best defenses in the NFL.
248-539-9797. Get more of your thoughts coming up next. Are you confident? Are you concerned? Are you conflicted? Midweek check-in. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Marin Buick GMC. The Pistons take on the Bulls in downtown Detroit tonight as they will debut their new City Edition jerseys and court. However, they could be without a number of key players. Detroit's most recent injury report lists Jalen Duren as probable. Cade Cunningham was downgraded to questionable with a left hip injury last night. Isaiah Stewart is doubtful. Tobias Harris and Asar Thompson are both out, along with the expected absences of Jaden Ivey and Marcus Sasser. Tip-off at 7 o'clock tonight right here on 97.1 The Ticket. The American and National League Cy Young winners will be announced this evening, with Tarik Skubal set to become the first AL back-to-back Cy Young winner in a quarter century. Much of the baseball world is talking about whether the Tigers will trade, keep, or re-sign their prized pitcher ahead of the 2026 season. Fox MLB reporter Ken Rosenthal had this to say on the Foul Territory podcast yesterday. The Cy Young winners will be announced on MLB Network at 7 p.m. tonight. And the Giants have announced that Jameis Winston will start on Sunday against the Packers, barring Jackson Dart gets cleared from concussion protocol. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or visit Odyssey.com.
Got a fresh batch of ticket text. Start the hour off with your feedback. Midweek checkpoint for Lions fans as you set your sights on Sunday Night Football. Are you confident? You You just saw what the Lions did last week. Dan Campbell's got this. He's all fired up, and they're going to turn the corner. Are you concerned? It's Philadelphia, who finds a way to win, even if it's ugly. It's Philadelphia in Philadelphia with a front that should challenge this offensive line. This offensive line has not been consistent. Are you confident? Are you concerned? Are you conflicted? You just truly don't have a good read for this game, but you're excited to watch and find out. Because that's where I'm at. I'm conflicted. I really don't have a big, plant my flag opinion on Wednesday.
Right, and this is a game, so the Lions to this point, have they played a complete game? Offense, defense, special teams.
Closest would be, Baltimore?
I don't know if I would necessarily. Okay, so they did well defensively, but
they
still allowed 30-plus points.
Yeah. But that's the type of game they need to play to win, right? Is
right.
The Lamar game plan where you befuddle and confuse a mobile quarterback, you go on the road and you pummel them offensively. That's what they have to do.
Defensively, yes. You need to have, from the front seven, the Baltimore performance. From the back seven, you got to have the Tampa performance. From the offense, obviously, we're going to talk about the Washington game and how they were able to, just the rhythm of the offense, being able to spread the ball around to so many receivers, getting the running game going, being effective and explosive. But I think the one thing that I don't know, maybe it makes the difference because it's made a difference in Eagles games to this point. Special teams.
Yep.
This has not been, Jack Fox has been as awesome as he always is. But it has, whether it's kick return, punt return, they've allowed some big returns. We've had some extra points, field goals blocked.
And the Eagles have blocked some field goals.
Right. So if you're going to hope to win this game, you're going to have to play a complete game. Doesn't have to be the best of all three, but it has to be a good performance in all three phases.
Ticket text. After watching Monday Night Football, both teams have better defenses than Detroit, but Detroit brings in the better offense. If Detroit can keep the Eagles at 3 touchdowns or less, the Lions will win the game.
Yeah, on Twitch it says first team to 20 probably wins the game. And it might be the case.
Hey guys, looks like Vegas thinks the Lions are better. Isn't it an automatic home team laying 3.5 from JoJo? Well, they say 3, and this is 2.5. I think Vegas is telling you it's a coin flip.
Yeah, it's a toss-up.
Yeah. Recipe for this game is the Baltimore game. Pressure the QB, establish the run. I like our offense better against their defense than their offense against our defense. 24 points may win the game. Philly is not better. Their offense is not creative, and Hurts can't hit throws. Their receivers don't get separation. The defense looked better than it should because Green Bay was atrocious on offense. I think there's something to be said for that.
Yeah. But you're also looking at a team that is defending Super Bowl champs. They're going to be ready to play this game. You're going to get their best performance of the year as well.
Workshopping ideas. Have Costa take 5 milligrams of psychedelic mushrooms before Friday's show.
Oh, that would be amazing. How long does that last? Will it last 4 hours? Will we get psychedelic Jim for 4 hours?
I guess so. I don't know. Got Sony is in the office. We can ask him.
Get his thoughts.
Yeah, he'll be in for the midday show. We could have him ready for backup just in case something happens to you in the 9 o'clock hour.
Tripping.
So I think one interesting sidebar on this game is that these two haven't played each other since the Lions have been good.
Correct.
That they played them in the opening game in the 1-6 start season, and the Lions turned the corner. One thing that I found fascinating, like the Lions like to play bully ball. They like to. I don't know if Philly's like kind of ready for the Lions. Usually, how they start a game in terms of intensity.
Oh, I would think that plays right into. That's what Philly wants to do too.
Right, and so I think it's going to be an interesting clash. We haven't seen this one yet. That's the most intriguing thing to me right now is they've not played the Eagles since the Lions been good. They played everybody else.
So you're left like looking for comparables. Who's the team that Philly's played this year that is most comparable to the Lions? There really isn't a great one. I mean, they beat good teams. So I'm not saying they haven't played anybody.
Right.
But
so
Chiefs, Rams, Bucks.
Rams. I mean, explosive offense. Puka Nacua was going off in that game.
And the Rams jumped on them.
Yeah.
The Eagles weren't ready to play that day.
Rams should have won that football game.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're looking at a team that is probably closest in terms of style of play. Now, I think the Rams' defense is probably a little bit better.
Well-balanced teams, though.
Yeah.
I mean, the Rams are one of the most balanced teams in the league right now.
Yeah.
You might say the Bucs at the time because of the way that Baker Mayfield was playing. That was the Bucs' first loss before the Lions played them. So, I mean, there's a couple of teams in there that I think compare a little bit to the Lions. Now, the Bucs don't run the ball like the Lions do. And I don't know. I mean, the Rams' running game is not what you get from Montgomery and Gibbs.
Yeah, there's not a perfect equal. Like what the Lions are going to try to do here is run the football, dominate the line of scrimmage.
And there's no perfect equal in regards to, trying to figure out how the Lions are going to play.
Right.
And we're taking pieces from every game saying, okay, well, if they can handle Jalen Hurts and Saquon Barkley like they did, Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry, okay, I think that's a recipe to win.
Yeah, that's the best comparison I think you can make based on who the Lions have played this season.
And I don't think Jalen Hurts is anywhere near Lamar Jackson.
In terms of?
Just level of play. Ability to escape the pocket and make plays with your feet. He's good. I mean, I'm not saying he's immobile. I'm just saying he's not Lamar Jackson.
It hurts.
There seemed to be a pause. Like, I don't even know if that's a question.
I mean, look, I think Jalen Hurts is more inconsistent, but at his best, he's outdueled Mahomes in the Super Bowl. He's a Super Bowl champion.
Right, so we could talk about the shortcomings of Lamar Jackson in the postseason.
Yeah, well, that's big games.
Regular season, two-time MVP. I would much rather face a team with Jalen Hurts at quarterback than I would with Lamar Jackson at quarterback.
Jalen Hurts plays better when the stakes are higher.
That's kind of what I was getting at.
In the playoffs.
Yeah, and I think he rises to the occasion in certain regular season games,
He doesn't turn the ball over, right?
He doesn't get, Jalen Hurts doesn't get any credit for when he has a comeback like they did against the Rams. Sure, you got the block kick, and that was the most important thing in the game, but they were down 26-7, and he rallied them.
And to your point, not turning the ball over this year to this point, through 9 games for them, 16 touchdowns, only 1 interception. That's a pretty good stat line.
Yeah. Let's get to Jeff, Washington Township. Jeff, good morning.
Hey, guys. How you doing? Good morning. Good. Hey, do you think that the league is going to keep a bigger eye on that stupid tush push? I mean, it's pretty blatant and obvious that they've been false starting on those, but that's not what I called about, but that just got me thinking about it. But anyway, the question, I think the defense is going to be key in this game. That defense has been inconsistent. I know we've been guys off the ball a little bit because of what happened with the offense and how Campbell's starting to call the plays. But if you look at the performance with Tampa Bay was great, the stinker against Minnesota, and then even in this Washington game, Mariota was, I know they were probably playing off a little bit, but Mariota was completing big passes. That running back, I don't know, Rodriguez or whatever, was thrashing these guys. That defense has got to step up a little bit. And I know they have injuries, but we got the defensive line's got to get a push on him, and that secondary's got to step up a little bit more. I don't know. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I'll start with that. I want to see what these injury reports look like at the end of the week because Philly could be missing their center. They could be missing their right tackle. Detroit, are they going to get Kirby Joseph back? I don't know. I mean, that's going to play into that matchup with the Lions defense on the field.
Yeah, Jeff, did you say that the Washington run game was thrashing the Lions?
Well, thrashing's probably a little dramatic, but they were getting some pretty. That offensive line was getting some pretty good pushes, don't you think? I mean,
do you have the numbers in front of you, John?
Yeah, I mean they rushed the ball 27 times for 93 yards, 3.4 carry.
That's all right.
Yeah, on a with not a very good running back, and now you got Saquon Barkley coming in, and so my thing of it is that I don't know what they were doing with their rookie. Was it Malik? I forget what the guy's name is, but they're saying that he's been they've been putting him off the side. He's not getting the playing time, and when he was in there, I know those statistics. Their running game was a little bit better with him in there. So, I mean, that's just my feeling on that.
Yeah, look, I mean, Philly's had a hard time running the football this season, like uncharacteristic. It's one of the things that powered them to a Super Bowl last year. I think the two biggest things for Philly last year to win a Super Bowl were their run game was elite and their front, especially in the postseason, was all over the field. Neither has been true this year in sum total. They've not run the ball as well. The sacks are down. The pressure rate's not very high. Look, both these teams could wake up and play an A-plus game, but both teams have had inconsistencies. It's why the spread's set the way it is. 2.5 points, flip a coin.
Yeah, and I mean, so you look at it, they have struggled to run the ball, which is odd to me, even though they have, they changed out the right guard. The rest of the line, for the most part for the season, has been the same as it was last year, and you got Saquon Barkley. Now, he was held to 60 yards in that game against Green Bay. They only rushed the ball for 111. That's uncharacteristic of an offense for Philly. That's not a recipe for repeated success.
On the tush push, Tex says all you Detroit people cry about the tush push, which couldn't be further from the truth.
Yeah, I don't want to see that play gone. I've been a proponent of it needs to stay in. Don't pass rules that you're not allowed to do the tush push.
Dan Campbell in the Lions organization voted to keep the tush push in the game. John, you and I have both shared the opinion it should stay in the game. Now, it needs to be officiated correctly, which
so
has been
does
a huge
every
issue.
other quarterback sneak.
Yes. But I've often said, if the tush push is so easy, why doesn't everybody do it? There's a reason Philly executes it better than everybody else. It's a skill issue. I'm not going to penalize a team from being bigger, faster, stronger. Got to officiate it right, because we've seen issues this year where they let the line start early, or they don't call a fumble when Jalen Hurts is reaching over and he's not down and the team takes it away. Officiate the play properly, and I got no issue with it. Tex says, there is no person I would not want to be on psychedelics around more than James Costa. John, you'd have Jim strapped to your chest like a swaddled baby at the end of the show while he pets an invisible cat. Scott and Carlton.
Oh.
Thanks for that image.
Yeah, kitty cat.
248-539-9797. We've got Greg Pomp coming up at 9:35, a check-in on the top 12 teams in college football. The committee did theirs last night. Greg will do his coming up at 9:35. It's 97.1.
Hey, Dr. B at Michigan Hair Restoration has been helping men across Southeast Michigan restore their hair and their confidence for 30 years. He's seen thousands walk in frustrated or skeptical and walk out looking younger and feeling like themselves again. Dr. Berkowitz isn't just a pioneer in hair restoration, he's a patient as well. He's had the procedure himself and even performed it on his own son. That's how much he believes in the results and trusts his team. Every procedure is done by Dr. B and his full-time in-house medical team. There's no traveling techs, no rotating staff, just precision and natural results. Now, he's the only physician in Detroit offering both SmartGraft and NeoGraft, these advanced minimally invasive technologies that deliver real lasting growth. And this Thanksgiving, don't be a turkey. Skip the overseas gimmicks and trust your hair to a board-certified surgeon. Celebrate 30 years of restoring confidence with Dr. B's Confidence Package. It's a free consultation plus $1,000 towards your procedure when you mention 97.1 the ticket. Go visit MichiganHairRestoration.com where your confidence grows back.
Every law firm talks about experience. David Femininio has decades of it, going up against insurance companies and winning for his clients. But here's what makes him different. He knows the only experience that really matters is yours. When you're in a car accident, you care about your well-being. You want someone who's going to listen to you, someone who's going to work hard for you, and someone that will get you paid. David understands that. He gets it. Your experience matters. And when he fights for you, not for his resume. If you've been injured, you need to give him a call at 855-65-CRASH, or you can visit him on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Hey, John, if you take a look at the standings this morning, the Lions are in first place in the NFC North. You know who's number 2?
The Bears.
Yeah, it's not the Packers. It's the Bears and Ben Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
Are they the bigger threat?
I go back and forth. I don't trust the Bears simply because I don't trust Caleb Williams. And defensively, this is where I'm really surprised that I thought this was going to be a team that would be able to maybe, score some points defensively, kind of like they did last year in yucking up a couple of wins, but offensively continue to struggle a little bit. But it feels like they're starting to gain some rhythm offensively, but they haven't really beat any teams of where you're going to open your eyes and go, wow, that's a good win.
They've won 6 of 7. They're 6-3. They have the same record as Detroit. I don't view them as the biggest threat. Look, their last win is a great example. I thought that said more about the Giants, who have blown 4 straight double-digit leads and fired their coach, and their quarterback got injured, which sent the whole thing into a tailspin. It counts for the Bears. No one's subtracting wins. They may find themselves in the playoffs because they've found ways to win, but are they impressive? They have a minus point differential, negative point differential. I don't think they're a threat to win the NFC North. I think the Packers are the bigger threat, although I'm not terrified of them after watching more weapons go down and more Jordan Love struggles.
Oh, are you calling division over? Are we doing that now?
No, we're not going to do that right now.
Are you sure?
You're just trying to get me in trouble.
No, I'm just
speaking honestly.
Asking the question.
I'm speaking honestly, and I think you agree with me.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I obviously we know what happened in week 1. We'll get a chance to right a wrong on Thanksgiving Day when Green Bay comes to town. Until then, there's going to be a lot of questions about how we match up with Green Bay because of how bad that week 1 looked.
And by the way, between the two teams, Bears and Packers, the best unit, Packer defense. Would you agree with that?
Oh, yeah. I don't think it's even close.
So they at least have a calling card. They at least have a weapon to go into battle with and beat someone they shouldn't and upset someone. And thank you,
Greg.
I was
going to say the Packers have an elite unit.
They do. They certainly do. They were waving it in our face in week 1. Who's
Kill
the bigger
moment on that one?
No, you love that sense. That's your sense of humor. I'm hosting a show with you, knowing your audience. Bigger threat, Bears or Packers, 248-539-9797. You're right. Who have the Bears beaten this season? Who are these wins against? How sustainable is this? John, we'll go through it for people. It was the Giants last week.
Yeah.
But what? They've beaten the Raiders. They beat
Saints, the Bengals, Commanders, Cowboys.
And how about this? When they played the Ravens, no Lamar, they lost by 2 scores.
Mm-hmm.
Detroit played the Ravens with Lamar, won the game. I don't view the Bears as a real threat to win the division. Maybe make the playoffs, sure. I can't deny the wins that they've earned, but I don't find them to be a real threat.
Right. They're at 6-3 right now, and they're literally 30 seconds away from being 4-5.
Sure.
Yeah. So if you look at the odds right now, the Lions are minus 160, the Packers are plus 190, and the Bears are plus 850.
Oh, that says it all.
That says everything right there. That they don't take the Bears seriously at all. Vikings are, by the way, are plus 3,000. That seems like a ton for. I know I don't think they're going to win the division, but Costa, your word.
Value. Here's the key with value. You actually have to be able to win the bet. Like, just because something's long odds doesn't mean it's value. You actually have to have a chance to win the division.
Yeah, there needs to be a return.
Yeah. We were talking Cade Cunningham a little bit yesterday for MVP because the Pistons are first place in the East. 50-1, 60-1, big payouts. But you'd have to believe not that he could garner votes. You'd have to believe that nationally, Cade Cunningham would be seen as more valuable than Luka, who plays in LA, would be seen as more valuable than Giannis, who's a household name, more valuable than Wembanyama, who's there's a greater appeal to this alien as opposed to Cade Cunningham, who's more of a he doesn't play a sexy brand of basketball and he doesn't play in a big media market. So yeah, it sounds great, 50-1, 60-1. Could he actually be the winner? I think he'll be in the conversation. I don't think he'll actually win the MVP.
Yeah, I think you're probably right, especially with SGA. Having won it last year, won an NBA championship, and you look at all the guys that that have won it within the last 5 years. All of them are still in the mix this year.
Let's get to Heather with the news.
This news is sponsored by Gardner White. Well, on Tuesday, players and staff of the Detroit Lions joined forces with some local partners to help pack 3,000 Thanksgiving Day meal kits for families in Southeast Michigan, which is pretty darn cool. So the Lions say it's all part of a bigger goal, which is to distribute 10,000 meal kits during the holiday season. And each kit is going to have the essentials that you would need for a Thanksgiving Day meal. And they say the 10,000 meal kits equate to providing more than 330,000 meals, which is huge.
That's awesome.
Yeah, pretty cool. Ford is kicking off something big in Detroit this winter. On January 15th at Michigan Central Station, Ford will officially launch Ford Racing, which has never been done in Detroit, which is going to be cool because it's going to coincide with the Detroit Auto Show, and it's going to showcase the brand's global motorsports program. It's going to feature like a sneak peek at this all-new Ford road car, and then it will also mark Ford's return to Formula One with Red Bull teams. So it's going to be pretty cool. It's an invite-only event, but it will be live streamed. So if you do want to tune in, you can. Jimmy Kimmel is mourning the loss of a very good friend. He announced on social media and during his show, he was brought to tears talking about his longtime band leader and childhood friend, Cleto Escobedo III. He passed away on Tuesday morning. They grew up together. Were friends since Kimmel was 9. When his family moved him to Las Vegas, they both grew up on the same street. And he just said, not only was he a good friend in my youth, but it was a dream to be able to work then with your best friend every single day. So the cause of his death was not released, but he was 59 years old. And a very good musician as well. So the Pope is scheduled to meet with a whole bunch of A-list actors and directors on Saturday. It's part of the Catholic Church's ongoing Holy Year. And there's some big names: Cate Blanchett, Adam Scott, Spike Lee, Chris Pine. The list goes on and on of people he's going to meet with. And before this big event, he did an interview. It was a video interview with Variety where he shared his favorite all-time movies.
It sounds
Very
like he's
formal.
It sounds like he's preaching.
My goodness.
Giving us the movies and actors and actresses.
Yes, the year.
Would have been great if the last one's like Die Hard or something.
Yes,
I know.
yes,
I was waiting for that.
Animal House.
The
Stripes.
Hangover.
Back to school.
Big fan of Endgame.
1, 2, and 3. Yeah. Would have been fun. So if you got after it in your teenage years and you engaged in some heavy underage drinking, I've got some good news. You're in luck. So if you think partying in your teens is basically a fast track to trouble, think again. According to a long-term study, this is out of Norway, the opposite may be true because the study shows that heavy boozing in your youth could improve your success later in life.
Because of
because it makes
Yeah.
you more social, connected to friends. You're more comfortable in social settings, which then promotes success later in life.
That's you, Heather, right?
Yes, that's why I put this in my news.
As long as you can stay alive and stay out of jail.
Well, they did. Well, yeah, of course. They're
Yeah.
not. And
There are
the
obstacles
health
along the
experts
way.
are saying, hold up. Binge drinking is not healthy. There's serious risks that go along with it. And they're not saying necessarily that. It's really the social aspect of it. It's
Sure,
not,
yeah. So now when my
drinking isn't
kids
gonna
come
make
to
you
me and
smarter.
say, hey, Dad, I want to do this because Heather said it would make me more successful in the future.
It was a really long study. They followed people from the age of 13 to 31 and found that those who engaged in more frequent binge drinking in their late teens and early 20s ended up with higher levels of education and income than those who didn't.
I mean, look at all the drugs Stoney did, and he is the godfather.
It's Heather with the news. Greg Palm next.
That's your high bar.
Heck, kids, you could someday be Stoney.
It's a castle.
And a moat.
And a moat, yes. Can't drive. Well, he's got his own driver, too.
Best
And
te-
chef and
His
cleaner.
wife,
And
yeah.
yeah, that's what I'm implying.
Well, you heard that yesterday, by the way. So he had his flight canceled over the weekend and had to
Yeah.
make it back. His wife drove him the whole way.
Good for him.
Yeah. He had games to watch, and she doesn't trust him behind the wheel.
Yeah.
Exactly.
yeah. Smart choice.
Top 12 teams in college football next, 97.1.
Hey, the Red Wings are back, and there's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside to enjoy while you cheer on your Wings. Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation, so it's super easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside, proud partner of the Red Wings. Sold in arena, at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21, please drink responsibly.
Hey, if you like same-game parlays, FanDuel, that's the place to be. It's the number one sports book for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay. Or you can track every single stat live, all in one easy-to-use app. Right now, there's not a better time to join because new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. That's $150 in bonus bets. All you got to do is win that first $5 bet. Bet on all the players you love the way that you want. Head to FanDuel.com/971Detroit to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/971Detroit. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
They're calling it the perfect move. Jeff Passan's perfect move for every team in baseball this offseason. The perfect move for the Tigers? Well, of course you're going to get me to click on it. I'm curious. Is it my guy? Because that's what I was thinking it was going to be. I was going to click on the link, and it was going to say the perfect move for the Tigers is Bregman. No. Bo Bichette. Is that the perfect move?
So the perfect move is either one of them. Or the perfect move is both. Then you get your shortstop and your third baseman, and then you get to do what you want with Colt Keith and McGonigal. But between the two, I don't know. It's kind of 6 in one, half dozen in the other. You get a little bit more youth with Bichette. You get a shortstop, more batting average, but you get the experience, and you get a little bit more power with Bregman. So it's, I don't know.
The way I think we should use this as an opportunity to highlight, there are two good options. You got to get one. And maybe this is your leverage on Bregman, who waited until the end last year and didn't pick us, right? Well, he countered and we didn't pick him. However you see it. But they are similar players. They had the same WAR last year, 3.5. They would have been the best bat on the Tigers. Both have postseason success. Both are contact hitters. Both will draw walks. I mean, Bichette's hit 300 2 of the last 3 years in an era where no one hits 300. He doesn't walk or doesn't give you as much power as Bregman, but it's a trade-off. Bregman solidifies third base, and you don't have to worry about it again. Bichette can play short, and you can kick someone over to third base. Both work out for me. Both are right-handed bats. Both play in the infield. Both bring the profile that this team needs at the plate, and both are free agents. They could be signed today. Now, we know it doesn't work that way in baseball, and it drags out. But in theory, the Tigers could sign Bichette today. They could sign Bregman today. And I think the key here is trying to leverage them and offering real money and trying to get a deal done so you don't get left in the cold, because Bregman's ideal landing spot was the Phillies, according to Passan, right? And I know the Mets are a team interested, and a Red Sox reunion could take place. Be aggressive. Put real offers on the table. Add at least one of these bats. Don't get left without.
Right. And, I mean, so the question is, does Bichette really want to leave Toronto?
Good point.
Or does he want to run it back with them? And he's going to get paid a lot of money no matter where he goes. Or, you know, Bregman, is he going to try and wait to the last second and try and squeeze every dollar out of whatever team it is? If you can be convinced that Bichette's going to leave Toronto or would be willing to leave Toronto, then you could tell Bregman, hey, here's our deadline. We're not waiting till the very last second, or we are going to put all our eggs in the Bichette basket.
The projected contracts on ESPN, 5 years, $160 for Bregman, 5 years, $130 for Bichette. So Bichette, a little younger, a little cheaper, higher batting average. Sure, I see why they say he's the perfect fit. Stoney in the studio, long time no see.
What's happening?
Hey, what's up?
I want to know how many times he referenced the Flint Tropics today. He probably mentioned them 15 times yesterday when we were talking about the Pistons lineup with all the injuries, and they still went with Cade.
It's funny you say that, because I didn't mention it today when Heather had it in her news, the jerseys for the Pistons.
Yeah.
I think the piping, the what is it, the red and the yellow.
Maroon and what is it, sunburst?
It gave me the Flint Tropics vibe.
Oh.
And so I just wish instead of the yellow they would have gone white.
Okay.
It's very... I felt like I was my Stoney, that was my Stoney moment, like picking apart something that really doesn't matter.
Yeah. Oh, my nitpick on it was, Heather said the color of the jersey was...
oil gray?
Yeah. It looks like a black jersey to me.
Well, the first time I saw it, I thought it was like some sort of dark green, but then I saw it again, and it looked more like...
Then you put your goggles on?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
No Flint Tropics mentions today, Stoney. I hit the quota for the week.
Beautiful.
Maybe for the year.
Beautiful.
What do we make of the hoodie that Stoney's wearing? John, do you know what that is?
It's a hockey player.
It sure is. Do you have any idea which hockey team?
You know, I don't. I know that
you could remember, because
we had it as a topic at one point.
Well, because I purchased it when I was off for a few days in a certain city.
Yeah.
West of here.
West of here.
Oh. I mean, I'm
Canadian. International Canadian city out west.
Okay.
Starts with a V.
Vancouver.
Yeah,
Ends with an
yeah.
Vancouver.
Okay. Yeah.
Johnny Canuck.
Yeah.
They used to wear this when they had a team like in the NHL in like 1910 or whatever. And then now,
Oh, so
now
that's
their
an
minor
original.
league- well, now their minor league team wears it in Abbotsford as well. But it was
Abbotsford. Is that with 2 A's or 1?
you know what? I do not even know how those people
Those
spell
those
those Canadians. Those Canadians. Looking forward to Wrigley Field, John?
I am. I was talking to our ticket guy yesterday. He said it's the most demanded away game this year, going to Wrigley Field. Obviously, the uniqueness of it. I can't wait. It's going to be exciting. And I think I have talked Doug Karsch into doing something unique.
Oh, like
Before the game.
having a beer during the broadcast?
No, no. Still going to be professional. But we're going to take our ball gloves and play catch on the infield.
That's cool.
That is cool.
I've never heard it referenced as a
ball
ball
glove?
Have you?
No.
It's a baseball glove or a mitt. A ball glove?
I'm going to take my ball glove, yeah.
We're going to stand by that one?
Am I alone here?
No, I'm with you, Stoney.
Okay. So it's not an old guy thing because you're a hell of a lot younger than me. All right, that's good. I feel
Wait,
so much
It'd just be
better.
your glove,
It'd be
right?
Your glove.
Yeah, that's what I'd say.
Yes, exactly.
Take my ball glove.
Your ball glove, as opposed to your non-ball gloves.
Yes. Yes. Exactly. That you wear when it's too cold.
Right.
So basically, you'll have your ball glove in your left hand and your non-ball glove in your right. Yeah.
Yes, it is the only glove that I will be wearing.
Okay.
Yes.
It's good to know.
Yes. I'm pretty much morally opposed to gloves.
Where are you guys broadcasting from, like in relation to the field?
I believe we will be. I mean, because it's obviously Wrigley Field, right? It's baseball. All of the
Behind home plate.
behind home plate.
Yeah,
So
but where
we'll
is
be
that?
looking the length of the field. The field, as I understand it, is going to be laid out so it's from the third base line is one end zone
To right field?
To right field is the
Yeah.
other end zone.
So if you're sitting in left field, you have the worst seats in the house, right? You're the
Yes.
furthest away from the action.
Yes,
It's clunky.
I know.
it is, but it's cool.
It's great that you'll be able to walk on the field. Go to the Ivy. Hopefully the
Oh,
wall's
yeah.
still there.
Oh, have you been to
Yeah.
Wrigley before?
Oh, I've seen a game there before, and I am going to go. I mean, I wasn't able to get on the field, so I am going to go.
Yeah.
Test the Ivy out.
Yeah, I was up against the wall, the Ivy wall, when I went to a concert there.
Oh, okay.
You could walk around because they had that's where like the beer on the fields and things were. So that was pretty
Oh,
cool.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you pee against it?
No, I did
Kind
not.
of like peeing outside.
Yeah, I know, but
Plant a tree?
even me with some of the crazy stories I have, I wouldn't pee against the wall at Wrigley where there's actually people around at a concert. That's
where he draws the line.
That's where
That's
I
where he
draw
draws-
the line. Yes,
That's good to know.
Porta Johns, yes. Now, Doug, are you looking forward to playing catch on a with your? Do you have a ball glove? Do you refer to a baseball glove or a mitt as a ball glove?
No, I call it a glove.
Okay,
Yeah,
good.
Straight up glove.
Good.
Yeah.
Well, the guy to your right.
Calls it a ball
So,
glove.
yeah, I'm looking forward to being on the field and having them with my ball
Wow.
glove.
Of the things I've said today, I had no idea that
Ball
saying I
glove
was going
is
to take
kinda
my ball
funny.
A
glove.
ball glove.
You know what's John comes up to me today and he's like a kid. He goes, "This might sound super geeky," but then he tells me the idea of what he wants to do.
Which is
'Cause-
a cool thing to do.
Yeah, I'm gonna be
Like
rolling
catch
into
at
Wrigley. I'm gonna, my oldest son lives about 3 miles away, and I like to walk before the game. So I'll leave his place at 7 a.m. We'll get to the stadium around 8, and there probably won't be many people there. And John and I will go out on the field with our ball gloves
Toss the ball around.
and
And
play.
your ball glove in one hand and your baseball mitt in the other. Because it's cold, you have to have a regular glove.
So anyway, yes, we'll be down on the field at Wrigley, and in fact, we'll probably get some.
People
video.
ask me all the time if I miss Stoney.
How could you not?
Right now, I'd have to say not really.
Okay. Because I'm with this guy for the next 3 days,
I
baby.
know. Yes.
Doug, you got to babysit Stoney the next 3?
I do. Yes, I'm looking forward to it.
Good luck.
Well, look, I mean, is it really any different?
No.
Babysitting a child?
No.
No. My wife always says I have 3 children, Jessica, Marissa, and Michael.
That's right. You're the best.
So how's the daycare going to run today?
Well, we got the college football blitz thingy at 10:30. You got a bunch of Lions stuff to kick around. We've got fun with Vegas odds. We've got Would You Buy? Stoney had some interesting questions on his show sheet that I can't wait to. The fact that some of these you asked, I can't wait to hear what your answers are, because I'm sure they're going to be the most Stoney answers ever.
Carson Anderson with Stoney in for Gator next, 97.1.
Gators out. Stoney is in, which always feels to me like buckle up.
Let the festivities begin.
You never know what's going to happen with Mike Stone in here.
How are you, Doug?
I'm great, Stoney. How are you?
I'm pretty good.
That's good.
Pretty good.
Yeah?
Yes.
You always good to see you. And how have things been in general? You doing anything exciting? I heard you drove back. You drove back from, was it Philly?
From New Jersey.
Was
yes.
it? Okay.
Yes, because got our flight canceled 3 hours before the flight.
Yeah.
You know, with all the crap that's going on. So, and I had to be on the air after the Lions game. Thankfully, it was a 4:00 game, and we tried to book any way to get out of there between Newark, where we're supposed to, and JFK and LaGuardia, and even Philly. It was only an hour and a half drive. I said, "What about Baltimore? We can drive. It's 2.5 hours, and I can still get here in time to go on the air with Jennifer Hammond after the Lions game at 8:00." Nope, nothing till like Monday. So I said to my wife, I said, "You know what? Let's get in the car," because we rented a car and just drive. But the problem was, because we had a rental car.
Yeah.
And so as we were starting to leave, she goes, "You better call Hertz. Just tell them where you're dropping the car off, right?" Or whatever. So.
Oh, you didn't do that when you rented it?
Well, no. Originally, we were going to drop it off right at the original airport.
You already had the rental car.
We had the car.
Okay, gotcha. I'm sorry.
So they said, "Well, you can drop it off in Detroit, but it's an extra like $900.
Yeah.
So we had to go back to Newark, turn in the car, rent another car one way. It was still a few $100s, but it was a lot less.
Yeah.
And so got pulled into Metro to get our car at the airport around 5:00. But thankfully, to the great little things you can watch on your phone, I was watching the Lions game the whole way.
So was
or
this
at least that part of
if
it.
you were in Newark, does that mean you went like the northern route through Pennsylvania?
Route 80, yeah, no Pennsylvania Turnpike, which was a pleasure.
Oh, really?
Not
You
having
don't
to
like the Pennsylvania Turnpike?
No. Well, for me, I'm not the greatest driver. Actually, my wife drove the whole way. So to go through the especially at night or if it gets dark and it rain, to go through those two tunnels or the mountains, the tunnels through the mountains. I hate all that. But
do you?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe I'm a little kid. I find it exciting. I mean, you know, that's better than driving through Iowa, where your eyes can't possibly be distracted from the road by the scenic views.
Yeah.
But
it was just different driving Route 80. It was a lot smoother. It was a lot, I don't know.
And Route 80's not bad. I mean, look, I've made that drive quite a bit.
Because you drive through where you see there's the State College exit. Yep. There's the Williamsport exit, which is a bucket list item, by the way.
You've never done that?
The Little League World Series? No.
Yeah, well, you always can.
I know.
Yep.
I know I can. You know what else is on the Pennsylvania Turnpike that people in my demographic would remember? Yeah, I'm sure you remember it. Look on the right, it's 3 Mile Island.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Nuclear meltdown.
Mm-hmm.
I thought you were going to say Sparrow. Because at all the rest stops, you can get that fast food pizza.
Oh, I know. It's not great pizza.
No, it's not. So anyway, we spent a good portion, not a good portion of the morning, but I don't know if people are aware, Stoney has Philly ties. And
I sang a little Fly Eagles Fly yesterday.
He was discussing how this is WIP, talks with Nick Sirianni on Wednesday. Well, usually Tuesdays, but it got moved back to Wednesday because they played the Monday night game.
Right. Kind of like it's in, our company station, Odyssey. It's kind of like with Dan Campbell on with John and Jim.
Yep. So we tuned in. There was one thing that stood out to me, but there wasn't really much Detroit specific. Like, Lions are taking on Sirianni's Eagles on Sunday night. So let's hear if there's anything that they have to say. And it was basically all
rehashed from the
Green Bay game, which is fine. They programmed to their audience, but we were kind of hoping that there would be something intriguing about Detroit, and there was really nothing.
No.
I don't think it, in fact, I'm not even sure it got mentioned till the end. But, and to be fair, we'll talk to Goff, and sometimes we get to the end of our interview and we haven't said anything about the coming opponent.
Correct.
This week was different. This week, we were quick to move on from Washington and had moved into Philly discussion. I find one of the biggest cliches in sports that I push back at all the time, and they were doing it on the Philly station, and they're doing it in Philly. I think every fan base bitches about conservative play calling.
Oh, yes.
Every fan base thinks that their coach and their team is conservative and that the play calling's predictable. And I've kind of talked about this for years, but I was just cracking up. This is the defending Super Bowl champ. They're the 1 seed in the NFC, and they won a game on the road against one of the contenders, and they couldn't escape the conservative play calling as a topic. And I'm just like, it's so cliche, and I don't know why. Does everybody think that every fan? Do you think other teams are conservative, or do you think it's only your team?
Well, because you only watch your team so much, so when you get to watch another team do something that you would disagree with, it does kind of stick out. Like, everybody in Philly was fixed on the 4th down where he decided to throw a pass on 4th and 6 rather than punt it 20 yards, which made no sense because Green Bay had no timeouts.
But you do realize that is a hyper-aggressive play.
Of course.
That's not conservative at all.
No, I know. But that's why it's funny because that's why I was listening driving in, because I don't listen to WIP at all, really, because I'm concerned more. People don't believe it. I'm concerned more about
totally
the Detroit
believe
teams.
it. I get where you're coming from, right?
But today I wanted to listen, and on the way home, all they were talking about was, the offense. Not as good as it was last year. We had a problem. They won the Super Bowl last year. They're still one of the best. You're right.
It's cool to have high expectations, yes. But I just think it's all relative, right? It's all relative. If you think your team is hyper conservative, that you must think others are more aggressive.
Yeah.
And I find it to be. It just, how many fan bases of 32 NFL teams think that their play calling is predictable and their team's conservative?
Probably 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah. And look, when it comes to Philly versus the Eagles, like we were talking about, the 4th down play was ultra aggressive, something that we love here from Dan Campbell. Now, in that situation, I don't think I would have loved it, but it just shows you there is a difference. There's a defending Super Bowl champs. They have one of the best records in the league. they haven't played as well as you would like, but they just keep winning games, kind of like what they did last year to lead up to their run.
Right.
And people are bitching. And, and I believe that, and obviously Mike is one of them because he grew up in that part of the country as well. It's just a little different. Our expectations are higher than they are in other parts of the country. It's like you have to win every game. We don't look at the bigger picture. The bigger picture is the championship. It's all about the championship.
You're not looking at the bigger picture because the bigger picture is good teams lose. Bigger picture is understanding that you're not perfect.
Right.
I think you guys are hyper focused and have no perspective. How about that?
To a certain extent, that's true. To a certain extent, that's true.
Look, it's.
But we won't let things pass in the Northeast like they do in the Midwest.
What do you mean by that?
Just, I'm trying to think of an example. If there's a controversial play, we'll harp on it here. But in Philly and New York and Boston, they will just try to run people out of town, beat it to death. Yeah. And it's just the way we're raised.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole booing and things like that, I mean, that's part of our DNA. And that's why even who I don't think I'm really negative, is looked upon by a lot of people as negative.
Do I think Stoney's negative? I think you can be.
Yeah, at times I am, but I look at myself as being realistic. I mean, I'm being fair.
You realize everybody does. Everybody thinks that their own thoughts are realistic.
That's true.
Nobody goes, all right, I'm going to be wildly unrealistic all the time, and this is going to become my norm.
Or how about we're not as patient?
That might be it.
And I've gotten more patient over the years, but that's maybe more of an age thing than where I'm living too.
It's fascinating to me that was the tenor of the conversation.
Yes. We're too conservative.
But, they aren't running the ball the way they did. The Eagles games, I think 6 of them, Saquon is averaging 3.5 yards or less rushing.
That's the problem. They're not running the ball. They lost, back then. Their offense. Gee, you think we can relate to it? Their offensive line is banged up. Juergens, who is, Jason Kelsey's replacement 1 year later, like we have Ragnow, he's been hurt. I don't know if he's playing on Sunday night or not. Lane Johnson he got hurt during the game. So, yeah, they're going through the same things. And when I say ultra-conservative, really, they were throwing the ball a little bit too much when they had the lead even before that last series that kept the clock going. And instead of, like Hurts throws the ball out of bounds, take a sack.
We breaking down the Eagles?
Okay, my bad, gang.
Can we get Sirianni on here?
All right, I do have a Lions question as it pertains to the rest of this season and expectations. It was part of. That's called a.
There we go. I'm looking at First Take. Do you have concerns about the Eagles' offense?
Well, we do.
That's a national
to be
show.
fair, the Lions are playing this Eagles team coming up on Sunday, and it is a huge game.
Yes.
And we tried to compartmentalize and ask the audience yesterday. We never got to this.
Mm-hmm.
Twitter question: what to expect for the Lions the rest of the season?
Right.
Like, where is this team going to end up? All the voting took place, and people commented, and I read none of it yesterday because we did the Veterans Day show. So I want to tell you where the pulse of the Lions audience is right now. Where you people think this team is going to end up? And your choices were, it was win the Super Bowl or win the NFC. I got to go over and see exactly what it was. I did this yesterday. I can't remember what I did yesterday. It's Carson Anderson.
Welcome to my world.
Stoney's in for Gator here on 97.1. Michigan Auto Law, they specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize but focus on many different areas of the law. You wouldn't go to a doctor who specializes in all sorts of medicine. Why would you do that with your lawyer? Plus, they have elite customer service. They call it white glove customer service. You call them, they'll call you back. Many people call Michigan Law because they can't get a call back from their current law firm. They'll call you back usually within minutes. Check them out. It's the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Scott Anderson is out today. Michael Stone is in today. I am Doug Karsch. This is 97.1. All right, so Twitter question. Mm-hmm. You can follow us on Twitter at DougAndGator971. And we do this sometimes, and we get good content out of it, and we get a sense for what people are thinking. And as we like to say, the best comments will be read on the air. So yesterday we asked the question on Veterans Day. Here's what the whole tweet said. Lions got back on track Sunday with a 44-22 win in Washington. Meanwhile, Philly wins a rock fight in Green Bay, 10-7 Monday night. The Lions are back in first place. Will the Lions win the division? Will the Lions win the NFC? Vote and comment. Best comments will be read on the air. Your choices were in the vote. Win the North and the NFC. Win the North, not the NFC. Lions will not win the North, or Lions will miss the playoffs. What do you think the most popular response was?
Probably the one that I would suggest, which would be the second one, win the North, but not the NFC.
Kang, do you have a guess as to what was the most popular response?
I'm sorry, I'm going to need that poll again.
Yeah, it's okay. Win the North and the NFC. Win the North, not the NFC. Lions will not win the North. Lions will miss the playoffs.
I'm going to say win the North and not the NFC.
Okay. That's the same thing as Stoney, and that was the number one response. 53.2%. Win the North and the NFC, 36.6%. Lions will not win the North, 7.9%. Lions will miss the playoffs, 2.3%. And it's crazy because, I mean, we did a show a week ago. It was the day after the trade deadline. Mm-hmm. And people were rattled. The Minnesota game and no activity at the trade deadline 1 week ago rattled. Now, you know, it's obviously a more popular, people are feeling better about their team 1 week later. And when you look at the context of what's happened around them, there's not a flawless team in the NFC.
No.
And so...
Or in football.
Yeah, really, there isn't. I mean, they're in the mix, right? This Lions team is in the mix, and I kind of feel like that's a realistic ask. If year in, year out, if they can keep this team in the mix, eventually they're going to win a Super Bowl. I really believe that. And if you keep drafting the way they're drafting, and there's no reason to believe that Brad Holmes is suddenly going to stop being able to identify and find talent in the draft, you know, I think this team's going to be in the mix for the duration of, you know, the.
So how will you define duration? Because eventually, although he's still relatively young at 30, they're going to need another quarterback.
They're going to need another quarterback, yeah. And so it's funny, right? Quarterbacks play into their late 30s.
Right.
This could be, we could still have 6-7 good years of Jared Goff in front of us. And the challenges change because what we don't know that's going to work, it's set up and it feels like it's going to work, is you're able to re-sign your best players and make it work under the cap because you're bringing in cheap replacements for everybody else.
Correct.
You're going to have guys on their first contract for 4 years, and if you're drafting well, hey, you're going to be able to make it. You're going to be able to balance the cap,
and the cap will continue to rise.
Go up,
so if you have to pay more for some of other young players that develop and get good,
right when they decide that Isaac Tesla needs a contract extension in a few years.
Your mouth to God's ears.
Well, it doesn't matter. Like, I'm just using it as an example. Let's say it's Tate Ratledge that they can't let him walk, or Tyleek Williams. But so some of the comments that came in with this, because, you know, a week later, Detroit's feeling way better about their team. Pat writes in, the Lions will win the North. They have payback against the Packers and Vikings coming. Not concerned about the top seed. It meant nothing last year. Rich says sorry, go ahead.
I think we are poo-pooing the top seed a little bit because of what happened last year, and I think that's false. I think whether they'll get it or not is it's relevant, but not. It diminishes the importance of the top seed just because the Lions blew their chance last year. They blew their chance last year because the quarterback had a horrible game and they were banged up. Playing 2 games instead of 3, it's such an amazing advantage. You do not want to just, who cares about the top seed? You can't do that.
So I care way more about them being healthy going into the postseason than I do the top seed. This is why that's irrelevant, sort of. It's not like you can say, I'm going to choose to be healthy and give someone else the top seed. You don't get that's not like a card you get to play.
Exactly.
You just kind of hope you're healthy.
Right.
And if they're healthy and a 2 or 3 or 4 seed, but they're healthy,
right,
I'm gonna feel just as good as I did last year when they had to buy, but were really banged up.
Yeah.
And there's no guarantees. Like I do the same thing everyone else does. Look who they're going to get back, and revel in it. And guess what? Between now and then, somebody else is going to get hurt.
I know.
You're never completely healthy. In fact, I would say that there is and mark this down. There is a likelihood, okay, that a player that isn't on our radar at all is going to be playing a key role in some key games in December and maybe into the playoffs. That could be a practice squad guy.
Right.
I would also argue that there's a player that's not on the roster that they don't even have right now. It's not in the organization that's going to play a key role.
That's very possible.
I think it's likely the way that this league is set up.
Right.
Okay. Didn't the Packers have defensive backs running pass routes on Monday night? Like the level of desperation.
I'm glad you mentioned the Packers because even in that game Monday night, they lose their starting center. He's probably out for the year, right? I would assume. And they had another injury up front on their offensive line. Every team's going through this. I mean, we can't just focus on, and we do focus on our team, but there are a lot of teams that are going through some really bad injuries.
Yeah. And so we can sit here, and that's why it makes it such an unpredictable sport is I'm not crazy by saying there's somebody that's not in the organization right now that's going to play a key role.
No, you're not
I expect it. We don't know who that guy is. No. We don't know what position he plays. But, I mean, whatever date this is November 12th. November 12th, remember, we talked about somebody not in the organization is going to be counted on.
Right.
And who that guy is, there's no telling. What position he plays, there's no telling. But just you can pretty much count on it.
But hopefully we're wrong.
Hopefully we don't need that.
Right.
Yeah. That's something I'll lean into being wrong about. Hey, they're completely healthy. No way. Rich tweeted us, the NFC is too much of a powerhouse to bet on the Lions winning it. Can they? Absolutely. But it's the Lions versus the NFC field. I'll take the field. Yeah. I mean,
yes.
that's Rich, you're 100% correct on that. And quite frankly, give me any team or the field, I'll take the field. Any team.
No doubt. In the AFC too.
Exactly. Kevin writes in, Sunday's game is going to be a dogfight to determine the top team in the NFC. If the Eagles continue to make calls like they did at the end of the game last night, the Lions could win by double figures Sunday. That's from Kevin at work. Joe writes in, fail, back on track. Fail, get back on track. The inconsistency is concerned. I just don't know. Joe, I would say, tell me which team you have faith that is going to be, quote unquote, consistent. Because I think every team has
flaws. I mean, we love to talk about the Seattle Seahawks. Who have they beaten? And if you want to play that game, they haven't beaten anybody, if I'm not mistaken.
I haven't looked at their schedule.
Who's any good?
To help ease that fans' concerns about inconsistency, though, the Lions have literally just made a change to stop the inconsistency, and that's Dan Campbell calling plays moving forward. And that's why he did it, is because they have to get back into that flow and consistency that they had. And he basically confirmed it, on yesterday's morning show, saying, yeah, he's going to continue calling plays. So hopefully this is the right fix for this team to be consistent.
And let me give you something else that should make you feel better about whether or not they truly are inconsistent. What was the stat we had today since the 1-6 start? The Lions have the best record in the NFL under Dan Campbell. They're like 45-12 or whatever it is. That's pretty consistent. And they have the longest streak in the history of the NFL of not losing back-to-back games. That's pretty consistent.
Yeah.
Like you could sit here and say they're inconsistent. Or are they the most consistent team in football? Because I think you can make a case that they actually are the most. They have the best record since that 1-6 start.
Yeah.
And they don't lose back-to-back games.
Here's who Seattle's beaten. At Pittsburgh, and Pittsburgh seems to be pretty fraudulent, right? It's a good win on the road, but they beat New Orleans, they beat Arizona, they beat Jacksonville, they beat Houston, they beat Washington, they beat Arizona, and now here they are playing the Rams. They don't beat anybody who's really that good.
Noted. 248-539-9797. The college football blitz thingy straight ahead. Stoney, I'm looking forward to seeing how you handle the blitz thingy. It's Wednesday, and you know what that means. Twin Peaks is about to turn up the heat on Hump Day. That's right. It's Bourbons and Brews at your favorite lodges. Stop by your favorite man cave and see the always stunning Twin Peaks girls dressed in their finest black lingerie, serving up samples of high-end bourbons. Sampling starts at 6 p.m., so don't be late. But it's not just about the bourbons. All your favorite house beers, like the Dirty Blonde, the Naughty Brunette, they're just $5 for 22 ounces, frozen. Plus the 29-degree draft beer. You can have that all month long. And the fun doesn't stop there. Big night of basketball action as we're hosting Chicago at 7. Pair that with the dynamite dishes from the Scratch Kitchen, like the house smoke ribs, the brisket, the chicken, the hand-cut New York strips, the breaded and fried to order favorites, like the boneless wings and tenders. Be sure to keep your weekend open as they got the full slate to share. Saturday action pack for both state teams, along with other great college matchups. Then you got the matinee pay-per-view boxing, and then close out the night with UFC 322. Then run it back Sunday with pro football, all you can handle. Weekends, they just hit harder at Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Doug, I want to give a shout out to somebody who listens to this radio station constantly and this format for years, who is home from the hospital. I did not know. I just got a text from Keith. He says, I just got home from the hospital, had a kidney removed. I have an old transistor radio, and I'm listening to you guys. You're helping me get through the day. So, Keith, hang in there, buddy.
Yeah. Thank you for listening, Keith. We do appreciate it. And hopefully you feel better. Stoney, are you ready for the college football blitz thingy?
Yes, I'm very ready.
Heads or tails, Stoney?
I'm going to take heads.
He took heads. It is a head. So you can receive or you can defer.
Oh, I always believe in deferring.
Oh, he's got a strategy, Doug. Be careful. Here we go. Yep. Question number 1. Brian Daboll has already been fired, so that means the New York Giants job is open or will be open at the end of the year. And the Bill Belichick rumors have already started at North Carolina. What does your gut tell you? Who will be coaching North Carolina next year?
Well, it won't be Bill Belichick. I don't know who's going to be coaching, but I thought this was a terrible fit to begin with. This was the oldest of dogs in the game, and nothing has evolved more than college football. And even though it's more like pro football, I just don't know that Bill Belichick and college football, there's an oil and water thing about it. And so I don't think he'll be coaching North Carolina. Will he be coaching the Giants? I think there's a better chance he's coaching the Giants than he's coaching North Carolina. So
I think the Giants ship has sailed. I think Tom Coughlin has a lot of influence in that organization. You might look at somebody like Hafley, who's the defensive coordinator at Green Bay, who has the Boston College Coughlin ties. I think Boomer Esiason talk about that. So I want to give him the credit. However, I just have this funny feeling that Carolina is getting a little better. The word is he's starting to, get along with his players, and they're starting to fit in. I think they might give it another year. I think Bill Belichick will have one more year at coaching the Tar Heels.
All right, guys. Next year, Jordan Hudson will not be coaching North Carolina football anymore. This ship has sailed. They will move on. It was a terrible hire to start with, and things have only gotten worse if you ask me. I know they won a couple recently, but overall, this is not the right fit. And who will be coaching North Carolina next year? It's going to be Jordan Hudson's stepson, Stephen Belichick. I mean, this was always the move the whole time. This was the long play the entire time, was to get Bill Belichick's son and Jordan Hudson's stepson the job at North Carolina. So when Bill steps away, his son will take over. All right, Michigan is playing Northwestern at Wrigley Field this weekend. The Wildcats are building a new 35,000-seat stadium, which is costing a college football record, guys, $860 million. This is at Northwestern. Thoughts on a smaller but very expensive stadium?
I think it's perfect for them, number one, because they don't draw a lot of fans, except when a few years that they're good, or when the alums of other schools come to Chicago, like is happening with Michigan and other schools. It is very pricey, but you know what? I think Mike Greenberg, Michael Wilbon, and Julia Louis-Dreyfus, I think they donate all their money to that school anyway. So what the hell? They can afford it. The rich people who graduated from that school, they can afford it. I don't care about the money. I think it's a great idea for them.
The ticket prices are going to be insane because it's such a small stadium. I kind of wonder if they're just hoping it's small enough that we only will serve our own fan base and finally get a home field advantage. They didn't have a big enough fan base, so other fans would take that place over. Right. So, I mean, this is supply and demand. The supply is down. The demand for other teams, which are all Big Ten fan bases, right, invade Chicago. So this might be the perfect play for them.
Will there be a huge student section who will be able to sell their tickets?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know how they'll limit those. Mm-hmm. A lot of student sections, you have to have the student ID to present it when you get in, so a commoner can't buy a student ticket. I think it's a fascinating experiment to see if Northwestern can right-size their stadium to actually give them home field. But ticket prices are going to be through the roof.
So the good thing for me, personally, it looks like it's going to be amazing. I love the smaller amount of seats, makes it more intimate, especially at a school like Northwestern, who's not a powerhouse in college football. The thing I don't love is, guys, this just means, look at how much money is running through college sports, man. My God, that any school that doesn't even care about football really is going to do something like this. Overall, it just makes the college sports viewing for me just less enjoyable, unfortunately. But as far as the stadium's concerned, I think it's going to look amazing. I think like you said, Stoney, they can afford it. So, I'm not going to cry for them on the price tag here.
Well, you talk about the college football. I mean, look what's going on at UCLA. They're trying to get out of their lease at the Rose Bowl and play at SoFi.
Yeah. That was one of our college football questions last week.
Oh, okay.
All right, guys. Sticking with college football this week, where will Deion Sanders be on this date in 2026?
I think he's still going to be at Colorado. There's a lot of speculation that he is going to leave. I did a little research on that, and I feel like it's all coming from the outside. when I hear Deion talk, I still believe he wants to make it work there. I think it started with him coaching his boys, but I think he's going to stick with it and be at Colorado next year.
I think he wants to be at Colorado, but I think he has major health issues. I think he needs, for his own well-being, to just take a year off and get, if he can, 100% healthy. So I think he's going to resign for a year, maybe even if they'll let him, which I think he does run the school there, so he'll be allowed to take a sabbatical.
Okay.
I think he's going to still be back at Colorado. I know there's a big buyout, so I don't think he'd want to get fired. So I think he wants that money because I think, I've said it many times before. I don't think colleges even care about buyouts anymore. I mean, it doesn't matter how big it is. They'll just make up for it on the back end somehow. But yeah, I think he's going to be back. Maybe the issue was bringing on all the former players to be coaches and things like that. Maybe he needs to revamp the staff and not just the players on the field, but also who's coaching the players. All right, Michigan State, Penn State. They're on CBS Saturday. Brad and Gary are on the call. This is Gary Danielson's last season, so this may be his last time to do a local game for us. I know a lot of people think he's the best college football analyst ever. Do you agree with that? And if not, who is?
He is the best college football analyst ever. I mean, there have been some good ones. Bob Greasy was good. Kirk Herbstreit is really good. But Gary is the best because he was able, in simplistic terms, for me, to show things in a very, in a way that wasn't too crazy. I mean, he was one of the first to use the telestrator, things like that. And look, I'm biased. He's a good guy too. So yes, I think he was great.
Gary does something that is so subtle and so awesome, and he does it a lot. Before the ball snapped, he will circle the player on the telestrator and won't say anything. And he is right all the time. It cracks me up because it's like, I'm not even going to bring much attention to this. He'll just circle a guy, and sure enough, the tight end catches the football. Right. It is so subtle and so awesome. The one guy that I love now, because I know he does his homework, like when you're with a team, like I get to be with Michigan a lot. I do a lot. This is my job to know as much as I can about this team. This guy, when he does Michigan games, knows as much about him. You can tell he does his homework. He has a podcast. He does a deep dive. So if he's talking about Michigan and he knows what he's talking about there, I assume it's the same thing with Michigan State, with Southern Methodist, with Florida, with Washington State, whoever, and that's Joel Klatt. He really does his homework and knows the teams that he is working a game, and I appreciate that. Gary was the best. Joel Klatt, in my opinion, is going to replace him as the best analyst in the game.
So it's really hard not to say Gary Danielson for me either, guys. But right up there with him is Bob Greasy as well. When I hear those two voices, they just give me this calming feeling. I feel so connected that college football is on my TV. So with that being said, I will give the slight edge to Gary Danielson just for the same reasons I said. When I hear the voice, I know college football's on, and I know I'm going to get something very informative and entertaining as well. I think it works always well with whoever he's partnered with. I know it's always the same partner usually, but before then too as well. All right, which college football rule would you abolish or just change the NFL version?
Okay, Stoney, maybe it's just me, which is something that you like to say.
Mm-hmm.
I would abolish double numbers. I can't stand double numbers.
Well,
I can't stand that
controversy that you had with USC.
Yeah, there was at one point.
You hate the number 11?
Michigan had 4 number 3s. Wilton Spate was number 3. Yes. Rashawn Gary was number 3. The kicker was number 3, and the punter was number 3. That was quadruple numbers. But I don't like double numbers. So let's go back to the way it was. Maybe it's just me, Stoney.
No, it's not just you, because it's hard for the fans, especially if you're sitting at the game. Okay. They don't sell programs like they used to, so you're trying to figure out what the hell, who's this guy, who's that guy? No, that's a really, really good one. Mine is just for God's sakes, if a guy's running down the field unmolested, he trips and falls and hits his knee, why should he be down? He should be able to get up and run again. That's ridiculous. You have to be touched to be down.
I don't like the targeting rule because I don't understand it half the time. I don't know if they understand it half the time. I just think targeting's made things worse, or maybe they want us to debate the whole targeting thing. I didn't like that. And actually, just to reverse the last part of this question, I'd want the NFL to adopt the college football kickoff rule because I like the old kickoff better, but that's me.
Well, if the question was phrased the other way around, there's plenty that I wish the NFL would take from college.
All right, speaking of college and the NFL, let's just ask this. I got to ask this question, guys. Why do they call it the 2-minute timeout? Can they just call it the 2-minute warning?
Maybe it's just me, but I guess not, because we talked about this before. It's the stupidest thing in the world. Ooh, we don't want to be like the NFL. We can't call it the 2-minute warning. We got to come up with our own thing. You can't. What are you worried about being like the NFL? Why? Because they're professional and you're not? That's bull crap. It's ridiculous. It's such a minor thing, and I'm a nitpicker. But call it the 2-minute warning. Hell, get it sponsored.
Stoney, I do play-by-play, and I don't know what to call it. It's the 2-minute warning, except they want us to call it the 2-minute timeout in the college game. So we have a live read now associated with it.
Oh, really?
It's time for the 2-minute timeout, which has really zeroed me in now, calling it the 2-minute timeout. Before that, I was calling it the 2-minute warning. I was calling it the 2-minute timeout. I was saying the clock stopped at 2 minutes.
Yes.
I don't know what the hell to call it.
It's so
the
dumb.
live read has made me zero in. I kind of, it's not just you.
Okay.
It's not just you, Stoney. I don't get it either. It's all of us. All right, we're on the Stoney train here.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't get it. Why don't they just change the name of the touchdown to down touch while they're at it? Like, it's all football. What are we doing? It's okay that it's both called the 2-minute warning. We're okay with it. Fans don't care. Media doesn't care. Just call it the 2-minute warning.
And there it is. That concludes the college football blitz thingy. Hey, it's Doug Karsch for Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. They're in feast mode this month, so gobble up the savings on your new Silverado. Lease a 2026 1500 LT Crew Cab 4x4 for only $279 a month for 24 months with no money down. $279. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights, 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive with GM employee discount, Costco, and current lease in the household. 10,000 miles per year plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends December 1st. Got some feedback coming in on the blitz thingy. From DET313. We are into minutia that bothers people, but DET313 posted, instead of saying confirmed or stands, they now say the play is upheld after reviews. It's such a small thing that irks me. So what's funny is upheld doesn't tell you whether they got the call right or not. In college football, when they did a review, they used to say the call is confirmed, meaning what we saw on the field is what the replay showed us, or they'd say the call stands. And when they said the call stands, that told us that they couldn't tell from the replay, so they have no choice but to go with what was called on the field. Mm-hmm. I enjoyed that. I like to know if the replay was that the refs got it right.
Right.
Why would they change it to upheld? The only thing I can think of is that the refs didn't like when they had to overturn a call and they had to admit that they got it wrong on the field.
They should just come out and say, upon further review, Mike Pereira told us it was wrong.
Christoph MD says there's something annoying about calling it the 2-minute timeout. Yep. I hate the first down stops the clock within 2 minutes to move the chains. I mean, it makes the game more exciting because you have more of a chance of going on a last minute drive.
That was one of they changed it because they realized they wouldn't get rid of commercials. But it used to be, and it wasn't that long ago, maybe, 10 years, I guess, when the clock always stopped at first downs, no matter what.
Hellborn Elfchild's making fun of me when I said there was 4 number 3s on Michigan's roster years ago because I'm not a fan of double numbers. Says, yeah, Doug, it was hard to figure out which guy Rashawn Gary was. It wasn't that it was hard to figure him out. I'm like, that's your number. You get to own it. And, there's an identity that goes with a number. And now all numbers, it seems, have double identities.
If he would have played more in that Ohio State game where they were just short, they might have won that game,
Who, Rashawn?
Yeah, he didn't play enough in that game.
No?
Yeah.
I don't remember that subtlety. But.
Yeah.
I saw another one here I wanted to read. Oh, yeah. From Det313. Underrated guys, Greg McElroy. I think he's really good. Look, the only way you can be entertaining, okay, as a college football analyst. You can be entertaining, but when it comes to knowing what you're talking about,
Herbie's really good.
Herbie is very good, and Herbie's entertaining. He's a great straight man. The relationship between him and Corso was fun to watch.
Yes.
And I know people struggle with Corso.
During the game, he's got a good relationship with no matter who he's wearing. I mean, he's got a good relationship with Al Michaels doing Thursday Night Football.
Yep. And he's spread so thin. He is spread so thin.
I know.
McElroy's good. I like, when you the perspective I like to bring to it is that when you cover a team, you know a ton about that team. A ton you can say and a ton you can't say. And you can tell which analysts come in here and really, really do their homework, which makes them trustworthy when they're not doing your game. So
I like Klatt more when he's not doing a Michigan game. And look, I'm a Michigan fan, and I do think he does seem to favor the Wolverines at times, maybe because he knows them so well because he does more of their games. But I think he is more, to use a ridiculous term, fair and balanced when he does other games.
Well, you don't know those teams as well, so you don't know. Right. You don't know if he's shading one way or another.
That's true.
I just know that when he does a Michigan game, it's clear to me he's done his homework.
Oh, there's no doubt about that.
So when I'm watching him do Penn State, UCLA, I know he's done his homework on those. I assume he's done his homework on those teams too, and that I really appreciate. And what you're getting is probably very close to exactly the way it is.
Well, it's like weird. It's like all these jobs that the general public wish they had, ours included.
Yeah.
A lot of people think, he's a color guy. He just, comes on, watches a little, these guys work, and you do as a play-by-play guy. I know as a talk show host, we work more than many people think. Some work more than others in prep, but it's not as just, you don't just walk in and turn on a microphone.
No, but Gary, and the question came up because it was a good question. It was actually your question. Was Gary the best college football analyst of all time? And he is exceptionally good, and it's good to have him back in the Big Ten for the swan song of his career. You know what was weird is last night, your YouTube feed stuff pops up.
Oh, yeah.
And what popped up last night was an entire Lions game from 1978. The Lions in Oakland against John Madden's Raiders with Gary Danielson at quarterback. And his first pass was intercepted.
Gary was a decent Lions quarterback, but he's always remembered for his mistakes. I mean, the Eddie Murray game, he threw quite a few interceptions in that game, if I'm not mistaken. And, of course, the Thanksgiving one where Lawrence Taylor picked him off and ran for touchdowns, probably his most famous Lions play.
Well, I mean, really, for people who don't know, Gary is
love the guy.
Really, really fun to talk to.
Yes.
And we'll tell you, we got into arguments. He and I didn't believe it. I believed in something and he did not. And because I was arguing with Gary Danielson, I'm like, he's probably right. He doesn't believe in momentum in sports. He thinks momentum is a ridiculous cliche and that how are you supposed to know when you have momentum and when you don't? And I describe momentum as when you're playing well, you're confident and you know you're going to make the next play.
Correct.
And when you're playing poorly and things are coming, you're worried about the next play. And that
the question, though, where I agree with you in that.
Yep.
But I think momentum affects the fans, it seems, maybe more than the players, because players always think they can make the play. I don't think the reverse momentum, if they're sitting there, if another team does, quote, have momentum and they're very confident, the defense, let's say, I don't think they're going in there, all right, they're going to, get a first down on this. I think momentum in the game, I don't think momentum carries over from week to week as much as some people think.
Well, I disagree. But you got Gary on your side, so you're probably right.
Yes.
Straight ahead, would you buy Mega Millions at $965 million? Then we got a question for Lions fans that have ever gone on the road with the team or are planning on going on the road with the team. We'll get to that today at 11:20. Here on Carson Anderson, Stoney in for Anderson on 97.1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. The Pistons have won 7 straight games and are hoping to make it 8 tonight when they face the Bulls in their all-new City Edition uniforms. However, they may need a little help as 7 key players are on the latest injury report. Tip-off tonight at 7 o'clock. Pre-game coverage starts here on the ticket at 6:35. The Lions are set to face the Eagles in Philly this week. Yesterday, Diana Rossini of The Athletic reported that Jair Alexander informed the Eagles he's stepping away from the team and contemplating retirement. They placed him on the reserve/retired list this morning. Lions and Eagles kick off Sunday in primetime at 8:20. Over the weekend, Cleveland Guardians pitchers Emmanuel Clase and Luis Ortiz were indicted on sports betting charges related to intentionally fixing pitches. The story got even crazier today. No, it's not La Cosa Nostra, it's cockfighting. MLB insider Hector Gomez explained on Twitter that a Spanish-language interview with journalist Luis Hernandez, who was a close friend of Emmanuel Clase, clarified that the star pitcher personally explained to him that the phone calls he, Clase, made about his fighting roosters were possibly misinterpreted by federal authorities as conversations linked to sports betting. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, visit 971 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
On behalf of everyone, can I say, wait, what?
Yeah.
Let's go to our cockfighting insider.
What's the story? He claims. So I read The Athletic, and this sounds like brazen as hell, like texting people from the bullpen.
Yeah.
He's now claiming those were about cockfighting.
Well, there's a lot of
roosters, by the way, if people understand.
Yes, rooster fighting.
Yeah.
Yes.
Easy.
So there's a lot of interpretation to be had here. This comes from a Spanish language interview with a journalist who was a friend of Clase's, and then the information from that was then translated by a reporter on Twitter. And so basically, Clase's friend in the Spanish language interview, who is a journalist, said that Clase told him that he thinks the calls that were about rooster fighting were misinterpreted by the FBI as to be about gambling.
This is a fascinating defense.
Yes, I'm not sure what the words for ball and strike and rooster are in Spanish.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine they're not very similar, but just unbelievable to read that today. I mean, I was Googling Emmanuel Clase cockfighting, like looking up where articles about it. I just never thought I would Google those words.
No.
Well, maybe Emmanuel Clase is fighting cocks. Maybe they actually were taking dives. Maybe they were on the tape.
Maybe he was still
fixing cockfighting.
Yeah, exactly. Either way, it's illegal, right?
Yes.
Well, that's a problem for Major League cockfighting.
Yes, I know.
Not our problem.
I know. Well, until FanDuel's.
So good news for the Guardians today, then, I guess, right? They got Stephen Vogt inexplicably Manager of the Year yesterday, and now Clase is going to come back because it was cockfighting, not fixing pitches.
Okay. Thank you for the update.
Yeah.
Didn't expect that today. No. Not on my bingo card, but I hope there's more updates. Yeah, you got how many more updates do you have today?
With you guys, I think I've got 2 more.
Okay, we want the latest on this story. This developing breaking news here on 97.1. All right, Stoney, it's time for another edition of Would You Buy? Would you buy? You've never done this, have you?
I don't think so.
But you buy lottery tickets, right?
Yes, I do. For the most part, the Mega Millions, which is now $5, I don't buy as many. In fact, the only ones I buy is with the group here that we do.
Okay, and it's $965 million.
Oh boy.
Yep. Kang, have you gotten in on the station buy yet?
No, I have not bought basically it's insurance that in case everybody else wins, so I have not. I'm just going to buy on my own.
Okay. So I don't buy, so I can't have the dreams. So I turn it over to you guys. And I will start with, so if you win.
I do have dreams. I've thought about this a lot.
Have you?
Oh,
Would you buy the world's most expensive car? It's a Bugatti Tourbillon. It's worth $4.6 million. And I got a picture of it right here, although it's in black and white. But that is the Bugatti Tourbillon. It's the world's most expensive car. This might have been a better one for Gator because he loves fast cars. But
fast cars and fast women.
Would you?
I'm a cougar.
Would you buy the world's most expensive car, the Bugatti Tourbillon?
The only way I would buy that car is if I knew somebody close to me that really, really wanted it, because I could care less.
You're not a fan, okay? Kang, would you buy this car?
No, I would not. I mean, I'd probably buy a nice car, but not the most expensive car in the world. No need for that. Does it have enough cup holders? That's what Gator would ask, or
That's
his dad
true.
would ask at least, right?
Yep.
Is the Apple Air CarPlay easy to put on when you get into it? That's all.
Can you connect the Bluetooth? That's Stoney's big challenge.
Exactly, yes.
I would hope so. All right. Next up, would you buy a cruise with Villa V Odyssey? They have an upcoming cruise scheduled for 301 days, visiting 5 continents and over 100 countries. It is a 301-day cruise. Would you buy that if you hit the Mega Millions?
No, because unless I could take everybody I wanted to be with, and even those people I wouldn't want to be with for 301 straight days. So the answer would be no.
Kang, would you buy this 301-day cruise?
That's 296 days too long, Doug. That's I'll go 5 days max on a cruise.
Do you know how much weight I would gain if I was on a cruise for that long?
Well, they have like exercise. Don't they have tracks? At
Yes,
cruises
but they
and-
have like, pizza available at like 4 a.m. if you're up. I would have no control.
Okay. Good self-scout there, Stoney.
Thank you.
All right, so no and no on the world's longest cruise. Would you go on tour with your favorite artist? Like every tour stop? And let me see. Stoney's favorite artist.
You mean for Stoney again?
Bruce just did a tour of Europe, didn't he?
Yes, I've never been to Europe.
Okay. You would do
Yes,
this?
I would do that.
Yes, I'm not surprising at all. Kang, would you go on an entire tour with your favorite artist?
No. I'd see him a couple times in different venues, different states, maybe a different country like the Europe tour or whatever, but I couldn't go an entire tour. That's a lot. How many dates is that usually? What does Springsteen do?
It depends. Well, now that he's gotten,
yeah, but he does
ancient,
a lot less
it's a lot less. There's more days in between
than like a Taylor Swift tour.
That's a few months, for most of them, and it'll take a month or two off, and then
Maybe a better question was, would you do this even if you don't hit the Mega Millions? Is it something you would do?
I wouldn't spend that much money to do it though. But
How much would you pay to go on stage and do something like play the cowbell or something?
I don't know, for charity. I don't know.
No, you pay.
I pay. Well, I think it's I'd pay $1,000 or something like that.
$1,000?
I would to go on stage. Big deal to me. That's I've seen them
You wouldn't
so
pay a lot.
close. No. So what's the difference? No.
All right.
I don't need to go on stage.
I've seen Stoney perform live at Gator Palooza.
That's right.
He's pretty good, man.
And I don't
You're
have
right.
to.
You know what, Stoney, they'd have to pay you. You're right.
And I don't have to pay. I don't have to pay Gator.
No.
Kang, who would be the favorite artist that you would actually, if you were to even consider this?
I literally do not have one. The
You don't have
hologram of
anybody you
Michael
like?
Jackson. Remember that was my artist. That if I had to
Sure.
listen to only one artist the rest of my life.
Yeah.
No, I'm on shuffle. That's what I'm on.
I
Is shuffle
understand.
an
Yep.
artist?
Yep. Shuffle is not.
What about you? That band that you like to see?
Roger Klein and the Peacemakers?
Yeah.
I could go on tour with them because it would be like in a van from
Right.
Topeka to Wichita to El Paso. I would do that for a while. Yeah. They are a party band. Final thing here. Would you bid on Gordie Howe's final NHL game-worn jersey? It is up for auction. The bidding is starting at $37,000. It was a Hartford Whaler jersey that he wore during the 1979-1980 season. It has his full name on the back. It says Gordie Howe. It is the last game-worn jersey of Gordie Howe's career.
And you said how much?
$37,000 is where the bidding is starting. You just won $965 million. Would you bid on that?
Yes.
I'm not.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Do you have any signed memorabilia? Whether you got either for charity or anything like that?
I have a Tony Gwynn autograph poster.
That's good.
It is that my wife got for me on our honeymoon when we were in San Diego.
Awesome.
She actually contacted and got a hold of Tony Gwynn's wife.
Wow,
And she got it signed
way to go,
as a wedding gift.
That's unbelievable.
It was pretty awesome.
All right, I'll do the flip side to this. What's the most obscure, worst piece of memorabilia you have? It's like signed, framed, or whatever.
I'd have to give
It's
that.
probably
some
a poster signed by Tony Gwynn's wife.
Because I have some good stuff like signed Hasek and Yzerman and Barry, but I also have a framed signed Kevin Jones jersey.
Don't you have a helmet?
Oh, yeah,
from
from Scott Mitchell.
Scott Mitchell
Says to my Jewish buddy.
Yeah, but he puts Jewish in quotes.
Something, yeah.
You could have just left Jew and dash ish, right?
Would you bid on Gordie Howe's final game worn jersey?
Yeah, and I would win it, Stoney. What do you think about that?
Well, let's go. How much?
Head to head.
Yes. Well, you would know where to sell it to get more money.
No, that's a cool. If I had won the Mega Millions, I'd keep it. That's a really cool memorabilia.
I know.
Okay, here's something I have that's obscure that I got. It was given to me when they were getting ready to throw it out. It is a jersey of a walk-on from the Michigan basketball team from the Fab Five era. There was a walk-on named Chris Fields, and he wore number 44.
Okay.
And they were getting rid of stuff, and I happened to be nearby, and they said, "Do you want this?" And I said, "Yes." And I'm just looking it up here. He played on 93 and 94, and he made one basket in his career, it looks like.
So he's the Matt Ishby of
Yeah,
Michigan.
kind of. So I have Chris Fields' college jersey for what it's worth. Is that obscure enough?
That's pretty obscure.
It's worth nothing, if that's what you're asking. You said for what it's worth, right?
His mom, Mrs. Fields' cookies are worth more.
All right, so there it is, another edition of Would You Buy? Straight ahead, got a question for Lions fans that are either planning on going to Philly or have been on the road with the team before in the past as we get ready for a huge game on Sunday night. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson out, Stoney's in, 97.1. Hey, FanDuel is the #1 sportsbook for same-game parlays. From points to rebounds to threes to assists, FanDuel is a place to combine your favorite bets for same-game parlays or track every live stat in one easy-to-use app. But I'm not here to talk to you about same-game parlays. I'm here to talk to you about a great offer for new customers. New customers right now get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So for this, avoid the parlays. For this, you're trying to score the $150 in bonus bets, right? So what you want to do is you put $5 into your account. You're a new customer. You bet that $5 on a heavy favorite on the money line. Then when that heavy favorite just wins the game, they don't have to cover the spread. You get the $150 in bonus bets. And I think you got a week to use them. But you get to bet and take advantage of this, but you'll be betting with house money, the $150. Head to FanDuel.com/Doug to get the app today and sign up. FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. The first online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. So you got $150 for 7 days to bet with, but you can't pull it out. You got to bet it, and then you win. Then you can withdraw the money. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. couple of uniform releases. One is, it's been released for a while. I guess they went on sale yesterday, is the Pistons City Connect uniforms. The NBA put all those City Connect uniforms on sale, and the Pistons are wearing them tonight. Is that correct?
Yes.
I love these. I absolutely love the Pistons City Connect uniform. Apparently, the theme this year for the City Connect is to somehow have a modern version of an old look or theme. And the Pistons City Connects have the look or theme they went back to was to the Horse's Head teal era. Uh-huh. And I think time has treated those uniforms very well. The teal, yellow, and maroon era of Piston uniforms, in the moment in time, they were not as well received as they are now.
No.
Which is bizarre. But I'm not wrong on this one, right? I mean, the Horse's Head Piston era uniform feels more popular in 2025 than it was when the Pistons wore them in the late 90s.
Because a lot of young kids, they didn't grow up with it. So when they saw it, they thought, oh, wow, this is pretty cool. Yeah. Part of the problem with those Pistons jerseys back then is there was this teal revolution that started in sports, and they just seemed to copy it. That was from like the San Jose Sharks, if I remember, like the first team. And people didn't understand the whole Horse's Head. Well, what is Piston? I mean, I know horsepower for cars,
yeah.
like, but it kind of was like goofy. It's people didn't like it, and plus they weren't that good. What I did love about that era, they had like alternative, like those like burgundy or whatever.
Yeah, the maroon or burgundy. Yeah, that was the better look.
They were nicer.
Well, this Piston City Connect uniform has like teal, maroon, and gold, and
piping, as they call
the piping. Yes, I love it.
It's really nice.
I think it looks fantastic, and I'm excited to see these things. And at some point, I would like to get some City Connect gear. I'm not a jersey guy, but it would be a T-shirt or hat with that color scheme. I don't know if is it actually black?
See, the first time I looked at it, I thought it was like really dark green.
Yeah.
But then I look at it again, and it is black.
Kang, you like these City Connect unis they're wearing tonight?
Yeah, they're awesome, I think. And if you go to the Pistons account, I think they broke down the reason for like every single thing and every single detail on there. There's a story behind everything. So actually that part is really cool too.
Yeah. So those uniforms, 3 thumbs up from us. Is that right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
I like them a lot. So you're a hat person. So
dude,
I know you're a hat person.
I got a problem.
I know. Well, you haven't seen the Motor City. Do you have your Motor City, City Connect, whatever they call the Tigers ones?
Is that the one that just says? Yeah, no, I don't. I don't like those as much.
Yeah.
The ones that look like they got run over by a truck.
Yeah, yeah. I don't like them either.
With the tire tracks on the chest. What are we doing here?
I know.
No, I'm not a fan of those. But look, I'm not mad at people who are. But these, I just it didn't do it for me.
What's your most obscure hat that you have? I mean, that people would know, not like some bar or whatever like that.
Most obscure hat.
My closet, I have the shelf in my closet. It's all hats. Most of them are pretty obvious ones, but
I used to have a Maryland Terrapins hat that they gave away during a Michigan-Maryland game. That was the full crash test dummy Maryland flag look.
Oh yeah,
that was dreadfully ugly. It was literally in the so bad it's good category. But I brought it in one time when I tried to do a hat purge. I brought in 5 hats and said vote one out, and that was the one that the listeners voted out.
Okay.
But
I have a Motor City Mustangs hat.
Do you?
The
of course.
Rollerball team that did a little play-by-play.
Sure.
And a cold pizza hat.
The old TV show?
Yes. Rob Parker gave it to me.
Speaking of like kind of food-ish, like I have a hat right now. It says Panini on it. I don't know if you guys know this. It's actually, they make trading cards, but people think like I like the sandwiches. I'm dead serious. That people that don't collect are like, oh, what's up with the Panini hat?
That would be, you know what? That's an awesome hat to have that would just say sandwiches.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm sure that's a hat already.
Beer. By the way, the hats that the NFL coaches are now, why do they have to wear? Is there a league mandate that they all have to wear these new hats?
Whatever the the league is put, like, because like it was Military Appreciation Weekend, so they all wore the camo.
That's fine, but now they all have the same, like a little black square, and it says Lions, or it's a black
the
square. that says
small,
Eagle.
tiny, small logo.
Yeah.
No, Sony, I think it's a group chat that all the coaches are on, and they coordinate on what hats they wear.
I don't like them.
I think we propose that next week they wear hats that say sandwiches.
Oh, they'll all be for that. I think Andy Reid's been asking for that for years.
The other uniform unveil is Army's uniforms for the Army-Navy game.
Oh, they're awesome. They are awesome.
Stoney is borderline aroused in here over these uniforms. You love these things.
I think they're cool as hell. I love the font. Now, from your perspective, doing play-by-play, would that be? Well, they're the white ones with the black. So
that'd probably be easier to see those numbers
Yeah.
than some of the numbers that I have tremendous sympathy for play-by-play.
Well, Northwestern had similar fonts for one of the.
It's kind of an Old English look, isn't it?
Yeah.
How would you describe that font? Is it Old English?
Gaelic or whatever they call it.
Yeah, so they're fully whited out with silver helmets, Army, and some sort of Army crest on the side of the silver helmet. It's silver, black, and white, and they're kind of sick.
Yeah.
I got to give it to them. So
I like that one a lot.
All right, we promised we'd get to this. Lions on the road at Philly. Stoney is a Philly native, as everybody knows. Is it the least hospitable fan base to opposing fans in the country?
In professional sports?
In professional sports.
Probably, especially if you don't sit in really good seats.
Okay, so the cheap seats
are more
like the 600 level?
Well, it used to be. I don't know what the levels are at the Lincoln Financial, but the old Veteran Stadium, which had known for having a jail in the underground, like
sure,
because people got so rowdy. Yeah, they were by levels. Like the top section was the 700 level, and it went way down.
Yeah,
but yeah, the biggest a-holes are usually in the cheapest seats in Philly.
Okay, is there any advice you have for Lions fans making the trek to Philly?
Don't wear any Lions gear.
Just don't even wear the gear.
Maybe a hat, like
Well, not wearing any gear means you're not identifiable, and if you wear a hat, you're identifiable.
That's true, but if you're,
because it's not like somebody's going to go, well, this guy's only wearing a hat.
But it's like when you walk into the stadiums, if you're having a hat, I don't think people are going to go completely idiotic on you. But if you're wearing jerseys,
you think they find the jersey more offensive?
Yes, they do.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, Philly fans more than I do.
And you walk through past the tailgates, and they're all been there since, especially it's a night game. Oh,
what an endorsement for the Philly fans. Don't wear your own team's gear there. Isn't that part of the takeover, guys? Like showing up in your own team's gear?
Well, there won't be a takeover because they don't sell their seats like they do, especially when they're a good team, the defending Super Bowl champ. It's like kind of in Baltimore. There were Lions fans there, but it was nothing like Washington, where the team stinks.
Okay, so this is not this. You're predicting this will not be anywhere close to a Lions fan takeover.
No.
Okay.
I don't think so. I mean, it'll be great.
So there's a few things here. One, and we're going to eliminate Ohio State. And if
that was going to be my number one.
Yeah, but if we're, and
I've never been there, but all the stories.
But you were going to put it number one
because of all the stories that I've heard from personal stories.
And Michigan and Michigan State fans, we're not going to do Michigander on Michigander crime. No. But on the road, when you've gone on the road, who are the absolute best fans to tailgate with that are welcoming and awesome, and you walked away with a great impression of their fan base? And who were the worst fans to tailgate with? And again, we're not doing the Ohio State, Michigan State stuff. Just Ohio State would probably be the runaway one for the Michigan fan. But are there any others? And because this is for those that have tickets, and if you're going to this game, we want to know: are you heeding Stoney's warning? Are you? Stoney says basically, don't wear your gear. Are you heeding that warning?
Or if you're wearing gear and nothing happens when you enter the stadium or walking into it, do something cool like buy. And if they're Eagle fans you're sitting next to, like buy them a beer to start. Try to get friendly with them.
Start.
Yeah, sounds like the worst trip ever. I can't wear my gear and I got to buy them stuff.
Well, just try to be personable. Try to get a conversation with them. They have the fan base has gotten a lot better. As far as, everybody, and even Dan Campbell mentioned when we talked to him yesterday, look, the whole Santa Claus thing is like 80 years ago. That's so old news. Like Scatterboo, I mean, you say, oh, big deal. Scatterboo, like, fractured his leg in Philadelphia against Giants, a heated rival. They gave him a standing ovation. I mean, they've been much better lately.
All right, 248-539-9797. Who are the best fans to tailgate with when you went on the road? Who are the worst? And we're not doing the Ohio State and the Michigan State stuff. And additionally, if you're going to this game, if you've making the trek to Philly for Sunday Night Football, are you preparing yourself for the worst? And if so, how? If you didn't hear what Dan Campbell said yesterday to you guys, we'll play it coming up because it was something. That at 11:35. Carson Anderson, Stoney's in for Anderson, 97.1. Doug Harsh. Stoney's in. Stoney had a warning for Lions fans. Mm-hmm. He says only wear a hat, which I think is interesting. Because I think the point of wearing any gear makes you identifiable as enemy. But you say you think they'll react worse to jersey wearing fan than hat wearing?
Yes, I think so.
Intriguing.
The psyche of the Philadelphia fan is so bizarre, especially if the Lions are winning the game and the Eagles aren't playing well. Mm-hmm. It's night. People are going to be all liquored up. It's not going to be a pretty sight.
Well, we are intrigued to see if fans are going. If you're planning on going to this game, is there any precautions you are taking? Are you preparing yourself, even if it's just mentally? Look, never engage. No matter what anybody says to me, just don't engage. Or just politely wave and say nice to see you, which is one of my favorite things to say when.
Just be nice to, just try to strike up a conversation with the people sitting next to you so they'll like you personally.
You're trying to humanize.
After Amon-Ra scores a touchdown and you jump up and down.
Maybe we should be telling them this advice. I feel like they're the hostile ones. Stoney's advice was don't wear any of your gear, buy them a beer, and offer up your wife. Like, what is going on? This sounds like the worst road trip ever. I'm not going.
Anybody going? And we're talking about the best and worst fan bases to tailgate with. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Chris in White Lake. You're on 97.1. Hi, Chris. Chris, you got to keep your radio down, buddy. We go to JJ next on 97.1. Hi, JJ.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up, JJ?
Me and my wife did Arrowhead 2 years ago when the Lions, maybe it was 3 years ago when we beat them opening day. And we got treated with such respect. The minute we pulled in the parking lot, welcome to Arrowhead, welcome to Arrowhead. We walked a lot, we tailgated. We were all geared up. It was just awesome. And then we reciprocate that. Whenever we go to Ford Field, whoever their opposing team is, welcome to Ford Field, welcome to Detroit. Glad to have you. It was just so amazing. We were so blessed with doing that. It was just great.
It's cool because you get into these situations where they have their traditions and the stuff that they do, and if they are a welcoming fan base, it's kind of cool to learn about it, right? So
look, like I said, the Philly fan, it's not as bad as it used to be, and it's a vocal minority. Most of the people will be very nice to you.
Yeah.
But my point is, why take the chance?
We go to Darren in Clinton Township. What's up, Darren?
Hi, two of my favorite guys. I'll be succinct as possible. Here's how you play the away game thing. My first Ohio State game, I wore a black sweatshirt, Stephen Barry's, with a red D, and I wore a red Mackinac hat that said M on it. So it's a color blend thing. That's how you play that. Okay. As far as my brother and I have been to 14 out of 18 stadiums, most of them multiple times in the Big Ten. Mm-hmm. By far, the nicest. It's almost like cult-like would be Nebraska. They'll just stop what they're doing and come up to you. Hey, is everybody treating you okay? Is everything all right? Are you having a good time? It's like at the end of the trip, they're waiting for a van to come to pick you up. It's like a cult, man. It's great. I'd say the worst would be Rutgers. Great golf course. I love Stuff Your Face. But that's the only Big Ten town I've ever been at where at night I take my wallet and take it from my back pocket into my front pocket. That's all I got. Love you guys.
Wow. Appreciate it, Darren. Nebraska.
The mean streets of Piscataway. I've heard nice things about Nebraska. And it's funny he mentioned what the fans do. We have a tailgate that I go to at the Michigan games, and anytime like Texas fans when they came in, and anytime out of town fans come, except for Ohio State, but you always say to them, "Are you having a good time?" I always engage with them.
Good for you,
because I like to find out what they think of us.
Well, I was mentioning the traditions. I don't even really know what this is, and I don't think it applies to me because my guess is there's meat in it. But I guess there's a big tradition in Nebraska called the runza or something like that. It's like like some sort of beef burrito deal, but it's not a burrito. But I remember fans saying, "Oh yeah, we got the runza," and I'm like, "What the hell's the runza?" I guess they do have a thing called Google. I could look it up if I really cared.
I had a good time at Notre Dame, and I can't stand Notre Dame, but I had a great time at Notre Dame. The fans were very polite, very nice, and Obviously, they know all the history. The worst experience I had was at Madison Square Garden when I was younger, Flyers Ranger game, and I was wearing a Bobby Clark jersey.
Mm-hmm.
And
when you were younger, were you a kid? Were you in college? Were you in your 20s?
I was in college.
All right.
And somebody tried to throw something at me, and it hit my best friend's mother who was sitting next to me.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
By the way, a runza is a Midwestern bread pocket stuffed with a filling of ground beef, onions, and cabbage, sometimes including sauerkraut and cheese. It is a specialty of Nebraska and is also known as a bierock or beer rock, with the word runza being a trademark name for a specific restaurant chain that sells it. So there you go. 248-539-9797. Bill is next. Hi, Bill.
Hey, Doug. Years ago, you were doing the same topic from a sports bar in Iowa for when Michigan was playing there. I remember this.
Yeah.
And you put me on the air. But anyway, I would say by far the best fans are Nebraska fans. I used to hate Nebraska, especially after 97, but I've been there 4 times, and they are the greatest people on earth. So I'm a big fan of Nebraska fans. Oklahoma was also very good, but the worst, if you're not counting the 2 main rivals, I would say is Illinois. I saw a guy who was probably in his 30s with his 10-year-old son. They were wearing matching F Michigan shirts, but the F word was spelled out. That's how bad it was there.
Well, I've had some hostilities taking place at Illinois. This year when I was at Nebraska, I was walking to the stadium, okay? And from the team hotel, it's 20-minute, 25-minute walk, and I'm walking to the stadium for the pregame. And it's the first time I ever experienced any kind of hostility. And 2 different people at 2 different times, 15 minutes apart, started screaming at me and calling me Connor Stallions. And one of them called me a jackass.
Whoa.
But
Isn't that the same thing, though? Connor Stallions and jackass?
No, no comment there. I'll just say this. And I was like, huh. And I, of course, ignored him and just kept walking.
Right.
And I'm like, this is the most hostile act I've ever experienced at a Nebraska game, and I still will not hold it against that fan base. That fan base is awesome.
What about Penn State? Because I have people who are listening.
Okay, so Penn State used to be the most friendly place ever. Then the whole Sandusky thing took place, and they weren't quite as friendly, and now they're friendly again.
Okay.
If that makes any sense. Okay. I remember going to Penn State and going, this really is a happy valley.
I remember I was with you and my sister. We met at the bar before.
Yep.
The Friday night before. That was 2013.
Is that what year it was?
Yeah.
There was an era there where, and here's what you have to remember. Every fan base has its share of a-holes.
Yes.
And if you happen to be in the proximity of them, it doesn't mean the entire fan base is that way. And so, but they felt like they were Penn State fans. My experience was through the heart of the Sandusky scandal, they were not in a great place. And I felt for the fans because they had nothing to do with it. Right. But I think it's back to being a great road trip, fun to go to. Chris in White Lake, you are next on 97.1. Hello, Chris.
Hey guys, how we doing?
What's up?
I'm gonna go NFL for the best and worst. To me, it's kind of a no-brainer. So best, Pittsburgh, not even close.
Okay.
Phenomenal sports town, a lot like Detroit fans. I was actually there for the Sam Martin fake field goal game.
All right.
I think that was Jim Schwartz's last season. So that was a heartbreaker. Fans offered condolences, genuinely felt bad for us Lions fans walking out of there. And on the flip side, worst is Chicago. Bears fans, brutal. The stadium's terrible. I was also there for the Calvin Process game.
Oh.
Absolutely miserable walking out of there. As you guys know, there's one way in, one way out. Walking shoulder to shoulder with those fans after that loss was as brutal as it gets. So Pittsburgh best, Chicago worst, not even close.
And the Pittsburgh experience, were you in a parking lot? Were you in neighborhoods nearby? Where were you tailgating?
Parking lot, just kind of around the stadium. But those Pittsburgh people, the Yinzers, they couldn't be better people. Again, blue collar, a lot like Detroit fans. It's a great city. Highly recommend it for a trip.
Chris, thank you for the phone call and thank you for the update. What we have yet to get is anybody going to this Philly game. Nobody has called saying that they're making the trek to Philly. That could speak to a couple things. Ticket availability.
Correct.
I Actually, it might be the biggest thing. Although, would anybody say, hey, I'm not? Because we travel, man. This fan base is standing out in the National Football
Also,
League.
because it's a Sunday night game, a lot of times afternoon you can get back for work the next day, and you can't, obviously, this.
248-539-9797. Hey, football season is here, and the University of Michigan Credit Union debit card makes game day even better. When you use your Michigan debit card at Chrysler Center, the Big House, or Yost, you'll score discounts on fan favorites like popcorn and souvenir sodas. It's the perfect way to show your team spirit all season long. Don't miss out. Get your Michigan debit card available exclusively from UMCU. Visit umcu.org to get started. Insured by NCUA. got sidetracked and apologize. Dan Campbell played in Philly as a player and was talking about the Philadelphia experience and what it's like yesterday on our morning show. And here's what he said.
He loves it.
He seemed to.
Do we have the by the way he told the story about what happened when
Strayhorn?
Strahan, yeah.
Strahan? Strahan, yeah.
Yeah,
not
Michael
Strayhorn.
Strahan, John's
different,
favorite
yes. I don't know if we do or don't, but
Strahan scored a scoop and score, and he said he got doused with a huge cup of like tobacco spit.
yeah, that sounds pretty much horrific.
Yeah.
But
I got to say, it was none of my relatives. I don't have any relatives that choose tobacco.
don't you? Any of your friends?
No.
Okay. 248-539-9797. Jason in Shelby Township, you're on 97.1. What's up, Jason?
Hey, good morning, guys. How you guys doing?
Great.
I would say the best experience I've had was at Buffalo. That fan base is crazy, and they definitely know how to tailgate.
Nice.
And they treat you like one of their own. I mean, I didn't jump through a table or anything, but they definitely treat you like your own. And I will say the worst one I have been to is Miami. They don't really know what they're doing. They just stand around and suntan. They don't really have a great fan base. I don't really know how to explain it. It feels like everybody's on vacation. Nobody knows what's going on. There was like no barbecue going on. I don't know how to explain it.
That's funny. Yeah, I mean, I will say this about Miami, and probably nobody cares about this, but it was the most out-of-date stadium to work in from a play-by-play and sideline reporter standpoint. I can't believe it's still in the rotation.
First of all, the location is awful. It's like between Miami and West Palm. It's near Fort Lauderdale, and it's.
Mm-hmm.
I was there for a Lions game, and I was there for the Orange Bowl where Alabama missed the extra point and we won the game.
Mm-hmm.
And I had a good experience, but it wasn't. The Dolphin fans. It's the number one team in town. I mean, say what you want about the Heat and the Panthers and all that. It is a Miami Dolphin town, but when they're not playing well, the weather's too nice. I'm not going to go someplace else.
Let's go to Dawson next on 97.1 A Ticket. What's up, Dawson?
Hey, guys. How are y'all?
We're great.
I just wanted to chime in and say I live down here in Georgia, but lifelong Lions fan, and I was able to catch their preseason game against the Falcons this year. And I know preseason stakes are a little lower, so maybe things wouldn't get too crazy there. But I had a great time with them. They were really nice to us, and perfect amount of jabbing back and forth during the game. And that was the game of the Morris Norris incident when he had to get carted off the field. Ooh. And they were they stuck it out the whole time. They hung out, and a lot of people will still throw jabs when people get hurt like that, but they were really nice about it, and it was a pretty cool experience, honestly.
Yeah, that's cool. I've been at that stadium once. I've been there one time, and I don't know where the tailgating would take place around it. But where were you tailgating for that one?
It was they kind of have a weird setup out there because it's right in the middle of downtown in the city, but they've got some like parking lots and stuff sectioned off, and that's where they kind of do a lot of their pregame stuff.
Okay. Hey, thank you, Dawson. 248-539-9797. Lions traveling to Philly. You heard Dan Campbell from the morning show talk about how hostile it was. Stoney had a warning: don't wear a jersey, but you can get away with a hat, and buy them beer and be polite.
Be nice to them.
It's kind of like taming an animal or something.
Yeah, well, there are times that those people are animals. Yeah. None of my friends are animals at all, but my relatives, no, they're not either. But by the way, you were asking who's going, so we checked ticket prices.
Yes.
There are on SeatGeek, there are a pair for standing room for $265 is the cheapest, but anything upper deck is basically between $300 and $400. The upper deck, the middle deck is anywhere to $400 to $800, and and lower bowl is pretty much the same.
Okay.
So you're going to have to pay a lot of money to go.
It's expensive. 248-539-9797.
And there's only 373 listings, which is not a lot.
No, for the whole game?
Yes.
What website is this?
SeatGeek.
All right. That is a small number.
Yes.
Ben is next on 97.1. Hi, Ben.
Hey there. How you guys doing?
Good, sir.
So I went to Philly in 2019. It was like the second or third game of the year and had a blast. I mean, you know, there was a lot of Lions fans there. And I mean, the only bad things that happened to us was, you know, I went with a couple other guys and, you know, people were saying things from a distance like F you and this and that, but you just ignore them. You know, other than that, everybody was really cool. And I mean, we had a blast. And I'd be going if we didn't have back-to-back road games because I just went to Washington. But yeah, I wouldn't be shy to go to Philly. I tell that to everybody. You know, just don't act like an a-hole. Don't get obliterated drunk. And they, you know, everybody was cool. I mean, we had a Philly fan. We were standing in line for beer. We had a guy buy us a beer because he told them, he's like, "Hey guys, why don't you guys go home?" I'm like, "Well, why don't you go home? You're right down the street, and we got to drive 9 hours." You know, and he bought us a beer. He bought us both a beer. Me and my buddy.
That's funny.
You know. But, you know, you just hold your own, and I mean, everybody, you know, you always got every fan base has them bad apples. You just got to ignore them. I mean, I went to Green Bay one year. I've been to Green Bay 5 times to see the Lions play. And the first experience I had, there was an idiot behind me that dumped beer on me. And, you know, but then the other 4 times, everybody was really cool. And, but I will say, though, you know, probably the friendliest fans as a group is probably Minnesota out of all the places I've been. And I've seen the Lions play in 25 of the 30 stadiums. So,
well, Ben, it's great advice to just ignore what people yell at you. As you said, from a distance, you got the FU. And what I always would say to myself and my friends, when somebody yelled something like that, you think about, how is this going to affect me next Thursday that this guy yelled FU? How does this affect me next? It probably doesn't. So carry on. Ignore and carry on. Let's go to Mike next on 97.1 A Ticket. What's up, Mike?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
How you doing, sir?
Pretty good. I'm going to the game, man. Pretty excited about it.
Are you okay? Did you hear Stoney's warning, and did you hear Dan Campbell's warning?
Yeah, I did. I think I'm going to take your advice and just wear my Lions hat and not my jersey.
Okay. Where are you? You have good seats? Are you upper deck? Where are you sitting?
Yeah, we're upper deck around the 20-yard line, like 22nd row.
In the upper.
So the story is my buddy's he was supposed to go with his stepdad, but his stepdad is having really bad back trouble. So he's basically given me the ticket for free Airbnb. I just have to supply my airfare. And to be honest, I'm kind of more worried about the airfare than I am the fans, as I have to fly all the way down to Orlando and then from Orlando to Philly.
Oh my God!
I only have like a 40-minute layover too.
Whoa,
That's a weird connecting
and the
flight.
way flights are, because I had a flight canceled last week. Yeah, that's tight.
Yeah, it's I was told to supply my airfare, and that's really all they have at the last minute. But
drive.
I'm pretty excited about it.
Drive.
I think it's gonna be a hell of a game.
Why don't you drive?
You know what? Driving, to be honest, with the layover, I mean, driving would only take like maybe 2 hours longer.
Right.
Yeah.
Probably
but you know what?
cheaper.
I already bought my airfare, so I'm gonna go with it and hope for the best.
Okay.
Well, have fun, Mike, and good luck. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Sydney in Detroit. You're next. Hello, Sydney.
Hey, I'm so excited Stoney's on today. Welcome back, sweetheart.
Thank you.
I'm headed to Philly. I'm scared to death, not only because of your story recently about your flight, because I've got a flight for me and my daughter, but also my daughter won't let me wear my full Lions hookup. I'm trying to get on TV, and I want to go head to toe in a Lions outfit.
Well, I don't want to be sexist, but I think you have a better way. I think a female has a better chance of not getting stuff thrown at her than a male does.
Less hostility?
Yeah.
Really? And do you have a good Philly cheesesteak place you can recommend while I'm there?
Oh, yes. You might have to wait in line a little bit. Angelo's. It's the best now, yes. And there's other ones and things like that around if you can't get into Angelo's. But it's like a 40-minute wait, but it's worth it.
All right. So you say go for it, wear it.
Yep.
Report back, Sydney. Let us know how it went, okay?
All right. Have a great day.
You too. hostile fan bases. Philly stands out. Are you going? And how are you approaching it from a strategic standpoint to try not to have an incident? In the meantime, we're also praising fan bases that have been welcoming, others that have stunk. It is Carson Anderson. Stoney's in for Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
The Pistons are expected to be extremely short-staffed tonight when they take on the Bulls in search of their 8th straight win. 4 players are listed as out, including Nassar Thompson and Tobias Harris. Isaiah Stewart is doubtful. Cade Cunningham, Jalen Duren, and Stewart were all absent from shoot-around this morning. Duren was listed as probable on the latest NBA injury report. Cunningham was questionable. But hey, at least the Pistons will look good wearing their all-new City Edition jerseys. The game gets started right here on the ticket at 7 o'clock. The Lions will face the Eagles in Philadelphia this week. Yesterday, The Athletic's Diana Rossini reported that Jair Alexander informed the Eagles he is stepping away from the team and contemplating retirement. He was placed on the reserve/retired list this morning. Kickoff on Sunday in Philadelphia between the Lions and Birds is set for 8:20. Tigers ace Tarik Skubal is expected to become the first back-to-back American League Cy Young winner since Pedro Martinez in 2000 tonight. MLB Network will announce the AL and NL winners at 7 o'clock. And speaking of MLB pitchers, there are no breaking updates on the Emmanuel Clase cockfighting front. However, our cockfighting expert has informed me that the Spanish words for ball and strike are pelota and huelga, while the Spanish word for rooster is gallo. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brennan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or visit Odyssey.com.
All right, look, update, kid. There's a couple things about this, and for people who missed the update at 11 o'clock, one of the defenses for the Cleveland Indian pitchers, and specifically Emmanuel Clase, is that the text message that were sent from the bullpen to his betting friends had nothing to do with baseball. They are saying it's a misinterpretation of some foreign language tweets about a rooster fighting betting or something. Is that correct?
Yes, I think he's saying the FBI misinterpreted his texts and that they're about rooster fighting and not about baseball pitches.
So when they, because of your transliteration there, or whatever, the word ball, with, cockfighting, maybe there was something wrong there.
Yeah, it sounds like the two words are not very similar, but I guess any defense you can. I'm not sure if Clase realized he would face 65 years in prison for this. So whatever you can come up with, right?
He's scrambling,
Yes.
perhaps. Innocent till proven guilty, of course. But the accounts in the Athletic sound pretty brazen.
Interestingly enough, still in the Dominican Republic too.
He's there?
Yeah.
He might not be coming back.
Yeah, so I don't know how that situation works out. I don't know what the extradition agreement is.
So what's the other guy,
currently.
Ortiz?
Ortiz was arrested and out on bond.
He might want to head to the Dominican.
Monday, yeah.
Or
so,
somewhere.
He might want to send some texts about roosters just to be
Just to
safe. Be like,
start
look, I've been doing this the whole
Yeah,
time.
Yeah, you might want to head to parts unknown.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, cool. Thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, Class A is going to have those classic visa issues this year, guys.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, that and he's never been in the best shape of. He's been in the best shape of his life. Are the biggest cliche ever things in spring training.
The best shape of their life.
Best shape of their lives. I know he's having visa issues.
No, there's also sound of the ball. Ball sounds different off his bat.
Yeah, that's true too.
That's another one. All right, so we sit here on a Wednesday, and we have been honestly trying not to jump the gun on this Philly game coming up this weekend since Monday.
Mm-hmm.
We were perfectly fine with turning the page come Monday on the Washington game, but have shown a lot of discipline. We made it here to Wednesday, and we're totally jumping the gun today. In that, we're talking about this road trip for fans. Dan Campbell had a warning. He loves it.
Right.
The hostility in Philly. Since we have a Philly native, Mike Stone, in for Gator today.
That's why I asked, because I was in for John yesterday, so I asked him the question about did he ever have any experiences in Philly? And he talked about it.
So Stoney's advice is don't wear a jersey, don't go head to toe, maybe just a hat, buy them a beer, be polite, strike up a conversation as you try and tame this
put up a good defense, set your
the
defense
hostile Philly fan. But we are also talking about great fans to tailgate with and other bad fans to tailgate with. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Kyle next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Kyle?
How we doing today, gentlemen?
We're good, thank you.
Yeah, me and my girlfriend are road tripping to the Philly game this weekend. She's an Eagles fan.
Beautiful.
Okay.
Yep. And I'm wearing my Lions gear. I'm not going to be scared. Obviously not going to talk any crap to anybody, but definitely representing.
Well, will she be wearing Eagle gear?
She will be.
Okay, so that, yes.
I'm hoping she protects me a little bit.
So you're using her as a bit of a shield.
Yeah, a little bit.
Not in a literal way, but just by being with a Philly fan. Yeah, you're not gonna push her in front of a flying battery your direction.
No, definitely.
But I
not
get
that.
it. Like
more of a let's ease in on the Lions fan kind of thing.
having her by your side, you're hoping buys you some grace.
Yep.
Okay. Well, good luck, Kyle.
Appreciate it, man.
Thanks for the phone call. 248-539-9797. Brandon in Shelby Township, you are next. What's up, Brandon?
Hey guys, how's it going?
Great.
So I was an Eagles fan since the Donovan McNabb, Andy Reid days. That was my second team. I'm a Lions fan down deep. Excuse me. So I went to Philadelphia in 2018, and they were versus the Broncos, and they were up by 30 points. It was 50-20 in the fourth quarter, and there was this 10-year-old kid that had a Broncos jersey on, and they cussed him out. They didn't care how old the kid was. He was just trying to have a good time, and the Eagles fans cussed the kid out. And the whole time I was in Philadelphia, when I did the sightseeing and stuff, people are nothing but friendly. But once you get into that arena, they don't care.
Yeah, that's a great point. Because I was told years ago when the Lions played the Eagles in that ridiculous playoff game, the Lomas Guarantee game where they got their ass kicked, there was a little kid who somebody I knew brought their son who was wearing a Barry Sanders jersey. He was 11 years old. And the abuse and the cursing that this 10-year-old kid got. And Barry wasn't even on the team
Kind of
anymore.
checks out, though, doesn't it?
Yeah.
To the one guy's point, though, so I went to Minnesota for one of my buddy's weddings, and he took me to a Lions game in Minnesota. They are the nicest people, and it's funny because they have the Canadian accent, so they're like, oh, yeah, hey, have a good day today.
Canadians are great, too. I mean, the Canadians are fun to party with.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to Dan next on 97.1. Hi, Dan.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up?
Philly back in 13, whatever it was, and I got that foot of snow. Me, my dad, and my brother.
Oh, the
And that
Shady
whole-
McCoy game.
Yeah, he ran for 200-some yards. But that whole game, nonstop, we got pelted with snowballs, chanting Detroit bankrupt, beers tossed at us. And that was pretty rough, nonstop. We've been to like 5 stadiums. That was by far the worst one.
The beers chucked at you, that's a problem, man.
Yes.
I mean, that. First of all, you can hurt somebody. And secondly is on a cold, wet day, getting wet.
That was bizarre because nobody expected the snowstorm came out of nowhere.
Did it?
Oh, yeah. They were calling for like an inch and then being like a foot or something. But it was funny. The night before, we were actually at a bar outside Philly, and there was a guy there from Michigan. He was there for work or lived there for work, and big Lions fan. We actually ran into him walking into the stadium, and he was decked out in Eagles gear. We're like, what the heck, dude? He's like, I ain't crazy, man. I'm not walking in there decked out in my Lions gear. But yeah, head to toe, all Eagles gear.
Wow.
Well, that I will not. I say neutral. If you're a Lion fan, you're not wearing Eagles stuff.
You know what I remember about that game? Jeremy Ross.
Yeah.
He was a special teams guy that they signed.
He scored a touchdown in that game.
I think he did. I have vague memories. It's funny because as soon as he said that Philly game where it snowed, I went, oh, the Jeremy Ross game. And you said the Shady McCoy game. And I'm like, oh, that too.
Yeah.
But he rushed for like
and
200
I believe
yards.
Schwartz made some ridiculous, whether it was going for 2 because of the kicking, or he tried to kick a field goal, which was stupid because of the weather. I don't remember. There was some controversy I remember in that game.
Was it conservative play calling?
Probably.
Let's go to CJ. You're next. What's up, CJ?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
So, I'm hearing about the different stadiums. My experience, I did go to, I want to say it was the Saints that we played 2 years ago in New Orleans, and we kind of beat them down. But last year, that Houston game, when we played the Texans, and they were beating us at first, and the fans was just kind of rowdy. Even at halftime, they were acting like the game was over. So, that first play out of that second half, we got that interception. And then, what happened after that? We beat them.
Yep.
But I can tell you, they were so upset. So my question is, I wonder, when we beat somebody down in their stadium, are they more upset after the win, or are they just – because, when the Lions fans win, like we're up in the stands and we're celebrating, right? We're all in the foyer and we're celebrating. I think the fans are, like, more upset after the win, not just that we're at the game. So what you guys think?
So you think if you go into somebody else's stadium, I'm making sure I'm understanding this, CJ. You go into somebody else's stadium, they're more hostile after a Lions win than a Lions loss.
Exactly. Right. Like if we go in there and beat them, like now that's when they kind of acting crazy. It's not the fact that we're at the game.
I guess I would think though, well, because if you're losing at home and the game's decided, you leave. Most people just leave and leave. Like that's one thing that's happened with this whole entire deal with the Lions is that the Lions are winning games in their stadium. Fan bases are leaving, and it looks like Ford Field in the last 5 minutes of the game because all the Lions fans pour down behind the Lions bench, and they're all you see.
Yes.
So I don't know. That's a great question because if they're gone, they can't be really hostile.
No.
248-539-9797. Jeff in Detroit, you're next. What's up, Jeff?
What's going on, guys?
How we doing, sir?
The caller ahead of me, CJ, he was exactly right. DC is a great area to go watch a game. I've been down to the DMV parties all weekend long, but we lost. I went to Dallas a few years ago when Jerry World opened up, and we were down 28-3 at halftime. And it just seems like the bubble I was in, the Dallas fans that was around me, it just grew and grew and grew until we started to come back, and then the crowd turned hostile. We parked a long ways away. It was like whole families of Troy Aikman jerseys, you know what I'm saying, arguing with me on the way to the car, you know what I'm saying? So it's cool long as we're losing, but as soon as we start winning, get to the car and get up out of there. You know what I'm saying?
Good advice. Let's take one more on this. Chad, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Chad.
Hey, first time calling, long time listener.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Flying out tomorrow to go to Philly to visit friends, and we're debating whether we want to buy tickets for the game or not. And after listening to you guys the last 2 days, we're really up in the air, me and my girlfriend, of which way to go.
Well, I think it can be done. It can be done
Yes.
probably in a good way. You just have to be prepared.
Well, we're trying to whether we want to just go down and maybe go check out the tailgate before, or just find a sports bar downtown to watch it. With it being an 8:00 game, I worry about just fans drinking all day and getting crazy and stuff. And then I think, like CJ said, if we win, then it's like getting out and leaving afterwards. But we don't know if we're going to get tickets.
There is an area. It's called like the Xfinity Center. That's where the Spectrum used to be, and it's right across. It's right by the link across from the Citizens Bank where the Phillies play. And they have tons of TVs, and you can hang out in there and get the experience of being around the stadium and then just watching the game there.
Well, that's what we're thinking about doing. We got friends that live in Philly, big Philly fans, and so we're thinking about maybe going down and just checking out tailgate stuff. I know they got the casino right by there too,
Yes.
so kind of like check things out, and then maybe we'll go watch it there at the sports book or something. I don't know, but we looked at tickets yesterday, and I'm like, I don't know, late game at 40 degrees out instead of being in Ford Field. It's I don't know. We're just undecided, but we're going to enjoy the time in Philly and probably wearing our stuff around town no matter what.
Well, good luck, have fun, and certainly hope for a Lions win.
Absolutely.
The latest on Scooble from a Baseball Insider. We'll get to that today at 12:18, and at 12:35, another edition of Fun with Vegas Odds. Hey, when it comes to your home, peace of mind matters. CGC Home Service is your trusted partner for plumbing, water treatment, and air purification. As an authorized independent Connecticut dealer, CGC Home Services provides the highest quality water systems along with expert service you can count on. From leaky pipes to clean air solutions, their team is there for you. Call CGC Home Services today. 855-339-4242. That's 855-339-4242. Or online at cgchomeservices.com. They're dependable, reliable, and ready to serve. I need some product advice.
Okay. What kind of product?
I'll explain later, but we own 5 of these things and 4 of them don't work.
If it has anything to do with technical, I'm the guy to speak to.
It's not, and I don't think it's user error. I just think these things suck. But we'll get to that at probably about 12:50 is my guess.
Okay.
Phone with Vegas odds 12:35. We mentioned we'd have the latest on Tarek Skubal. So this off season is going to be filled with Skubal updates, probably on a daily basis.
Oh, and during the season.
Well, if he's still here.
Yeah.
But, I kind of every day look, is anybody reporting anything on Skubal? Because the reporting is varied. I mean, some of it has made it sound like there's no way in hell that they're going to be able to bring him back.
Right. And most people, whether it's Passan or I saw the latest from Ken Rosenthal too, most people believe they're just going to ride it out.
Which is what I'm about to get to.
Sorry.
It's okay. But it started, though, with Passan earlier this week saying he thought that Skubal wanted to resign in Detroit, which was the first I'd ever heard anybody say that. But here's the more details to what Stoney just mentioned. As Ken Rosenthal reported for The Athletic this morning, as one Detroit Tiger person put it, we want to win with him. While 2026 figures to be their last chance, top Scott Boras clients hardly ever sign extensions when they are this close to free agency. The Tigers surely could do better in a trade of Skubal than they would through draft pick compensation if he left as a free agent. But to what end? The Tigers have reached the postseason the past 2 years, reviving baseball in Detroit, thanks in large part to Skubal's presence. Trading him almost certainly would amount to a step back short term. A deadline deal might make sense if the Tigers fall out of contention, but the odds of that happening in the American League Central are slim. And another thing, if the Tigers lose Skubal as a free agent, his roster spot would not become a black hole. The team would try as best it could to replace him. Look, there's riding it out with Skubal is not an incredibly unattractive scenario.
Because you think, and as you pointed out, if they are not in contention, which would be very doubtful, but you never know how baseball goes. You do. You say with him, considering hopefully in key games he'll want to go more than 99 pitches. But seriously, you have a chance. The window, and I remember asking Scott Harris about that question, he thought it was an illusion. There's a window. No, there's a window. However, if they do lose him and they can go out and replace him with other pitchers or one or two, or what, then it does make sense. Because if they just, let it run out and they don't win and get nothing for him and then they don't spend money, you've lost a generation almost again, no matter how good your prospect position players are. Okay, I struggle with this, whether or not you get a better return now or at the trade deadline. I think you get a better return now.
I think so too. I've heard the opposite theory out there. But I think you better return now because I think Skubal wants to go to a place where he can sign long term, and that Skubal and Boras would sign a deal with a team. If the Tigers can trade him to a team that can sign him, then the Tigers get a better return because that team's not getting him short term, they're getting him long term. And so I want them to actively try and trade him, like aggressively try and trade him.
Now?
Yes.
Just to see what you can get.
Yes. But anything short of a haul, then you have to shift your gear and saying, okay, we got to win with him now. That is a window.
Right.
There's no other way to put it. If you're going to lose him. Now, that doesn't mean mortgage a future. And what I mean by that, I don't mean start trading off your prospects for established stars. I'm talking about signing free agents. If we get deep into this offseason, not too deep into the offseason, but if we get in and it's becoming evident that the Tigers aren't going to get the offer they want, they need to seek final offers early, because the only thing that makes sense is then, okay, we're not going to spend big money on Skubal, even though we've budgeted it.
Right.
So let's go spend big money
Yes.
The Scooble money on somebody else, and let's do it now.
Right.
Is there any argument against this? Is there any argument against this? Now, I know we get people just say ownership's cheap. They don't want to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Ownership tried to spend money last offseason on Bregman. Right. So if they were willing to do it then, why wouldn't they be willing to do it now? And why wouldn't they be willing to do it for somebody to help them win in this window, which according to Ken Rosenthal, they want to do? Am I wrong here?
No. You have to experiment with everything. And look, I mean, everybody makes the comp of what, Corbin Burns?
Yeah.
Now the Orioles, got Corbin Burns from Milwaukee in February 2024, and they got DJ Hall and Joey Ortiz and future considerations. Now, I'm not a baseball aficionado. Everybody says it was good, but not great. That if they would have done, traded him earlier, they might have gotten more. Just like, look, if the Tigers would have traded Scooble at last year's winter meetings, they would have gotten more because their team would have had another year of control.
Mm-hmm.
That was always the debate last year.
Right.
Because we all saw this coming.
Yeah, but we all so right now you look back and you go, oh, blah, 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 except in the moment the Tigers were trying to win the World Series.
Right. And that's the reason why you think about not trading him at all this year.
Mm-hmm. It's there's so much opportunity here to score big and to fail miserably. Am I wrong? I mean, this could go either direction.
Oh, yeah.
This could be a windfall for the future or a total disaster.
Right. Look, if they ride it out and, God forbid, don't make the playoffs or lose in a wild card round or whatever, and then so you're basically stuck with, whatever the compensation draft pick is, and then you don't get a comparable or at least a couple of really good pitchers to take his place next offseason, and where the hell are we?
Yeah.
We're back to being bad, and it's time to find a new general manager, if that happens.
Well, my overall impression of Scott Harris is on the positive side, but this is a challenge here that he has to navigate and navigate correctly. Like he doesn't have my full acceptance as the guy that's going to get it done, nor does he probably care about my full acceptance as a guy. But as I stand right now, I approve of the job he has done, but he's got a lot to prove here.
Well, look, it's still relatively early in his tenure, but right now he does appear to have the, Brad Holmes, hopefully he'll be successful, Steve Yzerman, resume of drafting really well, but free agency and trades have not been good at all. That's basically what his resume is.
Well, not good at all means they haven't done anything. They did bring Gleyber Torres was a good addition.
Okay, on the bottom side, he's had a couple.
The trade of Flaherty for those prospects was pretty good.
Yeah, but Flaherty back. He also got the Eduardo Rodriguez. I mean, you go on.
Fair enough. There's negatives too,
yes,
but when you say not good at all,
okay, no, I meant overall. If you're going to grade Scott Harris, Steve Yzerman, Brad Holmes, non-drafting, I don't think any of them get above a C. So they've had some decent ones, but they've had some bad ones too.
I'd have to break down.
Come on, Alex Cobb on its own. Kenta Maeda on his. I mean,
my instinct is telling me you should not be lumping Brad Holmes in with the other two.
Okay, well, Brad Holmes' drafting is good, but his free agents haven't been that stellar.
You wouldn't give him anything better than a C. I'd have to look at the ledger. Interesting.
But his overall look, Brad Holmes overall is an A.
Oh, his net is an A. Yeah. All right, Fun with Vegas Odds coming up today at 12:35. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, I'm a lucky man, not just because I'm sitting here with Doug and Kang. I'm a lucky man because all these years I've been paid to do what I love the most, watch sports, which, to be honest, I'd be doing anyway. And I also feel lucky that when my eyes started to betray me, when reading press notes and seeing the playing field in sharp focus became difficult, Dr. Yaldo turned back the clock in a brief, painless procedure. He replaced my aging natural lenses with bifocal lens implants. It was amazing. I got to throw my reading glasses in the trash and again saw everything in brilliant color and focus. We all age. By our mid-40s, it's become harder to see things up close, so we get reading glasses. Years later, we start forming cataracts. That was me. So let the amazing Dr. Yaldo solve your issues. If you're younger, maybe he'll recommend custom LASIK, another life-changing technology. Dr. Yaldo is the gate, not the gate, he's the GOAT. He sees every inch of the field. He's performed over 50,000 procedures. Go to yaldoeyecenter.com for a free evaluation.
You know what I started watching yesterday? And I kind of heard about this, and I didn't think it was a true story, and I basically because I wasn't really paying attention. Have you heard about Cocaine Quarterback?
No, is it about Todd Marinovich? Who was it about?
No. It's about a USC football player.
Okay.
It was a walk-on for the USC football team who got wrapped up in drug deals with some sort of cartel. And it's available on Prime. And I was like, oh my God, this is a true story. It is wild. This kid was a walk-on during the Matt Leinart, Reggie Bush era, Lendell White. And his name was Owen Hansen, O-Dog. And O-Dog could get anything. O-Dog basically wasn't going to be able to start doing steroids because he was on the USC volleyball team and needed to get bigger and stronger. And then he got all kinds of yoked and decided to try to walk on for the football team. And he could run, he could jump, but he'd never played football, and they kept him. Then he became a bit of a supplier for the team, and it spiraled out of control from there. It is wild.
Did PD know?
I don't know. I don't know if he knew or he didn't know. It sounded like the whole team knew.
Right.
So other than, they didn't get into all that. They basically just followed his story. But he was fascinating story. Like crazy. He ended up having to try to launder money out of Australia. How do you get $5 million back to the United States from Australia? Is the question. Wow. So far after 2 episodes, recommend. All right.
What service is it on?
Prime.
Okay.
Yep. So ready for fun with Vegas odds. Have you ever done this? Do you even know what it is?
No.
Okay, here we go. Let's do it. I'm going to give you 5 things that have the same odds, and you tell me which one you would bet.
Okay.
Okay? And then Kang will give his, I'll give mine. These things are all 8-1, all right?
Okay.
The Lions to win the Super Bowl, 8-1. Josh Allen to be named NFL MVP, 8-1. Texas A&M to win the College Football National Championship, 8-1. Brian Kelly being named the next head coach at UCLA, 8-1. And Zach Taylor of the Bengals being the next NFL coach fired, 8-1. If you had to walk to the window and could only play one of these 8-1 bets, which would it be?
There's only 2 I'm considering. So do you want me to tell you which 2 they are?
Yes, I do. Yep.
Okay. I'm considering Texas A&M because they're really good and they play in, some people, the best conference in college football right now.
This year, that actually might be true.
Yes. So that or Zach Taylor.
Okay.
But the Bengals are such a bizarre organization and, Joe was hurt and all this kind of stuff. But if I had to bet one, I'm betting on the Aggies.
Okay, Texas A&M to win the national championship. It's funny because I look at the NFC North as the SEC of the NFL. Toughest division. But I had a prediction a few weeks ago, a BAP, that Texas A&M would play Texas Tech for the national championship. I'm going to go with Texas A&M. I'm going to stay consistent. Kang, of the 8-1s, which would you bet?
I really wish I could go off the board between you two, but I think this is the obvious one. It's Texas A&M. Got to go with the Aggies on this one. It's the best value out of all those ones you mentioned, Doug.
All right, we all agree. The next one is 22-1. These things are all 22-1. Jared Goff to win NFL MVP, 22-1. The San Antonio Spurs, Victor Wembanyama to win the NBA, 22-1. Lincoln Riley named the next head coach of the New York Giants, 22-1. Coastal Carolina to win the Sun Belt, 22-1.
Chanticleers.
And Jimbo Fisher being the next head coach at UCLA, 22-1. Which of these 22-1 long shots would you bet? I dare you to say Coastal Carolina to win the Sun Belt.
I don't know enough about them, so that's why I wouldn't bet them. It's either I'm going to say Goff at 22-1 because I think that is as good as Wemby's playing. I don't see them coming out of the West yet. They're still a little young. De'Aaron Fox is there now, and he's played better. But if the Lions in a huge keep going on and playing great, and other teams lose games, what the hell?
Yeah, I'm on Team Goff here. I agree with you. I'm Goff fan. Can't help it. And I'm actually a little surprised. There's a whole bunch of people in front of him. Dan Campbell's nowhere near the top in Coach of the Year, and Jared Goff is nowhere near the top in MVP. Do I think that would I take the field? Probably. But I think you can get good odds on both of them right now. But I go with Goff 22-1. Kang?
You guys, stop copying my work over here. The answer is Jared Goff. He's actually first in the league in quarterback completion percentage, second in touchdowns, only 3 interceptions, second in QB rating, passer rating, that is, 117.7. And the Lions are in first place. Everyone's talking about Stafford and May and all these other guys. Goff is right there with them. 22-1, I'm taking Jared Goff MVP.
All right, final one. These are all 33-1. 33-1. Dan Campbell to win Coach of the Year. 33-1. John Gruden named the next head coach at Auburn. 33-1. Jeremiah Smith of Ohio State winning the Heisman. 33-1. The Houston Texans winning the AFC. 33-1. And Dabo Swinney being the next head coach at Penn State. 33-1.
Even though obviously the odds are 33-1 for a reason.
Yes.
However, I'm going to go with somebody who I believe is the best player in college football. I'm going Jeremiah Smith at 33-1.
All right. All right. Stoney's got that one. I got to tell you, that's a good one. I'm embarrassed. I love Campbell at 33-1. At 33-1.
I get, as Costa would say, value.
It is. How come this is,
because the Coach of the Year usually goes to people you don't expect to have good seasons.
It's more like an overachievement award.
Right. So it's like Steichen or Vrabel, probably the top two, aren't they, I assume?
I can look it up. I got it here somewhere.
Yeah, I think
you're probably right, Stoney. Doug, don't be embarrassed. I'm going Campbell as well here. It was between Smith and Campbell, by the way, but I went with Campbell because this is the reason. He might have a better shot this year than years past. He just took over the play calling duties. If they go on to go finish 14-3 or 13-4, whatever, and he's been calling plays moving forward, that's a huge feather in his cap for why he should be Coach of the Year. He made a big decision, and it pays off for them to get the 1 seed or whatever it is.
I get it.
33-1. I'm taking Campbell.
All right, here are all the coaches with better odds. This is all according to BetOnline.ag.
Mm-hmm.
Shane Steichen or Mike Vrabel is plus 110. Shane Steichen plus 155. Mike McDonald plus 250. Ben Johnson plus 2,000. Sean McVay plus 2,500. Dan Campbell plus 3,300. I might have to go buy that for $1.
Yeah.
I'd reach down on the sidewalk and pick up $33 cash. So,
all right, Doug. Jeez,
it is.
Maybe I'll go $2.
It's the unexpected. It's like Sirianni's probably not even listed.
Is he
or
listed?
Andy Reid? They're probably not. Well, the Chiefs aren't having a great season. But.
Let me go see if I can find what Sirianni is.
Although he should be off the board after his decisions last Monday night, but whatever.
Stoney could do 4 hours on Eagles play calling and conservative game plans. There you go. Fun with Vegas odds. Straight ahead, I think these products stink. Absolutely stink. I've had no luck with them whatsoever. I think we tested 6 of them. 5 of them are broken. We'll get to that coming up today at 12:50. Hey, FanDuel is the #1 sports book for same-game parlays. From points to rebounds to threes to assists, FanDuel's a place. If you want to combine your bets in a same-game parlay, you can track every live stat in an easy-to-use app. But this is not the time for same-game parlays. This is the time to take advantage of this great offer. If you are new to FanDuel, So if you've not opened up a FanDuel account, right now, open up a FanDuel account, put $5 in, make a $5 bet. If that bet loses, whatever, walk away. You lost $5. It sucks. But if that bet wins, you get $150 in bonus bets, and you have a week to use those bonus bet money to make bets. So are they going to spot you $150? No, but you got to go find a heavy favorite on the money line, bet your $5 bet on them, and if they win, you get the $150 in bonus bets to play with for a week, and then all the money you win there, you could withdraw. So head to FanDuel.com/Doug to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. The first online real money wager only. $5 first deposit is required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Oh, no. Stoney. Did you just break your headphones? Oh, no. Are you going to even able to work? You need to go get some you need to go get some duct tape and try and tape those things together.
Well, maybe we just won't. We don't. I'm good for right now. Okay. During the break, I'll go get.
Did you just snap those?
Yeah, they were like, I had them like this.
Those of you watching online, Stoney just snapped his headset.
What happens when you buy cheap products on Amazon?
Dude, I've got people make fun of me because I wear these. These are the Apple AirPods I got, the wired ones I got with like my first iPhone.
I used to wear them all the time.
This is like, these are like 15 years old and they still work.
Yeah.
And we do not have wireless capability here
Right,
in the
I know,
studio.
or else I'd wear the AirPods.
Yep. But, and I every once in a while I notice on Twitch or YouTube, people say, nice headset, dog. And I'll be like, you know what? It works. It works.
Damn.
But Stoney just snapped his headset for people watching online. I'm sorry, buddy.
It's okay.
Can we get Robbie the engineer? Can you bring us some duct tape, Robbie? Help us out.
I don't know if it's even going to help. I know where
Why
there are
not?
extra headphones at this place. So
Okay. So to answer your question, NFL Coach of the Year odds. Vrabel's a favorite at plus 110. Shane Steichen's plus 155. Mike McDonald plus 250. Ben Johnson plus 2,000. If people don't know what this means, it means if you bet $100 and Ben Johnson wins Coach of the Year, you win 2,000. So basically 20 to 1. Sean McVay is 25 to 1. Sean Payton is 33 to 1. Dan Campbell is 33 to 1. Kyle Shanahan's 33 to 1. Jim Harbaugh is 50 to 1. Liam Cohen of Jacksonville is 50 to 1. Dave Canellis of Carolina is 50 to 1. John Harbaugh is 66 to 1. And no, there are no odds on Sirianni. This according to betonline.ag. I like Dan Campbell 33 to 1. And then, Kang, you pointed out, he's taken over play calling. In the middle of the season, he did something that is a very tangible and easy. Any dope can figure out if they go on and they catch fire, who's going to get the credit for it? Dan Campbell.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's 33 to 1. Now, to be fair, the beginning of the year, I put $5 down on Isaac Tesla to win Offensive Rookie of the Year. That would pay $380. That's not likely. I put $1 down on Jared Goff to win MVP. That would pay $36. And I put $1 down on Jahmyr Gibbs to win MVP. That would pay $121. But none of those things are probably going to happen. So I could do the Coach of the Year thing for 33 to 1. All right, I mentioned this before the break. What are you laughing at? Is there anything
it's very fitting, actually.
What?
Because the products that don't work.
Oh, yeah,
So I
okay.
was busting my headphones.
So we got a place up north. And over the course of the time we've owned it, we have collected a product that invariably and quickly they don't work. And we decided we were going to test all of the air mattresses we own up north.
Okay.
Of the 6, 5 of them, you can blow them up and they immediately run out of air. If you lay down on one of them to start the night, when you wake up, you're sleeping on the floor. And some of them are relatively new. I don't know how we got this many, but when you have a place,
Right, yeah.
getaway place, a vacation home, I think you start to accrue stuff like this. So when you're hosting and there's a lot of people and you run out of beds, you get an air mattress.
Mm-hmm.
They all suck. I don't get it. Like I'm trying to figure out, because I said to my wife, we might have a use for one this weekend. So we brought them all home from up north, tested them all. One works. One.
So when you say works, they don't even inflate.
No, they'll inflate. But like I inflated him in the basement 2 days ago. And when I got home last night,
It was flat.
All of them were flat except one. And nobody slept on them.
Right.
So they all have a slow leak. Now, like a bike tire, I know how to fix a bike tire. You fill it with air, and then you put it in like the tub. You put it, and you see where the bubbles are coming from. You know that's where you can't take an air mattress and put it in a pool and see where the bubbles are coming from. Like
Right.
So I'm completely at a loss of whether or not they all suck because we have different brands. Some of them seem like heavy duty. I think air mattresses stink.
Well, we don't have that much experience with them, but when we have used them, I've never had any complaints.
Haven't you? You've never had them run out of air.
No. Not to the best of my knowledge, but then again, that stuff's sometimes hidden from me in my house. But no, we haven't had to use them very many times. I'm trying to think. My nephew and his Penn State buddies came in a few years ago. I think they might have
Wasn't
used
an
one.
issue?
No.
Does anybody have a brand of air mattresses that are any good? Because we have had no luck with these things.
We do, but I don't know what it is because my wife buys all that stuff. So
Oh,
we have
really?
2 new air mattresses that they inflate them and they deflate on their own really well too. They're great. We just used them like a month ago for a guest that came into town.
And they have no problems, huh?
0.
How old are they?
Probably within the year.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, maybe they're just all too old.
Yeah, how old are they?
How old are they? I can't tell you because they, like I said, we've picked these up over the years.
That means too old.
Probably. I mean, one of them's a Coleman. Like, isn't that a really respected name in the camping community? Coleman? Robbie, the engineer, just showed up to fix Stoney's headsets. Thank you, Robbie. Sent the bat signal out, and sure enough, he shows up.
They're cheap. I'll just order another pair from Amazon, probably.
Isn't Coleman a well-respected name in the camping industry?
Yes, I've heard. Hey, let me tell you, I am Mr. Camping. I've heard of Coleman like
lanterns,
and
like the little gas
canteens,
stove.
maybe. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, there might be a trick to them, but I don't know how it could be user error because you fill them with air.
Right.
So once I have them filled, I lay down on them, feels fine, and go, okay, well, this still be filled with air in the morning, and they never are. They never are.
There's got to be a hole somewhere.
Certainly, but I have no idea how to find it. You can't put it in the sink. It's an air mattress.
There's a slow leak. It doesn't matter. You see the results, so it's time to move on.
Well,
you need to
move on from the air mattress industry.
No, whenever you decide to move off of this industry, you need to invest and form a product that is for air mattresses, the hole detector.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, and then
go to Shark Tank.
But
and,
in this day and age, I think the expectation is when something breaks, you just buy a new one. Like who is it? We have a problem with a stove, and everybody, the feedback we get is just buy a new one. So maybe we should just go out and buy new air mattresses, knowing that they're going to stink quickly. They're going to develop a slow leak, and it won't be long now. I'm struggling with them. If anybody has any suggestions, text them over to Kang, 248-539-9797.
Here's a suggestion. Just sleeping bags. No mattresses.
Don't even bother?
No.
Get the old school sleeping pad that rolls up.
Yep, absolutely.
Could be. It might be the suggestion. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to guess that I will suggest it, and the wife will be like, we're not doing that to guests. No. Of course, the last time we did an air mattress up north, the guests took all the beds. I took the air mattress, and I woke up sleeping on the floor. So,
well, it had to be her family then, right?
Yeah, it was.
Of course.
Yeah. But she wasn't there. I let them all take the beds, and I took the air mattress.
Still, it was her family.
It was her
you
family.
were being the nice guy.
Well, I like to think of it as our family.
I understand.
All right. So coming up next hour, would you make this trade? Something floated out there regarding our Pistons. Without saying what the trade is, Stoney, what is your gut telling you? Would this be a good trade or not?
I would say if I could negotiate it down a little bit, I would definitely make it. So I'll say no.
Okay. Well, we'll tell you what the trade proposal is coming up today at 1:02. By the way, Jahmyr Gibbs back-to-back NFC Offensive Player of the Week. So good for him. Oh, did I just scoop you, kid?
Stealing my thunder, man.
Sorry, update, kid.
We just thought he was going to give us cockfight updates.
I keep waiting for him. Do you have another one of those?
There's no news in the cockfighting world today.
That's too bad. Not since this morning.
Cockfighting.com.
Carson Anderson, Stoney's in for Anderson, 97.1.
Pistons and Bulls set to showdown in about 6 hours here on 97.1. Detroit will be without Tobias Harris and Asar Thompson and is likely to miss Isaiah Stewart and Cade Cunningham as well. Jalen Duren was the only good news today as he was listed as probable this morning, but was just downgraded to questionable in the latest NBA injury report. As Doug Karsh told you just before the break, Lions running back Jahmyr Gibbs was named NFC Offensive Player of the Week this afternoon. He had 142 rushing yards, 30 receiving yards, and 3 touchdowns in Sunday's win over the Commanders. MLB Network insider John Morosi was on the network this morning and said today that Tigers second baseman Gleyber Torres is one of the 18 players that is strongly considering accepting the qualifying offer he was extended at the start of MLB free agency. There will be news for the Tigers tonight as ace Tarik Skubal is expected to become the first back-to-back AL Cy Young winner since Pedro Martinez at the turn of the century. Only 11 pitchers have ever won back-to-back Cy Youngs. Skubal could be the second Tiger to do so as Denny McLain won it back in 1968 and 69. MLB Network will announce the AL and NL winners tonight at 7 o'clock. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
By the way, also to report, Terry and Arnold and Kirby Joseph not practicing.
Okay. I got to tell you, the TA thing is probably the biggest negative I took out of that game. He was playing well.
I know. He made one play early in the game. Yeah.
He was in phase on a couple of passes downfield, and I'm not giving up on that kid. I know a lot of people.
No, I'm not either.
That's a tough position to play, and the expectation should not be you should be perfect.
No.
Because it is a incredibly difficult position to play. And his problem with penalties last year added up. But they, look, he's got to be better than he had been. And, we'll see how it plays itself out. If he can go this weekend, I certainly hope he can go this weekend. But we shall see. I didn't get a chance to talk to you about this. Did you watch that Piston game the other night against Washington?
Yes, I did.
What were your impressions?
My impressions were that Cade Cunningham was incredible. And I know he missed 31 shots. I get all that. But he was playing with a bunch of players that was like, with all due respect, a G League team besides, Jalen Duren. All the injuries, and it appears from Brandon's update that that's going to be the case tonight when they play on a better team, the Bulls. I mean, look, Tobias hasn't played. Obviously, Ivy has not played. Sasser has not played this year. Tobias has missed most of the games, I should say. Asar Thompson didn't play, and I think there might have been one other. And Isaiah Stewart, right? Is that it? Okay, so you're Darius Jenkins with 2 3-pointers within 3 seconds. It was incredible, but they played the Washington Wizards, who stink.
Yeah, I thought it was a gutsy win, given who was on the floor. Right. I thought the hilarity of the final possession they had in regulation when it looked like they ran their motion before Cade had the ball, so the play had already been run, and then Cade was handed the ball, and all he could do was throw it to Dennis Jenkins in the corner.
Slipped, yeah.
And Dennis Jenkins, I don't think moved that whole play. He just stood there in the corner, and they threw him the ball, and he drained the three. I thought that was hysterical because deep down, I thought they ran the play way before Cade got the ball, and it completely disrupted it, and it worked out anyway.
Jenkins was so not part of that play, he wasn't even looking at Cade when he threw him the ball. When Cade threw him the ball, watch the replay. Mid-ball in air, Jenkins turns and sees the ball is coming towards him. And for him to be able to catch that ball and shoot it right away and make it is actually more unbelievable than we even realized at the time, guys. Because Jenkins was watching everything unfold like you guys mentioned. The play was just not working. Guys are falling down. And all of a sudden he turns, the ball's coming to me. And he turns and shoots it. Amazing.
And it worked out. I mean, he just rose and fired. At first, when I was watching it live, I was scared his back foot hit the sideline and he was out of bounds. I thought that's what they were ruling.
Right.
But, I wanted him to win that game.
Yes, absolutely.
So this was floated out there in the Bleacher Report by one of their writers, Grant Hughes, who proposes a trade Right, Cade Cunningham is well on his way to validating last season's leap to All-NBA status, but he can't continue to carry Pistons all by himself. The Pistons are 16th in the league in offensive efficiency and 23rd in effective field goal percentage. Their defensive metrics have been fantastic, which is hysterical because they give up so many points in the first quarter and then more than make up for it over the next three. His proposed trade is that the Pistons send Tobias Harris, Jaden Ivey, Ron Holland, and a 2028 first-round pick and a 2030 first-round pick, which is a lot, to Utah for Lauri Markkanen. Markkanen is 28 years old. He's averaging 28 points a game. He's shooting 38.1% from three. Been basically a double-digit scorer his entire career, 7 feet 1 inches tall. Would you make this trade?
Here's my problem with Lauri Markkanen. And it has nothing to do with the Detroit, we're tough blue-collar town or anything like that. Mm-hmm. He's not a tough player. Now, he hasn't had a lot of playoff experience, so to speak, but he does what they need. He stretches the floor. He can shoot. He's a terrific player. You pointed out the stats. He is under contract for 3 more years after this season at rates of $46, $49, and $53 million.
Mm-hmm. I mean, he's one of the best scoring bigs in the league.
To me, the gamble is Ron Holland. And as good as Jaden Ivey might be, I'm willing to take a chance on giving him up because of the injury history.
I don't put him in the unknown given category. And what I mean by that is we really don't know, but we think of it as a given that he is going to be good. Yes. I'm not ready to say it's a given that he's going to help this team.
I would, you know what? I'd do it.
Would you do it?
I thought about it again, and I'd do it.
I want to caution everybody, too, that, hey, look, if you say I'd do it for less, so would everybody.
Yes.
If you want to do it, but you'd only do it for less, nobody would turn that down. If this is the price, would you do it? And you'd basically be parting waves with 4 young assets. Tobias Harris is, for Lauri Markkanen is you're switching out one and switching to the other. That's fine. You're trading Jaden Ivey, Ron Holland, and 2 first-round picks that are both top 3 protected in this trade proposal. So you're trading 4 future assets, young players.
You better hope that you're not even going to be in a situation where you have to worry about the pick being protected.
Right, sure. In fact, I'm surprised I'm not protected for more. I, too, would make this trade. And especially if we're getting closer to the trade deadline and the Eastern Conference standings reflect this.
Because this is the year, Halliburton's coming back next year. Jason Tatum coming back next year. I know he wants to come back sooner, but that would be foolish in my opinion. But yeah, you make the trade. I mean, but it's something you really got to think about because I think Holland, but it's a think, is going to be terrific. And yet between him and Ausar, I'm going to give the advantage to Ausar because I think you can get away with only having one of them.
Well, the question is, and look, I'm looking down at some of the feedback coming in, and, Nayrok on Twitch says Markkanen is simply not a winner. Death313, he's a black hole defensively. But you're getting him because he's one of the most diverse scoring bigs in this league. He can shoot, can put the ball on the floor, good passer. I mean, you're getting something that's going to help.
Right. But, the texters are correct. And that's what I feared is his defense and his toughness.
Let's be clear, too. This is a reporter's idea. This isn't like something that's being reported that's under consideration.
Correct.
Kang, would you do this deal?
I would. I think a stretch 4, stretch 5, whatever you want to call it, is exactly what the Pistons need. It sounds like you're giving up a lot because you are, but I will break it down. Ivy, we literally don't know how he'd work with this core, right? Because they did all this winning without him. Ron Holland's got a huge upside, especially if he can develop his offensive game. But I don't need to try to figure it out if I'm going to get somebody who's already doing the offensive stuff.
Yep.
Tobias Harris, great veteran, great locker room presence. They call him Unc. He's the guy that kind of keeps everything calm and together, and he's been there and done that. But at some point, it's like you've taken us so far, we can take it ourselves now. And Cade I think he can shoulder a lot of the leadership. Now he just needs the talent, and that's what Trajan Langdon's job is, to surround him with talent. My only issue, though, is Markin has got the huge contract. Does it affect extending Jalen Duren, which I really would like to do?
Well, that's true, because I mentioned how much he is making the next 3 years, and Tobias is just for this year. That's why that matches with the salary. The other thing let me tell you, this is a big deal, I'm sure, in Doug's mind too. Lauri Markkanen would overtake Valtteri Filppula as the best Finnish athlete we've ever had in Detroit.
I'll make the trade anyway.
You willing to do that, Doug?
Willing to do it. I mean, that's tough, Stoney, now that you've introduced that variable.
I know.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. It's classic, old school Carson Anderson. Would you do it? Proposed trade on Bleacher Report sending Tobias Harris, Jaden Ivey, Ron Holland, and 2 future first-round picks to Utah for Lauri Markkanen. 28 points a game, can shoot from the perimeter, 7 feet 1 inches tall. It is Carson Anderson, 97.1. The car skater's out today. Mike Stone is in, a.k.a. Stoney, if you've never heard of him. He's been around for a minute.
Yeah.
Carson Anderson. We're talking about this Bleacher Report thing where they're proposing a trade that would send Lauri Markkanen to Detroit from Utah. It wouldn't come without a cost. Tobias, Jaden Ivey, Ron Holland, and 2 firsts. But, and if you think that's too much, that's fine. Always thinking about what would it take for Utah to part with one of the high-scoring bigs in the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
Versatile scorer.
A team that's going nowhere. They have some pieces, but they're going nowhere.
The one thing I was thinking about, and I said this about the Pistons yesterday, in my lifetime, we've seen 2 Piston championship teams. One was the Bad Boys, who played the game a different way than the rest of the NBA, and the other was the going-to-work Pistons, who played the game different than the rest of the NBA. I'm not sure this Piston team isn't more like a modern NBA team than either of those teams. You know what I mean? Like this, they are playing great defense, which both the Bad Boys and the going-to-work Pistons did, and their defensive metrics show it, like the most combined blocks and steals per game in the NBA. The points per 100 trips at 106, I believe, is second best in the NBA. Expected field goal percentage, which has, what kinds of shots are you allowing and how contested are they, is one of the best in the NBA. Like, they're doing all of these things defensively that stand out, but they're doing it with a superstar. And Isaiah was a superstar.
Yeah.
But this feels different. This feels like more of an accepted, they're doing it the way the rest of the NBA is doing it, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I always find it interesting if fans call and say, I want to do it like the Bad Boys did it. Well, you can try that, but what's the point?
It's very difficult to do it like the
you don't always have to break the rule, be the exception to the rule, right?
No, I mean, sometimes you have to take chances. I mean, they took a chance. It worked out, but I still think they would have at least won one. I mean, he would have been the Finals MVP in '88 when they traded. Dantley had a great NBA Finals. They got, he lost it because they lost the Game 7, the Phantom Foul, Game 6 with the Phantom Foul.
Mm-hmm.
But they made a change when they traded him for Aguirre to move Rodman up to start. All that stuff. And the other group, they got fortunate that when Grant left, they were able to get Ben Wallace. And they got fortunate they made a trade at the deadline to get Rasheed Wallace.
This is funny. I'm listening. I'm looking at these texts, and there's a whole bunch of people doing the exact thing I warned people not to do. They want to buy the Range Rover on a Kia budget. And
so what do they want to give up?
I do the deal for Tobias Harris and Jaden Ivey only. Maybe a second-round pick. Definitely not Holland.
Yeah. Do you realize you're dealing with Danny Ainge, who basically screws people as much as he can?
Well, additionally,
you have to give up to get.
It sounds like you're doing it. I'd do it for less than half the price. I'd give him the veteran that they don't need. I'd give him Ivy and a second-round pick, but not Holland and the 3 firsts. You want to do it for less than half the price.
2 firsts, right?
2 firsts, sorry, yes. But you want to do it for less than half. You want to give up 2 players, one they don't need, and take away the 3 assets that they'd want.
Right.
Of course you'd do it. Everybody would. But, so your answer is no, though. I mean, this person wouldn't do it.
Correct, which is fine.
Here's one that I don't know how to handle this. Guy writes in, compare that Markkanen trade to the Luka trade. What are we talking about here? No chance. All that and 2 firsts. Is comparing anything to if you compare everything to the Luka trade, there'll never be another trade ever.
No. And by the way, if he doesn't get injured, I'm not trying to defend Nico Harrison, who just got fired and should have been when he actually made the trade. But, if Anthony Davis doesn't get hurt and Kyrie doesn't get hurt, there's a chance that they...
All right, now you're defending him. It's indefensible.
Well, no, I know the trade's indefensible, but...
It was so indefensible, I wanted to figure out why it could possibly be defensible.
Right.
And worked very hard. And I can't find one reason why it's defensible. But But look...
It was one of those things where you thought it was a fake.
Am I wrong in saying if your baseline for all trades is look what the Lakers gave up for Luka, you're never going to make a big trade ever.
Never.
Yeah, this is going to hurt if it were to actually happen. Now, this is just a Bleacher Report, idea, but not even an actual report. But yeah, man, you don't want to give up something that could be great. But then Listen, Markkanen might be the guy to put you over the top. And I understand that he is not as tough as we've come accustomed to this current team is, but you're not trading all your tough guys. You know, Stu is still on the team, Jalen Duren. Asar Thompson's a great defensive player. Cade's a tough guy. So you still have that core where maybe you turn Markkanen into a little bit of a more tough guy than he actually is because he's never had to be that guy.
This is really interesting because I'm reading these texts as they come in, Kang, as you sent them over. Everybody wants to do this for way less.
Yeah.
Here's one, though. This trade is all the rage right now in NBA circles because it's just so obvious. Markkanen is basically the perfect fit for how this team is built. Any trade for a player of that caliber is going to net that type of return. I'd do it in a heartbeat. It sets up this team not just for this year, but the future as well. So, I mean, is that the only response that we had that wanted to make the trade, Kang?
Oh, we just got one that also wants to make it. This trade is such a no-brainer. I would jump on it. Ivy has hardly played. 2 draft picks 3 years down the road, a young player with potential and a proven commodity, as opposed to a proven commodity. And Tobias Harris, who cares? That's from One Ticket Text.
Yeah. I mean, why wouldn't you? The reason you wouldn't make the trade is more about the warts on Markkanen than anything we're giving up, in my opinion. As good as Ron Holland will be, I'm not sure he's going to be an all-star.
Well, try convincing the people that think Ron Holland's going to be an all-star and Jay Ivey's going to be an all-star. Right. I mean, and even if they are, that doesn't mean you don't make this trade.
Correct.
You know, you could still, if this trade is an effort to win an NBA, we just went through, God, this is funny. We just went through trashing of the Red Wings, trashing of the Tigers, and trashing of the Lions for not making big moves. And now this proposal is getting trashed. This would be a big move.
I just don't think people like Lauri Markkanen.
Do you think people watch Lauri Markkanen?
No.
Okay.
Well,
Kang, do you think that's it? They're not watching Lauri Markkanen?
Well, yeah, it's Utah. They suck, and they're in the West. But I mean, 28-6, 46% from the field.
For those same people, would you make the same trade for I think he's a little older, a different player, Giannis?
Well, somebody has suggested, and I'll read this text. That's a Giannis package. I'm not that guy. Harrison Ivy is way better. Harrison Ivy, you think Harrison Ivy, Tobias Harris and Jaden Ivey, you would rather have those two than Lauri Markkanen. You don't even know what Ivy is.
Right.
I love Tobias and what he's done for this team, and I'm grateful because I do think his role far exceeds his statistics.
Yes.
But you're essentially saying, almost in many ways, saying you'd rather have Ivy than Lauri Markkanen?
What are you, nuts?
How?
Are you anti-Finn?
An anti-Finnite?
Yeah.
You know, a lot of times, too, it's tough because we saw this team. This is the core group that brought them from nothing, from the ashes, right? And so you don't want to let that go, and they're still young, most other than Harris. And maybe fans have grown attached to those guys.
It's funny because I think there's an argument to be made to make this trade and to not make this trade.
Yeah.
I think the reflection of what we're seeing from the fans, which is overwhelmingly don't make this trade, is surprising to me.
This is definitely not a no-brainer one way or the other. It's definitely something.
Are you saying it's a brainer?
It's a brainer. It's a brainer.
Well, it would be fascinating to see that's a 3-point threat. That's a big dude. That's a guy who could really elevate this team offensively, which if you look at their shortcomings through the 9-2 best in the East start, their shortcomings are more offensive than defensive.
Right. And the other thing, except at start of games where they don't play defense for some strange reason, the other thing you have to make sure you don't want him and Duncan on the field, on the court at the same time, because then you really have no defense.
Right. Well, look, I mean, it's it's an interesting debate, but I'm slightly leaning towards it. I could be talked out of it.
Right.
There's a lot of people that are adamantly against it. If you're giving up that much capital, I think it would be well advised. Check around and see what other options are available with you. That kind of trade package being sent.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would not. Yes, like the Dallas Mavericks should have done.
Yeah.
Check and make sure you can't get more than this from somebody else. Yes, I'd rather have Giannis.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I would rather have Giannis. If you could make the same trade for Giannis, I would do that over marketing.
And I have a feeling that Trajan Langdon is one of those guys that if he was going to make a huge trade, he would call a lot of people.
I would think so.
Mm-hmm.
But 248-539-9797. Hey, just a reminder. You can stream this show using the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. Then you can listen to this program and all the programs here on 97.1 The Ticket anywhere in the United States. Also streaming through our website, 971theticket.com. Stream with video, go to twitch.tv and youtube.com, and bang, there you can see us, including Stoney wearing his now duct taped together headphones and his awesome Vancouver Canucks old school throwback sweatshirt. That's the video stream, youtube.com and twitch.tv. Participate in the streaming chat on both those websites. Sometimes we read what you post on the air here on 97.1. We talk some college football next here on 97.1. All right. Do you want the pro football news or the college football news?
Are both, any of them good?
I mean, one of them is good-ish.
Okay.
Dave Burkett says the Detroit Lions have also started Marcus Davenport's return to practice window. Lots of good injury news for the Lions. Okay, that implies I missed a tweet that there was something else.
DJ Reed.
Lions start DJ Reed's return to practice window. So DJ Reed's returning to practice. Marcus Davenport returning to practice. Hooray.
So I would guess, and I'm no doctor, so they have the Giants next week. Thanksgiving, you're looking at the following Thursday night against the Cowboys. DJ Reed lining up against C.D. Lamb.
And Marcus Davenport's reported ready to get hurt again.
Zing. Kag from 3. Matt's in Detroit, and he's on 97.1. Hi, Matt.
Hey, how are you? Love your show.
Thank you.
Hey, just a moment ago, you were talking about the 2-minute timeout versus the 2-minute warning, and I think it was Stoney saying, we don't want to be like them. They're professional, and we're not. Well, I would argue that's absolutely not true. Now that the NIL exists, these college players are absolutely, by definition, professional players.
Matt, I guess my sarcasm didn't go through your radio. I was trying to be sarcastic when I said that.
Very good. Well, I'm glad you were, because and I agree 100% with the sarcasm, because this NIL thing has taken something that many people held very sacred, and they almost sacred, if you will, and they've gone and made it professional, and in my mind ruined it. I mean, my interest in it has completely waned. I've said I'm now a high school football fan, and soon to be Pee Wee if they're going to start paying the high school kids. I'm just over it all.
Let me ask you this, Matt. Does that bother you more or less than the whole portal? Because to me, I don't care if they get money. That doesn't bother me that much. But it's the portal where these guys are in their fourth schools and things like that. To me, is the disgusting part of it.
They both bother me tremendously. But making it professional and paying these guys, to me, is more bothersome, just by the fact that they've taken something and made it professional, and it used to not be that way. So that being said, I used to play college football. I sat the bench, and there was a problem. There was many kids from impoverished neighborhoods that really didn't have any money.
That stuns me then that you feel that way, Matt. Where did you play?
I sat the bench at Michigan.
Did you? Okay.
Yeah.
What years were that? What year were you there?
That was 89 to 92.
Okay. Wow, you got some rings then.
Yeah. Anyway, that doesn't matter. The point is, there's a problem there. These guys needed some money, and there was a serious problem. And everybody should have been given it. Everybody, cheerleaders, swimmers, every athlete got maybe $750 a month cash. They've gone and given a quarterback at Michigan $12.5 million over his 4 years.
If that's what it is, Matt, I will say this about the whole the idea that a player is paid doesn't change the product on the field on Saturdays, as far as just from a viewer standpoint. The rapid changes, there's nothing that's evolved as quickly as college football. In the last 5 years, portal, NIL, conference expansion, conferences folding.
College basketball, too.
I would use the word devolved. Having the Pac-10 put in the Big Ten.
It's bizarre.
I think because it's. Who's that for? That's not for the student athlete. That's for the money.
No.
And the colleges. It's
Matt,
crap.
I find it. I say that Sunday through Friday, college football pisses me off. Saturday rolls around, and I still love it. And I hope I never lose that love for it. They are testing. Thank you for the phone call. They are testing the boundaries. And for some people like yourself, you say you're not as big a fan. That's too bad. We also have to look in the mirror a little bit. A generation. We have to look in the mirror and say, are we just doing what we heard our uncles and grandparents say? Back in my day, when Mickey Mantle played, it was way better.
Oh, yeah.
And we grew up going, this guy's nuts. Right. Oscar Robertson, Will Chamberlain.
Al Kaline turned down more money.
Remember it. Yeah, all that stuff. When we heard, are we just doing that? We don't like the change, and we're just doing that. I don't think we are, because I don't think you can name a sport that's changed as rapidly as college football. In this short period of time,
right?
No generation has been asked to accept changes as much as we have. The TV ratings are very healthy. But that Northwestern Stadium, 35,000, it might be just Northwestern. That might become the new hotness. You know, like the day and age where they just start eliminating seats and building luxury
Well,
suites.
it depends. If the Big Ten has their private equity and all that, they'll get
That's
money
a
and
whole
insurance.
nother-
I know it makes
a whole nother thing.
Okay, so what's your cut? You had
College football news. Okay, so this is being reported by On3. Louisville is working on a contract extension to keep Jeff Brom. Now, this isn't earth-shattering news unless you're looking for a coach, correct? Or you think you might be looking for a coach. In the last couple days, Jeff Brom, Louisville's played defense on Jeff Brom. Arizona State is apparently playing defense with Kenny Dillingham. We've had Kurt Signetti sign a deal. Apparently, Brett Key at Georgia Tech is going to get a new deal. Matt Rule at Nebraska got a new deal.
Nothing new in Jonathan Smith.
No, Brett Lashley at SMU got a new deal. Schools are playing defense right now, and it's narrowing. There's, I believe, 17 Division I jobs open right now. People think it might get up close to 30, and all the many of the top coaches are being locked up.
So what you might have, the guys who got fired, is those play musical chairs.
There might be musical chairs, or you're going to see coordinators, the Brian Hartlines of the world get opportunities.
People at Penn State, my fans that I know from Penn State, they love him, and I say, great, take him, get him away from Ohio State. From wide receiver U.
Well, weren't they glad to take the defensive coordinator from Ohio State, Jim Knowles? That didn't exactly pay dividends.
Well, that's true.
But look,
they're playing hard right now, though.
They are playing hard. I actually, in the weirdest way, found myself rooting for both Penn State and Indiana in that game. I don't know how.
Yeah, that's kind of obscure.
It is, and it's not like me. But I authentically was like kind of rooting for this little engine. It's now little engine. I just called Penn State a little engine that could, but I feel bad for their players. But anyway, Rico Beard has sauntered in studio. What's up, man? How are you?
I'm good. I was just wondering how you rooted for both teams.
I don't know how I did it either. But
you know what that's called? You were being respectful.
It was not like me. I always say that sometimes I'll sit down in front of a game and just see what authentically happens, who I start rooting for. And I was rooting for Penn State, and then Indiana started driving late in the game, and I was rooting for the drive, and then they scored, and then I was rooting for Penn State in the last 40 seconds, and I'm like...
And then Gus screeched, and you said, I wish they didn't score.
It didn't bother me because I was in a bar, and I didn't hear anything.
Oh, you are so fortunate.
Yeah. I'm not doing that.
Oh, that's what it was. It's a different language.
City of New York.
I know.
So, I found I didn't have a vested interest. So at that point, kind of like you, I just was sitting back watching the game and letting it unfold and was like, you know what? Somebody's going to be very disappointed at the end of this.
Okay, let me ask you this. The Indiana story is great on all that. Is Signetti, though, becoming unlikable and really?
No, he was always unlikable.
Okay.
No, he's not becoming. He was always unlikable. I mean, when he
took the job, I know.
Right, he was like Google me. The thing was, you just didn't know about him, and you're just like, okay, big fish, little pond. And he was like, no, actually, big fish, big pond. Watch this.
It's worked for
him. And he backed it up. So that was the thing.
What do you guys got planned coming up next?
So, a question. Have we reached our capacity in sports? Is the plate too full with everything going on all the time? NBA games, Tuesday night, Maction.
Dude, the wagon wheel.
I mean,
wagon wheel was on the line last night. Kent State and Akron.
I mean, you got Michigan, Wake Forest. It was like everything going on. It's like, have we reached that capacity?
No, we've reached a point where we need more screens. That's what we need. Have a great show, Rico. All right. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. This just in, the NCAA handed down punishment for the recruiting violations committed by Mel Tucker's MSU staff today. Some of the punishments include 3 years probation, restrictions on visits, and vacations of wins. For playing 3 ineligible players, it's unclear how many wins. Part of the university's statement includes the following, quote, while we accept the NCAA's findings and respect the process, we're disappointed in the prescribed penalty related to the vacation of records. We understand that the enforcement process follows established guidelines. We also recognize the opportunity for continued modernization, end quote.
Where does a win go on vacation?
Oh, I don't know. Is this a dad joke?
No, I was just asking. You're like, the Winds are going on vacation. So where do they go?
I don't know. Let people think about that. Lions kicked off the practice windows for edge rusher Marcus Davenport and corner DJ Reed today. Pistons will be heavily shorthanded again tonight against the Bulls at home. Tobias Harris and Asar Thompson already have the out designation. Isaiah Stewart is doubtful, and Cade Cunningham and Jalen Duren are questionable. Chris Villar has the pregame at 6:35 right here on the ticket. The Wings are back in action tomorrow against the Ducks. Todd McClellan says John Gibson will start in goal. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, well, Jeremy really did make news. What the hell did State even do? And how did we end up with a bigger penalty than U of M? Okay, if we cheated, we sure suck at it.
You know, it's funny. I exactly what I told Kenny when he said that. I was like, Kenny, I stopped reading. I was like, oh, they got caught for something. Well, whatever you did it poorly because you didn't even capitalize on it. So,
no, see, it's funny because Kenny came scrambling in here and he's like, well, you should do this. You're passionate about it. I go, no, I'm a 45-year-old man who can just see things clearly. And hold on, caffeine alert. There you go. I laugh at all of it. I'm not, Kenny, the way I would explain it is, I'm so cynical to it. I'm so indignant that there's no anger. Like, I don't care if State did something wrong, punish them. That's always been my deal. Even during the Nassar stuff, if you could draw one conclusion that Tom Izzo or Mark D'Antonio in some way, shape, or form had even been in the same room with the guy, like, I'm fine with that. I think the laughable nature of it is this breathless reporting and, oh, there's going to be wins vacated. You had the largest on-field cheating scandal. We're talking hard drives, laptops, funding, all of it.
Spyware.
And you mean to tell me, whatever, I still need to know, what did State do? Did they pay someone illegally, or what are the charges?
They provided impermissible recruiting inducements and benefits.
Got it.
This was a recruiting coordinator.
So is this back when?
Syed.
Yes.
Yeah.
And guess what? Punish them. Fine. I don't care. I just laugh because we're living in a time now. I've got Georgia paying high school kids $20,000 a month to stay committed. Mm-hmm. And at the very same time, that's not a violation, but whatever this bum Mel Tucker hired is. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, and again.
No. You want to know why I believe you get hit hard with penalties like that? When you care. When you actually show up to the NCAA and say, we're sorry, here's what we did wrong. Because what I've seen in the past few years, if you just say, yeah, we did it, and I'm busy right now. We need to talk to you. Yeah, I'll get to you. Okay, you really need to meet with us? Sure. You said you were going to call us at 3. Yeah, well, stuff
That's
happened.
where I actually give Michigan credit, is they just so brazenly
Said
farted
F
in.
you, and here's a middle finger.
Yeah, they had drunken Taco Bell and then released the gaseous emissions in the face of the NCAA, and it worked. So, yes, okay. It was funny because, Jeremy waddles in and he's like, hey, does anybody know what games are vacating? And I'm like, who's getting games vacated? Literally, I had no idea this came down today. And he's like, oh, there's a big scandal at East Lansing. And you could tell Jeremy was all bricked up about it. I'm like, this is so typical. I go, okay, sure. Let me do some digging. By the way, I want to shout David out, if you're watching the show, that while I dislike the University of Michigan's teams, I have to tell you, David's hat is 10 out of 10. That logo, I don't think Michigan does nearly enough with. I love that hat,
I've
David.
actually seen it in like the little hoodie pullover T-shirt.
Yes.
I decided not to buy that one. I just split it.
Oh, okay.
But I like it. You look great today.
Thank you.
But no, I just, look.
3 years probation, restrictions on official visits and unofficial, and a show cause for the former members.
So basically, it's the Jerry Tarkanian, right? So like when UNLV gets popped, Cleveland State goes on probation. Okay, fine.
Vacated wins due to participation of 3 ineligible student athletes.
You mean like Blake Corum?
Yes, except for nobody will ever do that because that means you're going to have to actually.
Right. You mean like before
you'll tarnish the national championship?
You mean like before the Rose
Bowl
Bowl when Charles Woodson had contact with an agent?
Yes.
Yeah, got it. Look, that's the whole folly of all it. Fine, punish State, bury him into the ground, put him in Middle Earth. I don't care.
So I guess with the Kenneth Walker game doesn't count anymore.
Fine. I don't care. No, those were more calls that he ruined. I mean, honestly, Gus's calls of that game weren't even any good. I'm gonna be there, Mom.
See you
things.
New York.
Penis.
He's gonna be there.
What? So yeah, I don't know what to say, but hopefully Jeremy's got a wet wipe in the newsroom and he can clean himself up from the excitement.
Because Michigan State cares, and they actually showed up for the meeting and they got punished, and the NCAA was like, at least somebody respects us because nobody else does. No, Mike, you're right. You are literally playing a game that nobody else is playing. Everybody else has moved on and said, we'll do what we want to do when we want to do it, and
it's the same thing. I'll give you an example. The idea, I had I hate starting the show this way. So I was talking with a former player, Siren. The point is, no, he's a good dude, really, really good dude, and deeply cares about the school, but he's as disenfranchised as I am. The point is, like this idea that Deloitte is providing scrutiny to NIL deals. Okay, case in point, schools are either backdating when the deals are signed, or they're simply saying, that's cool, come and get it. And they're just doing what they want to do.
Right. Yes, because that's why everybody had to get a deal done before, I believe, July 1st, because that's when technically Deloitte would start doing their job. So every kid was scrambling to get those NIL deals that would stay undisclosed, because after that, technically you're supposed to know. This all boils down to, unfortunately for Michigan State and a lot of the smaller schools, you still think the NCAA has teeth. You still listen to them. You still answer their calls. You still read their emails, because the big boys stopped doing that years ago, and showed the world there's no punishment. There's nothing that'll happen to you. So why? Yeah, I would have balled up the sheet of paper and threw it right back at him if I was Jay Bat. Like, all right, and you can go. You can go now.
Yeah, again, if you love the sport, God bless, enjoy it. Don't ask me to. Go ahead, Kenny.
Yeah, so I guess at what point, I'm at a point with this sport now, when we see fines and suspensions and games being vacated or whatever it be, whenever I see things like this, I ask myself, why not just cheat as much as you possibly can and then pay the fine at the end of the season and go, here's however many thousands of dollars that you want. I have a national championship and I'm paying this amount of money for it.
Michigan paid $30 million and got away with it. And they were brilliant with how they handled it because of what Rico said. Yeah, no, Kenny, listen, I don't say what I say. It's not hyperbole. I truly don't understand how anyone can be deeply invested in college football right now. I don't. It's a clown car. And history will be thy guide. It'll be the same as social media. We're starting to see what social media has done to our youth because the youth have grown up and they're maladjusted morons. We're going to see 10 years from now, we're going to look back and go, wait, college football did what? They did what with the conferences? They did a playoff and then another playoff and then, well, why did they went to 16? Okay. Like, you're going to just see it and look back at it and go, I don't respect any of that. It's stupid.
Maybe we should have saw the precursor to that, Mike, when the Big Ten went to 11 teams. And it was like, but you're the Big Ten.
But the logo had an 11 in it.
But we're 11.
What do you do at 18?
Right, and this is like, we're still the Big Ten. Like,
yeah,
you can't call yourself institutions of higher learning when it looks like you can't count.
See, my problem in this is that would have really bothered me in the past, and I would have been all pissed about the state thing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have enough care factor to be pissed anymore. The Michigan thing is what it is. I think it's absolutely altered how some, not all, but some people view the sport, myself included, because it's all just a con job.
Yeah, I mean, once they got away with it, it was like, I'm not doing anything. But let me give you a different side to this.
Yeah, give us the different side of how Mel Tucker isn't incurable herpes to that program.
No, but maybe they took this punishment so that they can officially say we have reasons why we don't have to pay Mel Tucker anything.
Oh, I like this.
We'll take this punishment.
Fired with cause.
Right.
Not
because-
only for trying to drain his beanbag in a hotel room.
But now you can say, well, Mel, look at the embarrassment that you caused this university. You're not getting anything.
I don't know if you're right, but that's pretty sexy. That's actually, I don't know. I'm not qualified.
No.
That's actually a 200 level IQ play by you. Maybe you're right.
It's just one of those that, because it doesn't make any sense, but maybe that's why, you know what? We'll take this punishment because this, whatever penalty you have to pay and vacate it, fine. You won, 5 games? Which of the 5 you want to take back?
What was this, between 22 and 23? I don't even know.
22 and 24, every win from those seasons is vacated. So
Right, you
take
so congratulations. You know what? Congratulations. What do you want to do with these 11 wins? You want us to drop them off at your house?
It's 14, 5, 4, and 5.
You want to come pick them up? Do you want them on layaway? Do you want them on Black Friday? How do you want these wins? Do you want us to throw a barbecue? How do you want them? Take them. But guess what? We now can say, well, because of what happened under Mel Tucker, you brought scandal. That's a cause.
Can I just buy a Rob Lowe edition hat that says NCAA on it? Like, I just... What a sport and what a governing body. Yeah. These mealy-mouthed idiots, I just almost now I want to go back and watch the presser the day they announced Michigan's penalties because it'll be even more absurd than it was that day when, okay, we're going to take all of MSU's paltry 4 or 5 wins. Go ahead. I'm fine with getting punished for cheating. I just think it's hilarious with what's going on in the sport and what happened down the road.
Mike, you're
dang it.
You're literally
those wins.
Dag nabbit.
Man, you are basically pilfering a homeless man's shopping cart right
Yes.
now. No. Give me these socks and that half a sandwich. No. It's mine. It's mine now. And I'm taking the miles.
I'd be fine if they vacated the program.
So for 14 wins, I think for these 14 wins will be enough that they can officially say, hey, Mel, you can drop your case. We don't have to pay you squat.
Hey, if it saves them $80 million.
And I think I'm
good with it.
So, what bowl games? Oh, you didn't go to any. Oh, well, you got to give up those Big Ten. Wait, you didn't win any. 14 games. Like, that's ridiculous.
I don't even know who we beat in those 3 years. I blocked it from my memory.
That's you know what? We're replaying soup from the rescue mission right now. That's what you're doing. Spit it out.
Is that a urine-soaked mattress? I want it back. But the homeless guy bleeped in it. I want it back.
Right.
The painting was a gift, Todd. All you can do is laugh, dude. It's man. I don't know how you take this sports series. I really don't.
No.
But hey, if you do, you're not a bad person. I just don't have to understand you. It's like when people get like piercings all over the place. You're free to do it. I don't understand it. Like why did you just pierce your cheek? That makes no sense.
Did you just pierce your lips closed? How do you eat? But I just wonder if maybe
Kenny talks about his all the time.
Okay.
You don't want to know about that.
Relax, everybody.
Maybe these 14 games may be worth $80 million to the university. We'll find out.
I don't care. Vacate the stadium. All right. IRS collection or audit. Right. Abraham and Rose has successfully specialized in resolving all types of tax problems for over 30 years. Their experience means when you're facing an IRS collection or audit, you can rely on them. Jerry and Maurice, look, Jerry used to work for the IRS, and they've been in front of the Supreme Court. They will get to work, and they will evaluate any and all underlying federal or state income tax or payroll issues. AbrahamandRose.com, or you can call 248-539-5040 so you never have to deal with the IRS again.
The basement studio is coming along. Furniture will be in there. I absolutely love what Matrix Basements did for me. And guess what? They could do the exact same thing for you, and they could do it right now, but you don't have to pay. With the Build Now, Pay Later program that Matrix Basements is offering, it's no interest and no payments for 24 months, 2 years. You can enjoy your dream space right now. As a matter of fact, you go to the matrixbasements.com website, get that free consultation. They'll come up with a design. And the next thing you know, maybe you're celebrating the holidays in your new basement. But you got to go over to matrixbasements.com right now because you're going to absolutely love what they can do. Whether you had an unfinished basement like I did, or you're looking to add a new room or a bedroom or a bar, whatever it is, Matrix Basements will take care of you. And right now, with the 24 months of absolutely zero interest and zero payments in the Build Now, Pay Later program, there's no reason for you not to do this. Build now, pay later, and enjoy your new basement sooner.
Well, I tell you, it's almost Rico and I were just really still laughing in the break. But I can I just add a log to the fire real quick of like my contempt, because if there's anything worse than just the state of the sport, how it gets reported on is all time low. And I know this Gus Johnson thing, because it's true, by the way. The Gus Johnson thing has really gotten out there. But like, New York, Giants. I'm sure Vern Lundquist really appreciated that call. But I want to bring this up because this is what I mean. Now, let me say it for the people in the back. I am not slandering or being mean to Bryce Underwood.
Oh boy,
no, because I think next year Bryce could take a big leap. Once again, I think next year sky could be the limit. Here and now, I think the way he's been
the limit is the sky.
The ceiling is the roof. Shout out MJ. ESPN decided they were going to rank every Power 4 quarterback after 2 months of the season. Okay, fine enough. So I did the stupid thing. I clicked on it. This is me. It's a bad idea. Hey, what's that wood chipper? Let's walk into that nuts first. That's what I did. I clicked the button.
You sure did, because I saw that and was like, yeah, I'm not even going to do that as a blitz.
Because I just can't believe it, but then I understand what this all is. This is a business. They are invested in promoting the players that they themselves, with their recruiting service, hyped to a point that there was a point of no return. Bryce was so overhyped, you can't begin trashing a kid, or i.e. just talk about what you watch. All right, so Julian Sands, number 1, and Haynes King is number 2, which is also insane. Mendoza, Diego, Maava. Okay. So I started scrolling. I go, all right, let me see what's interesting here. I mean, Damon Williams Jr. at 14, Mensa 15, Altmaier, Dante Moore 17, which I think that's too high. But I kept scrolling. And I go, all right, well, Bryce got to be near the bottom of this deal. Bryce Underwood, they have him at 38. And I want to read this to you. And then I'm going to tell you who he's ahead of. And I mean, this is a willfully dishonest piece. You just can't. You can, because it's not North Korea. Like, we're not going to feed you to dogs or kill you by artillery strike. But you can in good conscience write this and feel like you did a good job. Bryce Underwood, after an encouraging performance against Wisconsin and Washington, he's really struggled of late. Going a combined 21 of 39 for 220 and a pick against MSU and Purdue. He gets plenty of help from his run game and defense. He scrambles well, and his arm talent's obvious, but the blue chip freshman remains an extreme work in progress. What you wrote is actually fine. Then why the hell is he ahead of Garrett Nussmeier? Why is he ahead of Nico Iamaleava? Why is he ahead of a better freshman with way less help in Malik Washington? Why is he ahead of Blake Shapen?
Why is he ahead of Rocco Beck?
No, Blake Shapen threw for 400 yards and 4 touchdowns against Texas in an OT thriller.
Yeah.
Blake Shapen is going to help get Miss State to a bowl game. He's probably going to end the season with 3,000 yards passing. Blake Shapen. How about this?
He's
How
out of
about
your
this
boy.
one? Having Bryce Underwood ahead of JKS, the kid at Cal, the freshman, who just went on the road, top 15 opponent, threw the ball 45 times and won the football game. You got Bryce Underwood ahead of Jaron Kiwi, Saga, Pula, Lula, Dularula.
Wait.
That's ridiculous.
But you'll hear what they say. Like Malik Washington, JKS has been playing on the highest difficulty level and hasn't always shined.
Oh, neither's Bryce. And they've played no one.
Okay, you picked up what I put
Here,
down.
I think it's ridiculous to have Aiden Childs or Alessio at 47. They should be dead last. How about this? They've got these guys ahead of Lenora Sellers. What? This is the type of stuff I look at,
Hey,
and
your buddy Jeff Sims made it.
Well, that's the Milton Berle Memorial package. If you hung around long enough, you get to be on this list.
Ahead of DJ Lagway.
And Lagway's been hurt all year, and he got benched. Look, I'm making the point. This is, we started with this MSU thing, and you look at how this sport is reported on. Whether it's the Gus Johnson who does no homework, hype man garbage, to these willfully dishonest pieces. This is where you've just worn out. Hey, if you're a Michigan fan, you're not worn out. You probably love it. God bless. But there are like 6 to 8 fan bases that I think are happy right now. Everybody else looks at this and sees it for what it is. This is a con. You cannot have Bryce Underwood where he is ranked on that list. You can't. You can't. Not on numbers, much less if you watch the games. Bryce is
ahead
not
of those other quarterbacks. No, I could not. Rocco Beck, no, absolutely not.
Carry on. This is why it was a bad idea. I shouldn't have clicked it. Shame on me.
No, and I hear you, but see, regarding the sport, let me tell you where I was on Saturday, because Penn State is beating Indiana, and I found myself rooting for Penn State because in the back of my mind, okay, with spite Franklin, I get that, but Indiana would still be in the playoff. So I'm like, they'll give me the excitement tonight or today because it won't hurt Indiana. This loss will not hurt them. That's where I'm upset with the sport.
I thought you were doing it because had Indiana lost, then you're opening up the door. If you guys beat Ohio State, that Michigan can play in Indianapolis.
I don't even
for the Big
care
Ten
about that.
Oh, okay.
The
I thought
fact
maybe
that
that's
this
where you're
sport,
going.
you can lose that game and it doesn't matter is ridiculous.
Did you? There was a national take. A national take by someone who covers college football. I listened to it. I'll tell you where it resides, in the audioverse. And they said with a straight face, maybe Ohio State could just take the Michigan game off and prep for the Big Ten title game because they just won't need it. They'll get a bye regardless. The fact that was said by someone respected, and the fact that nobody could laugh at them, and the fact it was said with sincerity, that tells you everything about where we are.
It is. And David, for people like you, Mike, I think you're there. Once you get past the point that perfection does not count in college football anymore, you can accept this product. You guys are still under the thing of, I need that perfect season. I need 12-0. 12-0 it's great if you can do it, but it's not about being perfect. It's not about getting two teams, one team's 12-0 and the other two have 11-1, and you're fighting it out in the media which 11-1 team deserves to be in the championship game. Like back when it was Florida and Michigan, and it was like, okay, only one of these two could go. Which one is it going to be? They just said, how about we just put both of them in and we let them fight it out that way. Once you accept that fact, you'll be able to accept college football as is, and I'm telling you, it ain't going backwards. So
you can have it.
I'll be here next year. I'll keep the car warm.
You can do whatever you like.
I'll keep it warm.
I'm not.
Come on.
I think there are some people who probably. That's not me. I don't need perfection. I need things to make sense. None of this makes sense.
The making of sense is, okay, let's just take the best teams and play the playoffs. Now, to me,
here's an idea.
No. And I've said it before. 8 was perfect because 8 meant that you still had to win your games.
But they're going to 16, season. Rico.
I can't stop that.
But it's already it's a bridge too far.
It is. It is.
Here's where the sport is. Okay, it's all the heads of network estates in a conference room with their pants around their ankles and tissues everywhere. That's what this sport is.
Yes,
it is nothing more than a network sportsgasm. And they all, Bob, looking good today. Feeling good, Lewis. That's all this is.
Right. You know what's better than more? More. And more is more.
But it's not good because, I'm sorry, I don't know who's watching it.
I'm with you. Look, I thought it was the simplest thing. 8 teams. Every game still matters. You still got to win your conference.
They're going to go to 16,
you
will render the last 2 weeks of the season plus conference championship games useless.
Yeah.
They're going to 16.
Yeah. You'll know when it's officially over, David, when you guys move the game to the middle of the year.
But at least it would mean more.
In the middle of the year,
because then Michigan and Ohio State would still have stories to write. The stories largely wouldn't be written.
Mm-hmm.
So
Because
I
now
would
think about
argue
it.
moving the game would help them. Put it the same weekend as the Red River Shootout, Texas and OU. You would headline it, and it'll mean something every year.
Right, because if Sand is injured, I'm just going to sit you out in that game. I'm not playing you in that game. I'm going to sit you out, and you'll play next week in the Big Ten title game. You just treat the Michigan game as if you're playing Eastern Michigan.
We'll get some ticket texts and a couple of phone calls. Then we'll move on. We kind of went down a road here because Jeremy Otto came in all boned up. Apparently MSU did something wrong in recruiting and got hammered for it. Cool. If they're guilty, hammer them. Rico offered the opinion maybe they were willing to get hammered to get out of this Mel Tucker deal. I don't know. I don't care.
Yeah, you can pay off Jonathan Smith.
Also don't care. The fact he's still employed tells me everything I need to know about that program.
Michael, it's going to be fine. I'm going to go out here. We're going to run our offense.
Listen, you bag of glue.
Look, hey.
248-539-9797. Turn his mic off. Take his batteries out. I have a read to do.
Whatever quarterback we...
Get him out of here. It's November. Red Tag Sales Event. Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. Level up your tailgate. The 26 Silverado 4-wheel drive crew cab. Perfect for hauling gear to the games. Maybe you're a hunter. That's your bag. You go up north. Whatever you like. They got you for $189 a month. 0 down for GM employees and immediate family members. MoranExpress.com. Check stock. And also get your certified service. You get the free loaner vehicle. Just that simple, guys. Stop by on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. You know, David, I said to Rico, a bit of a irony in all this. MSU has to vacate the CMU game.
Correct.
Where Connor Stallions was on CMU's sideline.
Helping with one of the biggest scandals in NCAA history, yes.
Look, listen, I will give Michigan credit for this. Just deny, deflect, obstruct, lie. That's the blueprint, man. That's the whole blueprint. MSU, I'll tell you, MSU as a university definitely uses the strange chair in the hotel room that's angled towards the bed. That's what MSU as a university does. Think of a noise that a chicken makes minus the L.
Do you realize the irony in that?
It's just ironic. Connor Stallions was in our stadium in a Halloween costume.
Yep.
Cheating.
Got
and
caught.
we have to vacate the game.
Whose wins are vacated, right?
And Central gets the win.
Woo!
Circle gets the square. All right.
You got to love it. This is where, though, my head would explode if I were one of these NIL donors. What am I funding?
Once again, I'm going to hold out hope that maybe they're playing chess right now and saving themselves about $75 million.
Buddy, they're in the Jerry Falwell chair. Okay?
Because other than that,
and the NCAA just went to town on them.
Other than that, I'm like, I would fight it. But legally, when former coach sues, you can be like, no. You did this. It's on the record. Is it? Because Mike.
Good luck with that. Good luck.
Hold on. Guys, because if it ain't that, I don't know what I'm watching right now. That's the only way. No. It's like when
MSU.
It's like when the Lions drafted Tesla. It only made sense when I thought, oh, you're replacing J-Mo.
Buddy, I got news for you.
You re-signed J-Mo? I got nothing.
The action's on the bed and MSU's holding the boom mic. Okay? That's MSU. Just own it. Just own it, man.
Hey, maybe they're saving some money.
Okay.
We'll find out.
David, the ticket text, and I'll get to the callers.
Never been a big college football guy, but all of the new updates to the sport makes me resent it. It's too much. How are they even ever getting viewers back? Someone else says, so MSU has to vacate wins and Michigan gets a fine. Well, that seems appropriate.
It's totally fair.
No, I think the irony of all ironies is the Central Michigan win that they have to vacate because Connor Stallions is on the field stealing signs and signals illegally. And they're okay. But hey, Sharon got to pick which games he didn't want to play. I mean, he didn't want to be there.
Can somebody relieve Alan from holding the lighting rig? Do you want to hop in there for him? You want to tap him out? The NCAA's taking a little extra time on us.
It always
need some Gatorade.
Hold on. Does the NCAA need some electrolytes?
No,
we don't want to
here's
see
some
you
Brondo.
cramp up while you're going to town on us.
Hey, here's some Brondo for you.
Right. It has what Spartans crave.
It always pays to cheat. Teach your kids to cheat, please. That is the message of today.
No, I don't have a problem that State got punished. I still have no idea what the hell they did. The point is just when you juxtapose the two things and you understand the why and how of the major 3 networks, 2 of them are run by U of M grads and how Michigan is worth so much. Oh, this financial penalty because we didn't want to hurt the kids. Like, wait a minute. We have to vacate a game that Connor Stallions was on our sideline. They didn't think it nothing. That's insane.
Someone says, yeah, whatever, NCAA. You can't vacate them. You can do it all you want. You can't take away my joy from beating Richmond in 2023.
You know what? No. You will always have the memories. You're correct.
The only way to save college football is to make conferences regional. Trim the playoff to 8 teams. Create a salary cap that's somewhat fair. Players allowed to transfer once.
I said all of that stuff, so.
Regional conferences. I wonder, that's a great idea.
Kenny, the NCAA just caught a Charlie horse in their calf. Can you hold the lighting rig, please?
David. You know what, David? I just thought about something. Like, what if you had teams that were like only from the Midwest region and you gave them a conference? And then
What about the West?
You know what? Let's have teams in the West. We'll do teams in the Southwest and the South.
Oh, whoa.
Or you know what? Maybe
Like their hamstrings, lock it up real bad.
Rico, hold the boom mic. Tap Kenny out. The NCAA popped a Cialis, but they're taking a little longer here. The NCAA is busy putting State through the
Hold on.
mattress.
The NCAA just asked the question, Mike. They said, what's their motivation?
Yeah, we looked in their eyes.
What's my motivation here?
And listen, and if some of you are actually angry about the State thing, you're welcome to your anger. Just please don't ask me to be angry. I can't. It's a joke. Let's go to Chris, 97.1. Chris, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good. Oh, spectacular.
So does that make me like number 199 in the Bonnie Blue thing happening right now on the over there?
Uh-oh.
All right. Sorry. It's just a name drop.
Uh-oh.
Speaking of name drops, Mike, you made the Boomer and Geo show this morning about your Gus Johnson rant, so expect to hear something from Boomer and Eddie Scazzeri on Friday, I hear.
I'll take it. That's fine. I stand by every word. Gus Johnson's a con.
They were kind of on your side. You had them all cracking up. So
perfect.
All right. So yeah, about all this, I'm kind of leaning towards the fact that in about 5 years, maybe even less, we're going to have to open up Wikipedia and see who has the biggest alumni with the most deep pockets, and you're going to know who's going to be good every year. It's pretty ridiculous that everything's going to come to that. And if I was Michigan State or and whatever, I would be trying to get Mr. Beast or something hey, come do a year of eligibility here so we can use your money and we can get all these, young guys and you can bail us out and stuff like that, because nothing really matters anymore.
No.
From year to year. And you don't know where your players are. And real quick, and I don't want to keep jumping all around, but on that list, Mike, because I didn't open it, and since you did, was CJ Carr behind Underwood?
No,
he was actually 7.
CJ was way too high on the list at number 7.
Well, I mean, I can't say a whole lot. I'm a Notre Dame fan, but I just want to see him get better and better. But, yeah, I don't think 7 is where he belongs.
No, it'll take some time. I mean, he's got all the tools, Chris, and so does Bryce Underwood. But it's people can't separate that when you critique reality today, that's not a comment about tomorrow. I won't be shocked in the least if Underwood and Sayin and Dante Moore have a throwdown for, top QB in America next year. The physical abilities are there. But right now, no, he's terrible. It's terrible.
Oh boy,
he's not good.
You called him terrible.
I'm sorry. What do we call quarterbacks who are carried by their defense and running game and can't really throw forward passes?
No, I got you.
Don't bring that somewhere else.
I was getting some Gatorade. I didn't hear what you had to say.
Speaking of, here's the text. Did he just say, don't want you to cramp while you're going to town on us? He said.
That's up. Literally. The NCAA is in a marathon session on MSU, and MSU's admins are there holding the lighting rig and making sure everyone has wet wipes and some refreshments.
See, I think...
Why ever negotiate a settlement? Why? No. The school down the road showed you what to do. NCAA shows up, hand them dog poop in a box.
And see, I think they're doing this, and they called up Mel, and he's on the phone. Mel, you did this.
I don't think him being on the phone's a good idea.
Actually,
that's
right.
not an idea. That could be a very expensive conversation.
You know what? You win. You win.
All right. Who's psyched for college football?
You got an $80 million call from Mel Tucker?
No, I did this before. The last time I answered, it cost me a job. All right, one more time. Hello, this is Mel. Keep chopping.
Okay, then.
Tuck here.
Okay, stop. Oh, my God. What a time to be alive. FanDuel. All right. Who the hell? Honestly, who the hell's betting on the NBA this time of year? Whatever. That's what FanDuel's telling you. Here you go. You want to bet the NBA? God bless. Same game parlays and all kinds of hoo-ha and whatever the hell else the NBA's got going on in November. I don't even know who's playing on a night-to-night basis.
It's the Vegas tournament.
Sure. $150 in bonus bets. Your first $5 bet wins. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. My advice, stick to football. 21 and up, President Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued. It's non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, let's talk about some football. The music will guide us to. God, I hope this is NFL. Go ahead. Oh, no.
Oh. Let's get to it, guys.
All right.
Interesting day in college football. Yesterday, they revealed the second week of the rankings, and we have plenty of changes in the bracket. So let's go through matchups.
Matter.
Let's go through these matchups here. 1 through 4 stayed the same. Ohio State's 1, Indiana's 2, Texas A&M is 3, and Alabama is 4. And to your point, Mike, that you made earlier in the show, yes, if Ohio State or even Indiana loses in the Big Ten championship game, they'll still be in the top 4. So it won't even matter.
None of this matters.
So let's get here, okay, guys? Get to the matchups. You tell me if you like them or not. Who wins well, we know who wins this first one. Let's start with number 5, Georgia versus number 12, South Florida.
Wait. Oh, in the playoff?
In the playoff.
Oh, God. It would be Georgia by 800.
It would be, yes.
Look, USF, I respect what Alex Golesh has built. That is not an easy place to win. But that team plays free and loose. Byron Brown is a walking turnover. And if he thinks he's going to bully the bully with his physical running style at quarterback, he'll be in a wheelchair by the second quarter. I think Georgia it would be a nightmare for them. You know what? Think when Georgia played Colt Brennan in Hawaii. That's what that would be.
Okay. My question to you, off of South Florida here, group of 5 team, all of this stuff, should they just have their separate playoff and not even be included in this anymore?
Yes. Because all you're seeing now is these teams are wholly incapable. There won't be another Boise State, Oklahoma from 15, 20 years ago. It's done. Go ahead. Maybe Rico disagrees. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to steamroll you like that.
No, that's okay.
No, don't.
I got the boom.
You're busy getting Tucker on the phone.
Right.
Go ahead.
Put that down, Mel. I would say, no, David, I'm with you. We need to quit the facade of, okay, one of these group of 12 teams is going to finally win a game. They're not. Especially when you're on the road at the other team's home field. Maybe if it was a neutral site game, yes. You're going to Georgia.
You're going to Georgia.
Yeah, no shit.
Yep. Let's move over to the 7-10 matchup. And let's go Ole Miss is 7, Texas is 10.
Look, I don't think Texas is going to be in this because I think Georgia is going to beat them. But okay, hypothetically, Texas doesn't really let you run the ball. I don't love Trinidad Chambliss as a passer. But again, the quarterback issues for Texas, man. I mean, Arch, Watt. I'd lean Ole Miss there. There's something wrong. I don't think Sark can run the offense he wants to run with this quarterback. He's just not ready.
And that game's going to be where, David?
Ole Miss.
Vaught Hemingway Stadium.
If it was at Texas, I would easily say Texas, but this could be a good game. This could be a game.
I didn't say it wouldn't be a good game.
Yeah.
But I can't with Texas on the road.
Yeah.
Can't do it.
Yeah, and you're right, Mike. It is a game that won't happen because Texas is going to lose another game. Kenny will be out of the playoffs.
Kenny, for America, I need you to beat Texas this weekend.
But here's the thing. Texas, every time you just say, okay, they're done, they're not. And they have this performance, and Arch Manning looks like the Arch Manning that we all thought he was going to be.
So you're saying they're going to beat Georgia?
Yeah, it's possible.
Rico, I'll fist fight you right now.
Oh, yes.
Let's move over to the 6-11 matchup. This game's happening at Texas Tech because they are the 6th seed, and right now it has them playing the 11 Miami.
Oh, bombs.
That's not gonna stay.
No, well, first of all, the ACC champion. What did we say on the show 2 days ago? I'd
he
have
should
them
be
11th, and the committee actually did it. So
they did it. Yeah.
No slander. That's a nice job by them. The ACC doesn't deserve it. Texas Tech and their $7 million defensive line. Carson Beck looks wholly unmotivated, and Cristobal's going to Cristobal. I would take Texas Tech. I just think they would dominate that line of scrimmage. That D-line, it's the best defensive line in America.
And they'll be at home.
And that Rodriguez kid they got, he's married with like 3 kids, the linebacker. Yeah. He's got 3-4 interceptions. He's like Zach Thomas Jr.
Bro, he's got real man problems.
He died. Mortgage, his sciatica's bothering him, and he had 13 tackles on Saturday.
While he's celebrating, the wife calls, said, hey, we need diapers.
Like, like, where do they find these guys?
Right. Don't celebrate too much because you got to babysit.
Here's Bob Rodriguez, just got done painting his fence, mowing his lawn, and studying film.
He's managing his A1C right now. He's singing a jingle.
Right. You know what? Yeah, Jeremy Otto's here waiting for you.
Actually, he's the Jeremy Otto of college football.
In fact, that's the new award they'll give out when they give out all the awards at the end of the year, not the Jim Thorpe and all this other stuff.
Well, you got 25-year-old players. This may actually be an award.
All right, the next matchup here is number 8 Oregon will be hosting number 9 Notre Dame.
Okay, ready? Notre Dame would beat the brakes off them because here's Oregon's Achilles heel.
Love.
They're not physical, and they can't stop the run. And Notre Dame will go on the road, yes, and they will run it right. They will.
Love may get 4 touchdowns that day.
They are just going to punch you in the face. They're going to line up and do it again. And here's the problem. As much as I don't like Notre Dame's defense, you know what? Here's my opinion of Oregon's offense. They just don't produce. Whether it's Iowa, whether it's Wisconsin, whether it was the Penn State game.
Mike, Oregon's offense is living off a reputation. It used to be good, but now it's just like, yeah, we're Oregon. And then once people realize, but you don't play like these other guys used to play. It's like Georgia. You're basing Oregon off of past Oregon teams, and they don't look right. Just like we look at Georgia and be like, yeah, you're nothing like the Philadelphia Eagle players that we see in the league.
Notre Dame 31-28. I would take the Irish there.
Be a really good game, though.
Oh, that would be one I'd actually want to watch. Yes, Dave.
And then let me close it out here with a Heisman question here, because right now it is a 2-man race. Julian Sayin and Mendoza, according to the odds. But I have to ask you.
Sure.
If he continues, is there a chance for Jeremiah Smith to win this?
No.
His quarterback is the leader.
David, here's the compromise.
Throwing it to somebody.
No. The compromise will be Jeremiah will give you a seat in New York. You're not going to win it, but we'll do a little video vignette. We'll have everybody here, your family, and all of that.
Yeah, we call that the Jabril.
Right. You'll end up being third. You won't win the whole thing, but you'll be at the
Heisman
ceremony.
is so bad this year, they should replace the trophy with the leg lamp from A Christmas Story. That's what should be handed out with team-colored lampshade.
Why is this so bad?
Because these players blow. This is awful.
Okay, can you give me a little more than they blow? They're putting up yards, Mike. I mean, they're Sayings and
when you watch
and
any
Mendoza.
when you watch any of these guys, do you look at that and associate it with Heisman?
I do with Mendoza.
Okay,
I do not. I mean,
then I offer you a crimson and cream leg lamp. Here you go, your very own cheese pizza.
Well, I will tell you this. You won't learn anything with these quarterbacks this week because Ohio State has UCLA, Mendoza has Wisconsin.
No, these are the ones where you go out there and you pad your stats.
It says Fragile. Must be Italian.
That's what it should be. You hand them a crowbar and they got to open the wooden box right on stage.
No, but it's Mike, it's really no different than the past couple years.
Yeah, that's very different.
Really?
Yeah.
Is it because you just don't like the sport right now?
No, it's like last year. Okay, Travis Hunter, generational, haven't seen it before, played 150 snaps a week. Generational. Mm-hmm. You can go down the list of guys who've won this award and then look at this. I'm sorry. Fragile. That must be Italian.
That is your college
Take a look at it in the window. It's glorious.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. The NCAA is vacating all 14 wins Michigan State football had between the 22 and 24 seasons for playing 3 ineligible players during that time. They've also been put on 3 years probation for ranging and providing impermissible recruiting inducements and benefits. Show clauses have been handed down to staff members Saeed Khalif and Brandon Jordan. Khalif gets 6 years, Jordan dinged for 5 years. Michigan State in a statement said they were disappointed with the vacation of records, part of the punishment. The Lions have started the practice clock for Marcus Davenport and DJ Reed today. Plenty of Lions sat out of practice, including Aiden Hutchinson, Kirby Joseph, and Terrion Arnold. The Pistons enter report long once again as they get ready to face the Bulls tonight here on the ticket at 7. Tobias Harris and Asar Thompson remain out. Center Isaiah Stewart doubtful to suit up, while Cade Cunningham and Jalen Duren are questionable. The Cy Young Award will be announced tonight at 7 on MLB Network. Tarek Skubal hoping to join Denny McLain as the only couple Tigers to win back-to-back years. Guardians pitcher Luis Ortiz has pled not guilty to bribery charges relating to him fixing pitches. He was released today on $500,000 bond and surrendered his passport. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, so we spent the first hour loosely just talking about the MSU thing that Otto's all bricked up over, and it's just this. I mean, it's laughable. I mean, I'm fine if they did something wrong, hammer them. I can't figure out what they did wrong. Players are getting paid to visit left and right. Okay, cool. You can vacate the whole program. I just think it's hilarious and it's ironic. MSU's vacating the CMU win in 22, while Connor Stallions was on CMU sideline. So it leads us into our discussion of, and again, to Rico's point, maybe MSU was willing to capitulate because somehow this guarantees they don't have to pay Mel Tucker a dime. Okay, I could work my way to that. Look, I don't care.
Look, I don't know. It's just speculation.
It's an interesting idea. But then we made a bunch of jokes about MSU using the weird chair in the hotel room that no one ever sits in that's oddly facing the bed, not the TV.
You know, I will
draw your own conclusions.
You know, I'll never be able to sit in that chair ever again.
Well, you shouldn't. Because the NCAA is busy putting MSU through the mattress.
The chair where you watch TV in, Mike.
But shout out U of M. You were right all along.
You
just
are
lie.
Truly the leaders and best.
Yeah, just lie, deny, deflect, pay $30 million, win your title. The NCAA shows up at your door, pull your pants down, and break wind in their face.
No. Not only that, you pick which games you'll be suspended.
Yes, I like that.
That was the cherry on top. No. Hold on. Which games? Wait, we got a vacation win.
Yes.
I can't coach these 2 games. And the third game next year.
I do like the splashy headlines today, though. Again, this is where it is, and MSU clearly is the Jerry Falwell of college football. The pool boy is going to town on their woman, and they're watching. So congrats, boys. I'm sure that's really going to help with donor support. Spartans, more like unsullied. Okay, if we may.
Now, the unsullied were tough.
Doesn't change the alterations.
You know what? You will.
Let's make a move. I want to bring this up because this is another one of our, and by the way, we don't know when Scott Harris is talking. There's no set press conference. There's no official, backdrop and all the media is going to be there. It sounds like it's going to be an impromptu scrum at some point today. Question mark? If he says anything, we're here to talk about it. I am all in on the Tiger off season, but I got to wait for something to happen before I talk about it. But I wanted to bring this up. Really weird night last night because it's a Tuesday and there's not much going on. But there it was again. NBA on NBC. On a random Tuesday night, Mikey T on the call. And I watched about 20 seconds and I went, I can't do this. It's ridiculous. It's a Tuesday night. And no, I'm not going to watch Western Michigan and Ohio. But it was the idea of, as we do this show, it's like the NFL's plan has worked. The only thing people care about is the NFL. Now, you'll get a handful of Kennys with the Red Wings and a handful of people that are really diehards about the Pistons. But in general, ain't nobody calling up to talk about that crap.
Wait, so Kenny, David, and me, because I do college hoops, he does the Pistons. Kenny does.
Well, I was going to bring up the college hoops thing next.
Yeah.
Guys like you probably watched Illinois, Texas Tech with an 8:30 tip-off. Respect to you. I didn't.
It was Michigan, Wake.
Well, hey, how about this? Michigan barely getting 6,000-7,000 in their arena, and they're a top 10 team last night. What the hell was that about?
It wasn't their arena. It was Little Caesars.
Right. It's
Yeah,
their
no,
arena,
right.
and it was empty. And it looked like it was UW Milwaukee versus University of Detroit in the Horizon League.
Very creative camera shots. Like, wait, show me the whole thing. No.
It was empty.
Close shot.
Tickets were like $10. Yeah. The point I'm making is, have we hit our saturation point with sports? You guys need to tell us, because let me be very candid with you. And this is not, I have always had a viewpoint on the job. I don't care what others are doing. Don't regress to the mean. Do what you do. I was a big believer, watch everything. Watch as much as you can within reason. Watch. Be involved. Yes, even if it means you're watching Arizona State and Cal, it provides context. On one level or another, everything you watch, you can draw upon it. Like last hour, I've watched JKS at Cal 4 times this year, including Saturday night at Louisville. I can say he's better than Underwood today because I've watched. The point I'm making is, I feel like I could watch 75% less of what I watch, and it would have no impact because you, our customer, our people, you don't care about anything but the NFL. The NFL has now taken all of Nona's oxygen. No one else gets to breathe. It is just, I want to know, look, whether it is no one's in the stands at these weird college football games anymore on Thursday nights, Friday nights. Forget about the MAC. I can't even make the accusation. No one even knows it exists. But Michigan's a top 10 team. Spotlight game in the D last night. Nobody went. Early season NBA. What is the NBA doing on a Tuesday night on NBA and NBC? That needs to be a Sunday afternoon product once football season ends.
I thought it was a promo until I'm like, wait, this is a real game. I'm like, okay, this is a really long promo because
Celtics Sixers on a Tuesday night in November. What are we doing here? Yeah. I'm asking the question. Look, we brought up Tigers off season multiple times. Guess what? Nobody called. You bring up the college football thing? No one's calling. The only thing, and I won't do it, I'm not going to sit here and just make up stuff to be lazy. I will do this show, and I don't care if anybody calls. I'll just talk to you guys. The point I'm making is we could bring up some stupid Lions topic that's totally dishonest and lazy and probably fill the phone lines. I won't do it. But if we hit the absolute saturation point with sports, where people can't be engaged with anything, and the only thing they truly care about is the league, is the NFL. I'm asking.
No, but see, Mike, I want to take it one step further. I think that the NFL has reached a saturation point as well, where the games are on Thursday. Then
100%.
Now think about it. In a month, the games will be on Thursday, Saturday, Sunday, Sunday night, and Monday.
Look what it's done to the late window. 4 p.m. now, you get 2-3 games. Well, that's because you had Guten Tag, one of them in Germany at 9 a.m. You got a Thursday night game nobody wants to watch. Those games belong at 4 p.m. on Sunday, even if they're on the corner TV.
Oh, it is. So I think that the NFL is reaching that point as well, where it's just like it's too much sports all the time, and you only have so much bandwidth to sit there and watch all of them because it's almost like, okay, we'll give them more. We'll give them more and give them more. And this is where I'll give you credit. A lot of this comes from every network and every streaming service saying, well, we want to get our little piece of the pie in, so we'll put a game on here. We'll put a game on here. You know what? How about what's untouched? Well, you know what? We do Thanksgiving Day games. What if we do Christmas games? Nobody's doing Christmas. Let's do Christmas. NBA does Christmas. Don't care. We're going to do Christmas as well. So there's no break. There's no natural, okay, you don't miss sports because there's not, Mike, think about this. There won't be 3 consecutive days where there's no sports on, where you actually kind of miss it and say, oh, wow.
Rico, there's not 3 days where football's not on.
Right now, I told David, we're in the middle of 39 straight days, all the way up until the day before Thanksgiving. There is a college or professional game on every single night. You can't miss it. So therefore, it just becomes background noise. And I flipped over and saw the Western Michigan game, saw a guy running in, and was like, David's probably watching this. And then I quickly turned to something else.
I want to throw the number out. And I know that this topic, it requires a little bit of thought, right? It's not, do you like Cheetos or anything of that sort? But when I ask you the question about your passion level for sports in 2025, and I say the only thing you're truly passionate about is the NFL, is that accurate or not? Think about it. And think about the time you do and don't have to watch sports. How much of that time is dedicated to the NFL? Hey, does college football even matter locally? No. No one cares about Michigan and Michigan State. No one. No one. It's like they don't exist.
And then the reason being, they're not part of the 12-team party. Like, I do think if one of the teams were up for the playoffs legitimately, there would be some buzz. But right now, as we all say, if you're not in the playoffs, then it doesn't matter.
Right.
Your season
like
might as well
night,
fold up right now.
I know, Kenny, I want to talk to him tomorrow about it. It's kind of like, it is November, but it is a little bit of a big game for the Red Wings. Because if the Ducks come in here and beat you and you fall to 9-9, you will have wasted this hot start. You've been dummied twice in a row by two lesser than teams, Chicago and New York. I can in a moment be like, hey, I'll try to give the Red Wings my time tomorrow. But in general, like, look, last night Creighton was playing Gonzaga. 10 years ago, I'm all in on that. Last night, weed gummy. Good night. I'm going to bed.
Yeah, I was right there for Louisville, Kentucky. Like, wow, Louisville, Kentucky playing right now?
It doesn't even feel right. That game should be in February.
Right. Because it's like, oh, wait a minute. Okay. And yeah, I'm
but see,
watching that game.
this is what I mean. If I asked for the top 10 Jared Goff memories, please, people be tripping over their dingalings to call. But this is what I mean. I think sports has actually turned people away. Too much of it, too often, and the NFL's expanded calendar, you can't get away from it.
But I don't think you're allowed to say that, because if you do, you almost sound like you're not a sports fan. Mike, it's the party that you're really ready to go home from, but everybody's there and you don't want to be that person to leave, so you act like you're enjoying the party.
See, I like the Irish goodbye.
But
I think that's the one thing the Irish did right.
Yeah, you really just want to walk away, go home, and go to sleep. But
Do you just leave? You don't say goodbye to everybody, do you?
No.
The Irish goodbye is perfect. Why do you have to say goodbye to every person? You just leave collectively.
There's only a handful of times where I'll actually, go ahead and say goodbye.
Yeah.
But other than that, no, I'll just kind of fade on out.
248-539-9797. I think I articulated it pretty good. But as you look and your relationship with sports, is it getting better or worse in 2025? Because it feels like the only thing people are passionate about is the NFL. Everything else, I feel like these networks are spinning their wheels. Because I don't know who's turning into the NBA and NBC on a Tuesday night to watch Celtics and Sixers with no Tatum and no Embiid. I don't know who's tuning into all these shows that provide the endless coverage of like NBA Today. And it's like, there's nothing. I could give you 5 minutes on Nico Harrison. There's the NBA Today. Here, I'll tell you what, while we're recording, I'll offer you the NBA tomorrow. Leave me alone. Like, no offense, but like, there's just so much of so much. And I feel like only one thing matters.
One thing matters is the NFL, Mike, but I think the NFL is about to push themselves off of a cliff as well.
1,000%.
You almost need to take a vacation from sports in order to appreciate it again. And maybe that's where the NFL gets you, because they let you know, hey, in February, you won't see us again until, early,
until 3 months of draft coverage. Okay. Yeah, and then training camp. You never leave. It's Michael Myers. You can run. You can hop on the subway. Okay. And the minute you turn around, the NFL is still there tapping you on the shoulder with a butcher knife. All right, uplifting. You've heard the ads. Lawyers bragging about giant verdicts. It's like a trophy they hang on the wall. The problem is you shouldn't be a number. You're a person. It has to be personal on some level for those who represent you, and David Femininio will take it personally. It's about keeping your family steady and helping you move forward. That's what matters. Your case, your life. So if you're in an accident, call David at 855-65-CRASH or go to getdavid.getpaid.com. Well, we're doing a topic that's probably not in our best interest, but I don't care. I think it's interesting, and that's how I do things. But it is, we had an interesting conversation off the air, and this oversaturation of sports, look at last night as a case in point. What is NBC doing? NBA on NBC on a Tuesday night. Shouldn't that be like the King of Queens or something? Or I don't know, like a re-rack of Seinfeld on a Tuesday night?
Right, an episode of The Voice or whatever they have.
Anything.
Exactly. Right, no. But see, I think we're offering our listeners a little bit of a safe space because I do think a lot of people think that way, but it's almost like you're not a real sports fan and you're not tough guy if you're sitting there saying, yeah, I'm a little saturated. There's a little too much sports going on at all times. That's the problem is like on every channel, every streaming service, every day of the week.
Well,
that you don't get a chance to
breathe.
flat out miss it. And yeah, come next month, the NFL is going to say, oh, college football is done. Saturdays will now be filled. We'll give you 3 games on Saturday.
You bring up the streaming thing, too. I got news for you. I think people are learning to live pretty easily without ESPN. There's an ESPN fatigue. And they're not winning that PR battle. And I couldn't watch Monday Night Football. Who cares? Game was scoreless at the half. See, that's the other dirty secret. You could be told things are good. It doesn't mean they are. The product in a lot of it is not ideal. So I know, to your point too, look at the streaming thing. It's gotten to a point where look, I always stayed with cable because of what we did for a living. And I wanted ease of use, but I needed everything in one place. Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm a boomer. The point is, now people have more subscriptions and are spending more than they would have had they stayed in the first place.
I was about to say it actually costs you less, Mike, for your cable.
Yeah, I'm old school. I like cable.
Am too.
I'm good with it. The point I'm making is people now have to look harder for their sports.
Mm-hmm.
And even when you don't want it, how about do this test? You don't want to watch sports in the middle of a week, and you, God willing, you enjoy the person you are married to, like I am blessed to be. Let's look for something on the old telly. 800 college basketball games last. I'm going. Okay, hold on. I won't be shocked at this point if HBO is showing Creighton versus Gonzaga tomorrow night instead of like a movie.
Wait, HBO actually does show
No, they do show that. They do because they have it's the TNT HBO thing together. So yeah.
But didn't HBO have the World Series or wait? They had something because I was just like, is this on HBO?
No, they had the whatever CS that the Turner Sports had is what they played.
Yes.
So there you go.
Let's
You're
go to
right.
the people. And again, we see it from a different point of view in that, look, we understand the NFL is what people care about, but I do think it's at the cost of everything else.
It is, Mike, but it's we live in a society where it's just more, and what used to be great. I mean, we were talking like for those who enjoyed the whole Black Friday shopping. Well, now you can do that starting in September. And it's like Christmas season. Oh, it was like December was always cool. After Thanksgiving, you start thinking about Christmas. No, Christmas decorations are in the aisles and stores in late August. So we can never just have enough. It's always got to push the boundaries. It's got to be more, and it's spilled over into sports.
Let's go to Phil, 97.1. Phil, what's going on, brother? How you doing?
Good. How are you guys?
Good, Phil.
Good. I think you hit the nail on the head with the oversaturation of sports. I feel burned out trying to catch all these games on every single, like you said, streaming service. You know, when baseball's on Apple TV in the summer, I don't subscribe to it, and I do without it. Same thing with when the Red Wings are on the ESPN app or whatever. I just do without it. And same thing with football every single almost day. I have to pick and choose which ones I really want to watch because it's just too much.
Yeah, Phil, the other thing, too, and I know it's sacrilege here because there's a deep emotional tie to the Thanksgiving Day game, so let's zoom out for a moment. Let's pretend we're not in Detroit. What I'm getting tired of is there is no sacred cows anymore. Like Thanksgiving, hey, the Lions used to play, and that's fine. All right, we'll add the Cowboys. Okay, now we're going to have a game at night. I won't be surprised if they put a game in Portugal to start your Thanksgiving. Then how about this? All right, we're not going to screw around on Christmas Eve or Christmas. Just kidding. We've seen the college football playoff on New Year's Eve. Now it's New Year's Day. Like, Phil, they are invading every space in our life. Do you know what look, I'm not telling you, I'll never comp what I do to the guy busting his ass on a roof right now. No. But that doesn't mean either of us need football on Christmas Day. It's not right.
No, because Christmas Day was normally nothing. Then it was the NBA. And it was like, oh, okay. And now it's the NBA
and the NFL
and
and college basketball. There's just
like New Year's Day was the 4 big bowl games.
And that's it.
And you knew that. And you started in the morning and you look forward to it because it was the only time you would ever get just a complete day of good college football starting at 11 o'clock all the way to the end of the Sugar Bowl.
There's too much on. They're putting too many games on too many different channels. It's just too much to the point you don't even want to see it.
Right. So now you got to make space. It's like, well, we can't do it on this day. Well, what if we do it at night? What if we do it in the morning? What if we go to Madrid?
Well, guys, I have to admit I have a problem.
Why?
Because we always talked about in preseason or before the season, oh, we don't need the 9:30 games in the morning on Sunday. We don't need a game on Netflix. We don't need this. I need it.
You do?
Because I found myself scratching and itching for a 9:30 game a couple weeks ago when we didn't have one.
Oh, stop it.
I did. I called a friend and I said, where's the game? He's like, there's no game for the next couple weeks until they get back to Germany. And I needed it, man.
Well, you Pookie from New Jack City?
I was, man. I'm selling the TV.
He'd be calling me, man. He'd be calling me.
I have a problem. I'm just admitting it, man.
Well,
because I thought I was over it. I thought I was like, it was too much for me.
I've got what solves your problem. It's called Dolphins and Commanders in Spain.
And I'm watching it.
You'll be scratching and itching for a different reason. Those fleas.
You know,
I'll be watching
thing,
it.
I don't think I've ever watched any one of those games, period, or let alone from start to finish. I'll flip on if I
see how bad it is and then turn away.
Now that I do fantasy, if I got a fantasy player, let me see what he's doing. But I don't care because most of the matchups are.
I watch both Monday night games when they have them.
That's another thing I don't need. One Monday night game, please. You don't need two.
But see, I think, Mike, there may be more people like David out there who.
Well, then they can call.
No. You complain, but you can't live without it either.
My suggestion would be get a life.
They have one.
The big world out there.
They just don't like their life.
Hey, I like my life.
Damn.
Not
Rico from the top rope.
Not you. That wasn't that. I was talking to Tucker. Go ahead.
David, take a text, please.
Someone says, you're speaking about me, Michael. Don't care about anything except the NFL. And that's only because I have money on the line with fantasy and a few small bets. I still pay close attention to all 4 of the major Detroit teams. I realize I'm in the minority, though. I do admit that the Lions are my favorite team, and football is the only sport I will watch if it's non-Michigan related teams. The oversaturation of sports parallels the oversaturation of TV shows now. Find myself not watching as much TV as I once did. Scheduling of the shows I used to like, can't do any of it anymore, including sports.
You know, that's actually true. I mean, it used to be like must-watch TV show. I got to, you know what, don't call me during this time period. Heck, I remember one time you called me during The Walking Dead. I'm like, Mike, I haven't seen it. I'm driving back from Lansing. It's when my man ate his own leg, and it was like, you're like, oh. I was like, Mike.
Like 15 years ago.
Right. But I'm saying at the time, it was like, okay, it's about watching TV shows, but now everything's on at all time. If you miss it, don't worry. You can stream it the next day on this streaming service, and it's like, oh, okay. So I get that, David.
One more here says, yes, the Lions are winning for the first time in their history, and that's all I watch. I don't have time for anything else.
There it is. 97.1.
Hey, ever wonder why Fanatics Sportsbook is America's fastest online growing sportsbook? Well, most sportsbooks, their rewards are just flat. But Fan Cash is the ultimate sports currency, and betting with Fanatics lets you stack the Fan Cash. And with Fanatics Sportsbooks, you can get up to 10% Fan Cash back on your wagers, whether you win or lose. You can use that Fan Cash to unlock the world of Fanatics with profit boots, exclusive merch, collectibles, game tickets, and so much more. That's the real value to your sports fandom. Did I also mention they're giving away millions in fan cash this year with games like the Fan Cash Drop that is offered live in the Fanatics Sportsbook app every single Friday? That's a hint, folks. Switch to the sportsbook that always has your back. Go check it out for yourself and download the Fanatics Sportsbook app. Do it today. Why? Because winning hits different here. You got to be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Also, just a fun side note, not about watching anything, but if you're into limited edition apparel, Army, Navy do their special uniforms.
Oh, I thought you meant the Pistons stuff.
Definitely not. They're $250, America $250. The Army uniform and helmet, that's cool. Dude, the gear, it's awesome. I'm just telling you. It's an awesome year. If you
meant the Motor City swag, or what was
no.
Yeah, I have to look because all I've seen was just the jersey they're wearing, so I have to look at the swag.
David, the gear is pretty nice. I mean, they don't miss. Army, Navy, they make really good stuff for that game.
They do.
This is like elite tier for Army. So limited stuff. So if you need a sweatshirt or something, go buy it. All right, David, the ticket text, and I'll get to the callers. We're asking a question. And I know it seems a little counterintuitive because you're listening to a sports talk show. It's not that sports is bad. It's that there's so much of it. We wonder if it has drained your passion for it. And that if it's not the Lions, if it's not the NFL, you don't care. And I mean, even last night, I'm admitting something is that I'm flipping around. Celtics, Sixers, NBA on NBC on a Tuesday night? I knew NBA and NBC was a thing again. I thought it would be Sundays after football was done. The way it should be. Sunday at 1 p.m, the game of the week. Little round ball rock. Away we go. There's so much of so much now. Has it begun to oversaturate you as a fan? And look, people have real lives. You guys can only give so much to watching games. Well, if we know you're giving it to the Lions, what's left over? Now, if you're 24 years old, you live alone, and you love sports, you're not exactly who I'm talking to. You got a little bit more discretionary free time.
Yes.
I'm talking to the grown folks. David, what do you got? Then I'll get to the callers.
I partially blame the NFL for this. They've taken over every holiday in as many days as they can in addition to Sundays. Once you have the NFL all the time, every other sport loses its appeal.
That's okay. So what you're describing is big business at the highest level. Everything the NFL does is tactical. Why do you think you ever hear the whole intentional obsolescence of how they'll build things that they know are going to break, so you have to come back and buy them again? Why washers and dryers are not,
last for about 3-4 years.
Yeah, that was a planned move by corporations to get you to buy more. Well, we just won't build quality stuff or they won't come back for 10 years. Right. Bob, build something that is good, but is only good for 3 to 5.
It's when you
then we get them back.
Yeah, it's when you hear about, back in the day, cars used to last forever.
That's a bad idea.
Now they don't.
But again, it's the same thing the NFL's executing. It's all psychological warfare. Enhancing what their importance is to you, it's like Brawndo. It has what plants crave. Well, it makes you want the competition less. No, Kenny, that's not a shot at hockey. It's every other sport.
But I think the problem was, Mike, especially to me, their biggest rival was college football. And then college football, instead of staying kind of true to themselves, said, okay, well, let's be NFL light. And you found out people didn't want NFL light when you can just wait the next day and see the actual NFL.
I'll make a prediction. The NFL is going to go head-to-head with college football on Saturdays within the next 2 years.
And you're not talking about when they do it in the playoffs. They do that already.
No. In December, once college stops, then you're talking about
every week.
You got a choice between Alabama, Georgia, or
Patriots, Bills.
Ooh, I don't think so.
Okay.
I get what you're saying.
The Hillbillies will tune into their little football game in Dixieland. America will always choose the NFL.
See, here's the only reason why maybe not. Because when you think about it, Mike, college stadiums can fill up to 100,000 people. If you force people to choose between their season tickets, between their college team and their pro team, because let's just say...
Right, but I'm talking about America. I'm not talking about 50,000 toothless Bama fans.
No. But I'm saying even here, if there's a game at Michigan and there's a Lions game at the same time...
Lions.
But that's how you work it out. You work it out regionally. You don't have a Saints game the same day as an LSU game, but if LSU is on a bye week, you put the Saints on a Saturday.
But the NFL not caring would just be like, we're just going to put our game up there and let's see what happens.
Okay.
I think we could win. I understand what you're saying.
I would never watch college again.
No, and David, here's the other point Rico's not factoring in. They'll charge $200 million for the standalone game.
You're right.
Or it'll be $1 billion package to have 16 of them. And guess what? They got their money. Because it's not about anything other than the money.
No, you're right. No, I'm just saying, but the fact that I don't know if you would have the sellout crowds because now you're forcing people to make a choice where normally they don't.
Hey, at state, just show your ID. You can bring a friend for free.
You can do that.
Let's go to Andrew, 97.1. Andrew, how you doing, buddy?
Man, I can't believe what I'm hearing. Oh, my God, it's too much sports. I can't believe what I'm hearing. My thing is this. If you stick to – I don't understand – I'm not one of those people that's a four-sport person. I love my Detroit sports. I watch them all the time. Well, I watch all Detroit sports in the playoffs. But regular season, only time I tune in is for NFL and maybe NBA. I still watch college football because my program is still a good program. I'm not a Michigan fan, not a Michigan State fan. So, therefore, I still have a good sports program, and I can watch them every weekend, and we can retain players, unlike a lot of players going in the transfer portal and so forth. So college is bad because between the transfer portal and the NIL, the NBA is horrible because they just the lack of calls that are made and the referees trying to outshine everybody. Then you have baseball, they have your moments or whatever because of the pitch count and thing, but then you also get thrown off by all the gambling. And a lot of fans get thrown off because they think that the players are gambling and they don't want to watch it. It's not the fact that it's too many sports. It just the fact of the matter is if your program is not good, you don't want to watch it because there's other programs on that you can watch and you feel some type of way like, do I have to watch this other program? But it is what it is. If you have a good program, a good organization, you're going to watch.
Yeah, but Andrew, that's okay. Look, I'm going to be honest. I don't think that's totally accurate when you look at a league like you said yourself. You don't watch the regular seasons. You said I watch the playoffs and then certainly your college team. But think about it.
Only. I don't watch playoff. I don't watch regular season baseball because I think baseball is too. You play the same team too many times. If they play more teams throughout the season, yes. But if you play the same team 7 times, I don't want to. 7 different series with the same team, I don't want to see it. Hockey, I prefer to play hockey than to watch hockey. But when it comes to basketball and football, I watch them. I watch the thing about with college basketball, again, when you have all the transfer people and stuff like that, it's hard to build up with the freshman players and watch them grow and so forth.
It's pointless.
So when you have people switching, you don't keep your interest.
But the other problem is, look, like right now, I mean, Andrew, I know this sounds like a foreign concept. There's too many games on too many channels. I mean, you have games that have no business being televised. I don't even know how it's a moneymaker for the network. Like if you comp the announcer's hotel room, you spend too much. Like there are games on, and I'm going, how is this real life?
Honestly, I don't even know how MACtion exists. I don't know. Like
I was flipping channels last night. I felt so bad because it's like Western and Ohio are both good this year in the MAC, Rico. And I know it's 30 degrees out. There's nobody there.
Right.
And who watched? Realistically, who watched?
Right. It's like it was a cute novelty thing at first, like MACtion, a couple games. And then it went to more than a couple games.
Buddy, they had 2 last night, 2 tonight, 2 tomorrow. Why? You can't put the game on a Saturday? What's the problem? Whatever. I know we're over time. All right, here's FanDuel. SGPs and all that stuff, whatever you like. Look, you can bet on basketball. That's your prerogative. I would just tell you stick to football. But if you want, FanDuel's got a ton of ways to play today. Hoops, $150 in bonus bets. Your first $5 bet wins. Yes, they have more betting markets than anybody. Again, do whatever the hell you like. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. You can sign up today. They are the official betting partner of the NBA. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. And if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, straight to the people.
Hold on, real quick.
Yes.
So I'm looking at this Army stuff. They're going with the monochrome this year.
Looks like Oregon. It's nasty.
Okay, and I'm not like I like this stuff, but because I wasn't in the military. Can you wear the Army stuff if you weren't?
Yeah, it's Army football. It's not stolen valor. It's a football logo.
Okay. I mean, I would just feel weird.
It's not like you're walking around like Norman Schwarzkopf with all your flags and banners on your chest.
I'm just saying I would feel weird like you're wearing Army stuff and people are like, hey, did you serve? Actually, I didn't. I just kind of like the T-shirt.
No. Now, again, if you wore something that just said Army on it, you best have served. But all their football gear is curated in that the logo's there. That Black Knight with the sword, that's football.
No,
that keeps you from,
because it's
a problem.
I'm looking at this hoodie that says U.S. Army 250, and I'm like, that's a pretty sweet hoodie, but it's like I don't feel right.
Okay, then don't wear it.
No, I'm just asking. Like look, man, I'm not trying to get a bunch of, Rangers coming after me. Like, hey,
no, it's football. Totally, no. Nah, again,
I didn't know if it was like
if you were wearing the Stars and Bars or something and trying to get a discount at a movie and you didn't serve, no, you're going to get your ass kicked.
Okay.
There's a big difference here. Okay. My God. All right, let's go to Joe, 97.1. Joe, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike. So, yes, I still watch every single Detroit sporting event. Even last night, I was watching college hoops. I still try to watch almost as much as I can. Now, granted, I'm 22, so I have a lot of time on my hands. But I'm a bigger Michigan fan than Lions fan, to be honest. I have not missed a Michigan football home game 2007, and I do not ever want that streak to go away. But here's what I'll say.
Uh-oh.
Not enjoying Pistons start.
I think
I can't.
Wait. Joe, do you have us on speakerphone? Because we're losing.
I don't know. We don't have time. I don't know. Joe, you can try it again later. I couldn't understand a damn thing you were saying. We'll go to Mark, 97.1. Mark, what's going on, buddy?
Hey guys, good afternoon.
Welcome,
Mike. I am one of those. I'm one of those grown-ups that you talked about in the last segment. I'm older than Joe. I'm 52 years old, and I can remember sports only being on 3 channels on the weekend. ABC, World of Sports. That was it, man. I have evolved. I am a huge sports fanatic. I work 12, 13 hours a day. And when I get home, I just want to veg. I just want to look and, so to have the saturation that there is, I'm thrilled with it. I will watch anything.
Okay.
I'm a huge football fan, but I will tell you how bad it is, and then I'll let you guys go.
No, you're fine.
I have a Roku TV, and I couldn't find anything the last couple of weeks, or a couple of weeks ago. And on the Roku TV, there's a sports channel. This is how bad it was. I ended up watching, and I'm ashamed to say this, I ended up watching women's disc golf. I don't know how to throw a frisbee. I don't know what the sport is. But my wife came in after 2 or 3 hours saying, what the hell are you watching? And I cleaned that up because she couldn't believe what I was watching.
Mark.
It was just that I was entertained. I mean, that was what I needed.
Mark, say this with me. I'm Mark, and I have a problem.
I'm Mark. Huge problem. No,
I
like,
appreciate.
What are you watching? Women's disc golf. I mean, no, I was watching porn. No. You were actually watching women's disc golf.
I appreciate the vulnerability, Mark, but you may have want to kept that one to yourself.
Right.
Let's go to Jeremy. He'll get the last word. We'll get to football, which is what I know all people care about. Jeremy, go ahead, buddy.
What up, though, boys? How y'all doing today?
Good, brother.
Quick question, Rico. How's your basement going?
It is done. It's nice.
Hey, so why do you keep going over your friend's house that don't have cable?
Because,
That was a joke on the commercial.
I know. But I actually did. But he has cable.
The reason why these games are on, because everybody's running from the NFL. Like, tonight, isn't tonight where hockey has all the teams players from? It's like people are looking for gimmicks and schemes to get away from the NFL because the NFL literally has taken over so many days, and they can't not have live programming on during football season, so they have to find spots, and it ends up just expanding the roster of of other sports to weird days, like you said, NBA on NBC on a Tuesday night. But what are they going to do? Wait till February or March to start airing games? Like, they kind of have no choice. And the last thing I want to follow up on real quick, what you guys were talking about Michigan State. Look, man, Michigan State put themselves in that chair, and I'm a fan of Michigan State. They put themselves in that chair when they played that game when the NCAA told them they didn't have to. They set themselves up to be cut on a weekly basis.
Yep.
There's no way that Michigan would have been the national champion if a game got forfeited because it was possible cheating.
I've said it since that week. Since that week, I said that, and Spartans get all mad at me, Jeremy. Oh, we'd be weak. Well, what did it get us exactly? You took the field and got beat 50-0. They already had your place. It didn't serve a single purpose in the world, and instead, you could have been the fly in the ointment. No, it would have meant that they were little bro. Listen, dude, everything MSU does as a university largely makes them little bro. The whole point was they never should have taken the field when the conference gave them the out. So I agree with you. Just like they never should have negotiated with the NCAA. If anything, they should have learned from Michigan. Lie, fart in their face, and leave town.
Right. Stretch this thing out to about 2028 or 2029. That's what
and then pick the games. I just, the irony in it all, I don't care. If they did something wrong, punish them, fine. It's just crazy when you juxtapose it to Michigan and you go, let me get this straight. We have to vacate a game where Connor Stallions was on the opponent's sideline cheating.
And admitted, finally, that he was cheating on the sideline.
And they don't going to vacate nothing. And then we're going to ask about Blake Corum's LLC? Like, that's where
You didn't buy one of those used vacuum cleaners?
I did not. But that's where if you still love the sport and you're passionate about it, go for it. Just don't ask me to. The whole thing's a crock. It's ridiculous.
This is where also you need some type of a governor or, a czar who can just come in and make rules consistent, because I think that's what loses some people too. It's like, but wait, they did worse, but this team did this.
Yes. Well,
and
the final straw for me is the rev share gets passed, and it doesn't matter because they're just going to go above and beyond the rev share, meaning all you did was raise what players get paid.
Right. You raised the floor. It's still okay. Well, now you have $20 million plus whatever else you run. So yeah, if they had a hard salary cap like professional sports, this would work.
You would start to bring people closer. But again, that and look what's happening already. Hope you enjoy the 16-team playoff. Just go ahead, go on with it, guys. I've let go of the reins. Do whatever you like. Run free. Go ahead, Stallion, run.
I think the NCAA.
I've let the horse into the field. Do whatever you like.
I think the NCAA got to thinking, well, everybody loves March Madness, so they'll love it in football. No. That was a unique thing that you had in March Madness that you owned that month. You didn't need to replicate it in football.
And in the process of March Madness, you rendered your regular season and conference tournaments useless. That's the price. That's not appropriate. He was making an example.
No, we're going to go ahead and lose that. That was a one-time only. We don't need Jimmy to come in here and say that. I'm going to let you know.
Between you trying to get Mel Tucker on the phone earlier as an example, and then into that drop, we got some problems.
Right.
David, how dare you? 97.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. Michigan State football will vacate all wins between the 2022 and 2024 seasons, 14 in total due to playing 3 ineligible athletes. The NCAA has also handed down punishments for the recruiting violations committed by members of Mel Tucker's staff. Some of those include 3 years probation and restriction on visits. The Lions kicked off the practice windows for edge rusher Marcus Davenport and corner TJ Reed today. Jahmyr Gibbs has been tabbed both the NFC Offensive Player of the Week and one of the Air and Ground Players of the Week, along with Colts running back Jonathan Taylor. Terrion Arnold remains in concussion protocol. The Pistons will be heavily shorthanded tonight against the Bulls. Tobias Harris and Asar Thompson already have an out designation. Isaiah Stewart is doubtful, and Cade Cunningham and Jalen Duren are questionable. Chris Fallara has the pregame right here at 6:35. Clippers star Bradley Beal has just been ruled out for the season with a fractured hip per ESPN. The Cy Young Award will be announced tonight. Tigers ace Tarik Skubal expected to take it home on the AL side. His agent Scott Boras was asked today if he's been actively speaking about an extension with Detroit. The Tigers have DFA'd former closer Alex Lane and picked up former Rocky and USPBL star Dugan Darnell today. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, let's get some football in the mix. David, music, please.
All right, I got a couple of football questions for you guys. And, Mike, I want to start with you because it's a story that just keeps on giving. There are 2 things came out of the Giants camp. One, Jameis Winston starting. Is this just the Giants' way of waving the white flag for the year?
I think it's just you're protecting Jackson Dart. He's already been injured twice. There's no purpose. You know he can play. You know he's good. And, yeah, season's over. And there's no purpose to rushing him back. So, sure, yeah, surrender.
Okay.
Surrender, Cobra.
All right, and before we move on, something else since we're talking about the Giants. I gave you a list of names. I did not make these names up. I gave you a list of names. This was according to CBS Sports. Mike, a couple of other names have come out. Just want to gauge where you're at. David, you can feel free to chime in as well. But, Mike, there are 2 from the college ranks. One, Lincoln Riley.
And?
Oh, I wanted to save the other was Lane Kiffin.
I get the Kiffin thing based on the Jackson Dart connection. And, honestly, I've given up all hope as long as Joe Shane is there. I don't get how Brian Daboll's the fall guy for this. He didn't shop for the groceries. And, in fact, the one grocery item, the apple he picked from the tree, was Jackson Dart. He pounded the desk to get that to be his quarterback. Joe Shane has been morbid. So I don't care who they hire because long ago I've lost the archetype of what a successful coach is. They could have experience. They could have no experience. They could be young or old, skinny or fat, bald or have a mullet. They could wear a fishing vest. There's no rhyme or reason. So I'm open to everything. Why? My team has the worst winning percentage in football over the last 5 years, and it's been 15 since we've been relevant. You could hire Santa Claus. I don't care.
So you would take a college coach?
Sure.
Okay.
Don't care.
David? Oh, okay. All right, let's get into some, speaking of coaches, here's a list of coaches that may be fired. Daboll's already been fired. Other coaches who could be fired at some point throughout this season. The first couple kind of shocked me, but it was Matt LaFleur, Green Bay Packers head coach.
Look at him. I've said this for 2 weeks. There are a lot of rumblings about he needed to give up play calling. And if you watch that game the other night, it's obvious. Every first down's a run. It's like Don Treadwell's calling the offense.
But the most egregious thing of all, 4th and 1, and you're running hurry up, shotgun, and a telegraphed zone play where the defense is yelling zone, zone, zone. Like, Rico, give up the play calling. You're bad at it. Because, look, Packers
so the
have
anti-Lions.
Packers have 3 losses, and the defense hasn't given up more than 16 points. It's you, Matt, and your manicured little boy band beard. Enough.
Yeah, something's broken, and he has to look in the mirror because it's nothing else but what he's doing. That's it.
Yeah, because the Packers would actually fire him, even though they're, competing.
If they fell at the end of the year, I can definitely see it. Yeah.
Okay, but not in the middle of the year.
Nope.
Number 4 would be Sean McDermott, Buffalo head coach.
I'm good with it because for 2 years now I've said Sean McDermott's a bum. He's a defensive coach, and the defense never comes through. You lost the home playoff game because you employed Leslie Frazier a few years ago to the Bengals. I don't think Sean McDermott's any good, so I'd be fine with it. I think he's a nothing.
Yeah, they reshaped that entire defensive line, mainly the defense, really, and nothing's come from it.
If they win it, it's in spite of him because every year this is the same stuff. So, again, not saying it's impossible, but they would win it in spite of him. They would win it based on the greatness of Josh Allen. I don't think Sean McDermott's the guy.
Okay. Raheem Morris.
Dead giveaway.
Dead man walking.
Gone. Just I'm not even wasting any more time. Gone.
Kevin Stefanski.
He's a good football coach in a terrible situation. You could make the case to fire him, and he'd probably take it as relief. He'd be Andy Dufresne shining a boat in Mexico and be happy. But I don't think it's about Kevin Stefanski as much as look at the organizational circus that he coaches within, the vortex. Why play Dillon Gabriel? Because this is what they gave me. Like, your choices are Dillon Gabriel or Shedeur. Huh?
Yeah, well, the head coach was in meetings and had a discussion about Deshaun Watson and the quarterback situation. It ultimately was up to Andrew Berry, that GM. He has done this thing to them, and Kevin Stefanski's just sitting by.
The other thing, too, guys, we have to be clear about it. All they care about is draft capital, building through the draft, and having a team ready for when they open their new stadium. There's nothing about this that's authentic or true to winning now. Okay. So if I'm Stefanski, hell, he should go out on the field, pull his pants down, get fired.
Okay. I want to come back to Stefanski in 1 second. But the last one is Pete Carroll. I don't think there's any shock there, right?
That's old person's home as much as anything. Fire him, put him in a home, do whatever you want. He's terrible.
Yeah, when the hiring happened, we had that discussion. We all said, what are they doing?
It's a horrible organization. The owner's a joke. He's also cash poor. They moved to Las Vegas, which is a complete and utter nonsense move. There's no home field. You're nothing more than everyone's homecoming game. Yeah, it's not even a real franchise anymore, which is a shame because whether they were in L.A. or Oakland, it made sense.
The Raiders.
There was something to it.
Yes.
It's not real.
All right, let's go back to the Browns now.
Oh, goody.
You're hearing more and more reports. Is it time to see Shedeur Sanders on the field?
Yeah, why not? Honestly, why not? Dillon Gabriel, wait for it. Let me show you my surprise face. Can't play. He's 3 feet tall. He has no arm strength. I don't even know why they drafted him. It was never about, they drafted Dillon Gabriel over Shedeur. It's that they drafted Dillon Gabriel at all. It made no sense. Then you drafted them both. Yeah, Rico, you know what? Play him. What do you got to lose? If he sucks, it's not your problem anymore. See? He's terrible. He should have fallen in the draft. Now, if he's good,
oh boy.
Oh boy. But
what do we wait for? He turns into Kirk Cousins.
We got a draft steal.
See, that's why I think they won't do it, because of that controversy right there. And I mentioned it. They still have to pay Deshaun Watson. So if you put Shedeur in there and he looks good, now you're thinking, why didn't we do this earlier? What do we do with Watson? What do we do with Shedeur? Because we still have to pay Watson. They don't want that smoke.
Well, you're losing without Watson playing and you're still paying him. So I would just keep paying him and not playing him.
Cleveland's afraid of the smoke. I'm just going to be honest. They are. They're afraid to do the hard stuff there.
Okay. A couple other questions of what should this team do next? We'll start with the Philadelphia Eagles. And
Fire Patullo.
Okay. That wasn't the question.
No, it's the God's honest truth. Fire Patullo, the OC. He's atrocious. Oh, and by the way, A.J. Brown, stop
Well,
talking.
That's what it was.
Go
My
give
question
people
was
the
AJ.
quote. Edit it, but give them the quote.
Talk a little bit more about that. Let me make sure I can edit it first.
I'll edit it. Quote,
basically, this
it's
is
a bleep show. If you have me in fantasy, get rid of me.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Amazing.
That's what you want your $30 million wide receiver to be saying
Amazing.
before your biggest game of the year.
Yeah, when he was playing the video game, he was on some Twitch with a video game guy. It's amazing what happens when you throw me the ball.
Look, they have a play calling problem. They do. I thought Monday night was an exhibition in two teams that could take notes from the Lions. A switch is needed. It just is. In
Take
Philly,
away.
the offense hasn't looked right all year. Right. Green Bay, I'm sorry. Something here. Green Bay? And it's your coach. Get a different play caller in there because LaFleur has lost the plot. Every first down's a run. It's crazy.
For Cincinnati, Joe Burrow actually started working out again. Should they just go ahead and power it down?
Yep.
Or try to bring Burrow back in before the season?
I'd shut it down. There's no purpose to it. 4 defensive starters demanded trades this season. It's a debacle. Joe, just get healthy. We'll see you next year.
See, that's what I would do. Let them practice. Let's see how, the recovery's coming along in practice. And we'll look at you come December and say, all right, thank you. We're going to shut it down for the rest of the year. Thank you. Now we know you're good. Get yourself ready for OTAs.
And one more, should they shut this person down or actually try? And that's the Commanders and Jaden Daniels.
Shut it down, baby. Shut it down. Your team quit on the field. Your coach assumed defensive play calling for this week. There's injuries. There's no purpose, man. They are assets. They're not even players at this point. I would never risk it. The entire Washington already wrecked their franchise for the better part of a decade because they did risk it with RG3 and Shanahan in that playoff game. No purpose here. Team's dead in the water. You know what? They benefit from tanking it out. Draft a tackle. Protect them a little more.
Yeah, you're exactly right. You said it all. You're right. They messed up with RG3. Their history, you can't do this again.
And I just think if you have nothing to play for, you can't risk the next 10 years for the next 10 weeks. These are business decisions now. It's not even about toughness or what the player does or doesn't want to do. They have argued. Let me ask you a question, if I may. Fair to say that they have essentially $1 billion valuation wrapped up in Jaden Daniels, that if he's with the franchise, that franchise is worth $1 billion more than if he's not.
Yes, because if he's with the franchise, like, you know what? You're going to get free agents who want to come there. Wide receivers like, yeah, I want to play and be on that same team.
And you got a new stadium. You got.
I was just about to pull that point from earlier.
You're not
right.
playing him.
Okay.
All right, good talk.
All right, that's your NFL Blitz 97.1. Hey, if you call yourself a real NBA fan, I mean, you're a hardcore NBA fan who was pumped up to watch all the games. Look, there's only one place you need to do, and there's one thing you need to be, and you need to have Xfinity. You got to have Xfinity like me if you call yourself a real sports fan. Imagine the NBA all in one place, made easy. You can find all your favorite games with the speed and ease of a seasoned pro with live scores, stats, and odds, thanks to the Xfinity Fan View. Telling you, man, it's awesome. You got to get Xfinity, and once you experience it, you're going to ask yourself, what was I waiting for? They've got the most live sports and insane picture quality. No one does it better. So what you need to do is make sure that you have Xfinity. Be the best at watching basketball with Xfinity, proud partner of the NBA. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. X1 box required.
Hi there. So listen, we've talked about Northville Lumber for a long time. Largest Trex decking outlet in the country. And Northville, Michigan's Trex Superstore, they stock all colors of decking, railing, lighting. They have it all the time and at the lowest prices. So plan it, build it, buy it, right where the pros do. Stop by the new showroom, take home some samples, or as always, just go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. Well, I thought it would be a good thing when David told me we have Scott Boras audio. Well, it's not really a good thing. Now, David.
Sigh.
Okay, stop. Can you do me a favor? Can someone get him a downer? Get him a Xanax today. He's out of control. Listen to me. Ever since the Mel Tucker comment, you've spiraled. We get control. Okay. Boras. Are we really going to play this? Because my head will explode. I don't even know what he's saying. David, talk to me.
He was asked on if he thinks the Tigers will sign Skubal. Here's his answer.
Do I still need it? No. Do I still need his Xanax here? I told you, man.
No, I know. I didn't want you to spoil it. I wanted people to just hear it. He's gone, man. And Boras is out here vilifying the franchise because what? They don't want to pay $400 million for this guy. I actually think it's a little bit insulting to you, the fan, because I don't think many of you want to pay this guy $400 million. Not a majority. It doesn't make any sense. Now, I'm not telling you you're happy with the result. I'm not telling you anyone should be happy with anything. But I'm not going to crush the organization when they trade him in a few weeks. I'm not paying $400 million. Guys had 2 catastrophic arm injuries. He won't go more than 100 pitches. Hello, 99 in the last game of the year.
Okay, but, and Davis brought this point up. He signs the deal. Does that end? And he goes more than 99 pitches because he's got his money.
I think Yamamoto answered it. If you get your money, you can do different things. The point I'm making is, Rico, we've always talked about this. This is not carping or bickering or complaining. It's just factual. If you're not going to carry a payroll into the 200s, you can't pay a pitcher $42 million a year, $40 million a year. He plays once every 5 days. You can't have 20% of your payroll at $200 million on a pitcher. The Tigers don't have a $200 million payroll. Currently, they got a $97 million payroll.
So basically, yeah, let's just put it. They signed some players in arbitration. He's about a third of the payroll.
Put him at $160 if you want. He's 25% of your payroll. Can you really do that?
No, not for somebody that doesn't play every day.
And I'm going to be paying him until his age 39 season?
Well, no. Once again, that's why I said I think that they're just going to ride this thing till the wheels come off. Let's just go ahead and build up a team, and come the end of the season, if we win, it won't sting as much.
I don't think you can do that, though. And my mindset has changed on the whole, just go one more year, go all in thing. I don't think you can do that because of what you already said. If he's not going to go over 100 pitches because he doesn't have the deal, then we're not going all in. Your ace isn't doing it.
But David, at this point, it's the Tigers' mindset. Are you trying to win a division? Are you trying to win the World Series? If you're trying to win a division, you ride this thing, because even If he goes out there with 100 pitches, they've proven if you don't win it, you can at least come close to winning it and get a wild card spot.
Look, the organization needs to act major market here. They need to make an offer that they know is going to get rejected, but we still view as a good offer, and serve and volley. Like, offer 5 at 250, knowing they'll say no to it, and then you're not the bad guy anymore. But this is, again, Scott Boras vilifying this franchise. And believe me, my heart ain't ever going to bleed for Chris Ilitch. I'm just making a point. This franchise got to stop acting like MSU. You can go on the offensive once in a while. This is ridiculous. Scooby Doink and Scooby Doo. Hey, how about screw you? How about that? And one thing's for sure, Boras had a horrible offseason a couple of years ago with Jordan Montgomery and a couple other guys. Boy, is he playing his hand like he knows he's got a team. It feels like he's got someone who's already given him a secret 400 mil, because I'll tell you, be careful.
No, you're right. A few years ago, he swung for the fences and was hitting a bunch of foul balls and singles.
And he lost clients. I mean, look, if I'm the Tigers, I'd absolutely make a 5-year deal, and I'd make him the highest paid player damn near in the sport, not named Ohtani. You want to give him $50 a year for 5 years? Done. Hell, I'll even throw an option year in there after year 3 if you like. Whatever you want to do. But I'm not doing 8 years. Sure as hell not doing 10.
No.
And if it's 8 years, listen, well, you didn't complain when the Yankees signed Max Fried. The Yankees don't adhere to budgets. It is different. It was also 8 years at 210, not 8 at 400. So I just...
No, because I got a feeling you're going to be looking at the Miggy years, at the final years, where he's just going to be out there because you're still paying him.
I think you got to trade him. That's not a serious... That's not a serious agent. That's not a guy who wants his client here. All that is, how does that help the negotiation? To be making jokes and Scooby-Doo and Scooby-Doink and Little Caesars references.
Out there, going sci-fi.
Yeah, dude, stop. To me, I don't think he wants him here. So, well, let's give him his wish. Because are you telling me right now, if I trade Scooble, and again, I swear to God, if they trade him and don't have a great offseason, I'll be furious. But if they trade him and they go into next season, they make a couple of really nice signings, add a closer, add 2 right-handed bats. Rico, they could still win the division, yes or no?
Yes.
Then that's what I'm doing. But I'm not doing that.
No.
Because I don't think whatever you offer, I'll still be shocked if we're sitting here and Jeremy Otto's like, breaking news, I'm Jeremy Otto, that somehow they came to an agreement with Scooble. I'd fall over in
That's
my
a
chair.
man who knows he has the upper hand. That's a man who knows he holds all the cards, and you either have to come to me or you're going to face the worst PR ever because your fans are going to turn on you. So let's make a deal, because the longer this goes, the more this price tag is going to go up and the worse you're going to look.
We'll bump back with that audio, and I want to know your reaction to that audio if you're a Tiger fan. When you hear Scott Boras speak, give me your reaction. You believe you got a shot to sign this guy? Do you want to do business with that man? And how about this? Are we tired of this team being Scott Boras' piñata? 248-539-9797. All right, Hungry Howie's Pizza, very simple. 51% off any large round original or thin crust with any of your favorite toppings. So whether you're a traditionalist, maybe a little kids like cheese pizza. That's fine, 51% off. You want to load it up? You're Kenny. Kenny's high as a kite. He wants to load every topping on there. Great, 51% off. All you need to do, hungryhowies.com, order for carryout, and away you go. 51% off. Take advantage of the deal before it's too late. It's Hungry Howie's. It's Scott Boras. Do you have the second quote? Here's the other thing. How does nobody in the media ask about the reporting that was done about are you $250 million apart per reporting done by, and you list who? How is that question not asked?
Limited people out there. You don't have.
You mean intellectually or by number?
By number. I don't think you have like all the people who cover the Tigers out there.
You don't have to cover the Tigers. That report emanated from New York. It's a baseball. Look, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be a red ass, and I'm sure as hell not Walter Cronkite. But if your job is to be a newsman, that report is the follow-up. Again, we're not curing cancer here.
No, but I mean, it's other things going on. Did he just happen to parlay up in the hotel lobby and just start talking?
Okay. David, do you have the other audio, buddy? I'm sorry. That's a nothing burger. All right. Let's go to people, see what everybody's got to say. That's Scott Boras. I don't know. I don't feel like they're going to get to a place, nor should they, that this can get done. Then we end up in the trade scooble or keep them and, run it back thing. And remember, running it back only makes sense if you're going to put a lot of financial wherewithal behind it. And I don't know.
It depends on which. Are they running it back to win a division? They running it back to win a World Series.
You know that answer. Let's go to Chris, 97.1. Chris, how you doing, buddy?
I'm good. Thanks for taking my call, guys.
Yeah.
Hear me out on this, and I might be in the minority, but I am done with Scooble. If they came right now and said, I don't care, like if Illich said, I don't care how much you got to pay him to keep him, we're opening the checkbook, pay him. I'm saying I don't want him, and here's why. You are in the most consequential moment maybe in the last 20 years for the Tigers, and you're going to have a discussion with your manager between the 5th and 6th inning and say that the 6th inning is going to be my last inning. Why aren't you saying, dude, leave me in there till my frickin' arm falls off. We need to win this game. And then the nail in the coffin is Shohei comes in on like 2 days rest, and Yamamoto comes in on 0 days rest and says, I'll pitch until we win the game. I'm done with you, dude. I don't want you.
Yeah, but Chris,
my question is,
can I just say one thing, and I'll give you all the time, Chris. The one thing you have to leave space for, Shohei already got $700 million, and Yamamoto, right. I don't even remember what he got, but he already got it. I hear you. I'm just saying it is a different situation to make that decision when you've already been paid 10 lifetimes.
I knew you were going to say it. I totally love that, and I get it. Believe me, I totally understand
and
that.
You have a right to feel how you feel, too. I want to put that out there so I don't get 100 ticket texts
absolutely right.
yelling at me.
You're absolutely right. I was thinking the same thing, but, it's at the same time, it's a galvanizing moment for you to really buy us some stock and some credibility with your fans. We already love you. We think you're great. You could have really gone down like in a moment there where you would have been like, this guy, we know he hasn't been paid and he put his arm on the line to get it done for us. Now I really want him. Please open your checkbook, pay him whatever we need to keep the man. But he went the other way for me. My question for you, and maybe I don't know much about this, but you can help me with this. Is this crazy as far as trading him? What can we get? Can we get a right-handed bat that plays every day, and a starting pitcher and some prospects? Like, what can we get for him?
Yeah, well, listen, so we have to be careful with the things that are floated on the interwebs because I'll always doubt the accuracy of those. But for fun, one of these things that keeps coming up is the Mets, and a centerpiece of it is like Brett Beatty, who was a prospecty third base guy for them, a couple of pitchers. Look, Chris, it's not going to be what it could have been a year and a half ago, before the Disney movie, before we ever had an idea this team was going to make playoffs. It's going to be underwhelming.
Do you think it's going to be better now, though, than it will be at the trade deadline?
100%.
Because of the fear?
Yes,
okay.
100%.
So
I think it'll be...
Please trade him at the meetings.
I think it'll be a level above what... I think it'll be a level above what the Brewers got for Corbin Burns. And that was paltry. That's my opinion. I just don't think you're going to get anything that's going to make you happy.
Right. And like I said, if he gets, let's say he gets the money, Mike, that he wants, maybe he goes out there and pulls a Yamamoto. Yamamoto guy has $325 million, so he can go out there. If his arm blows out, he's going to get the money regardless.
Yeah, Yamamoto 3.25, as you said. Thank you for that. And what? Shohei was 700. So easy to do that when you got $1 billion in the bank between the two of you, minus what your translator took from you at the craps table.
No, when you say that out loud, you're like, wow, two people, $1 billion.
They're not playing by the same rules. Look, that's the thing. I mean, I want the Tigers to spend, and I want them to spend more. But there's really no scenario where realistically I, in good faith, can go on the air and tell my listeners that they can carry a $250 million payroll. They can't.
Right.
They go broke.
We're trying to get them to, hey, can you get to 160, 170? And you got two players making $1 billion.
Yeah. You like that?
That was a very sobering thought right there.
I know.
You weren't even trying to do
No,
that.
I promise. Let's go to Kevin, 97.1. Kev, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, Kevin. What's on your mind?
Well, okay. Let me take you through a dream scenario here. Okay. Here's what I was. Okay. We've got the second coming of Mickey Mantle in our, apparently, because we can't move them at the trade deadline or whatever. We've got these untouchable players. What if, okay, number one, you offer Skubal 5 years, $250 million. That's overpaying. Okay. I'm sorry. He's going to be 34, 35 at the end of that. Is that correct?
No, if you saw 5 years, he would be 33 years old. He's 28 right now, correct? Or 29?
He'll be 29 at the beginning of the season.
All right, 34 years old.
So he could still sign another deal in 5 years because he's the second coming of Sandy Koufax and what have you.
not at 34. You can't. You
never know. Look at all the money that the Max Scherzer has been sucking out of this league for the last few years.
Okay, the point is he's never signed any deal. He's had 2 catastrophic arm injuries. He's got to get his one deal. This is his one bite at the apple,
Because at 34, you're probably looking at that point, you're signing 2-year deals. 1 year or 2-year deals.
Versus now, Kev, if he signs the 8-year deal right now and he gets in the 300s, mission accomplished.
$250 million.
I'm with
like
you.
A lot of money,
Kevin.
to me.
Kevin, it is. Listen, and you're not wrong, but this is the problem that happens. We do it sometimes. You, the fans, do it. You cannot treat your situation and relate it to a baseball player. Yes, $250 million is more money than anyone with remote financial fiscal understanding could ever spend in 10 lifetimes. But the point is, you're worth what the market says you're worth. So Skubal's mind is, yeah, 250 is great. I'm worth 400. Now, easy for everybody involved to say, leave $150 million on the table. What the hell do you need it for? Mm-hmm. That's not reality. And look, I'm with you is that I would offer to 5 at 250 so I could show my fans that we're not minor league, that we did try, that we're not 250 mil apart, not from realism.
Right. He just wanted more, and we're not going to go that far.
Who would be, let me ask you a question right now. If a report came out today, the Tigers offered 5 at 250 with an opt-out after 3 if Skubal decided I'm worth more. Who the hell in this town would attack the organization? Who?
Nobody. We gave this organization credit for a deal they didn't get with Bregman. So nobody.
That's the whole point, though. They've got to make that kind of offer, and they got to
make it known.
Well, that's the thing, and that's how. And by the way, people, that's exactly how this game is played. Major media of all these sports are run by 2 sides.
Yeah.
The organization and the agents. And all these Adam Schefters, they're
Mike,
just the puppets.
Hey, Mike, I got some information for you, but you can't say where you got it from. But here you go.
Right.
And then Mike comes on the air and says, hey, guys, I've been hearing that the Tigers offered, 5 year at $250 million with opt out after year 4.
And if you would be mad at this organization, call now. Go ahead. Honestly, because I would need to have a conversation with you to understand how you could be mad at that or how you didn't think the organization operated in good faith. $400 million is good faith for about 3 teams in this league. That's not us. And while I don't think the Tigers have spent up to their level, they still have an opportunity to. let's be clear. They don't operate like Miami. This isn't Pittsburgh. They're well above that. They did add payroll last year. I mean, look, man, they need to do more. And I'll never forgive Scott Harris for that trade deadline until or unless they win a World Series. Right. But good God, for anyone who thinks they can act like the Dodgers, you're not getting it. You're not seeing it clearly. 248-539-9797. All right, FanDuel, number one sports book for same-game parlays. That's a Jim Costa thing. Bottom line, if you like the SGPs, nobody's got more betting markets than FanDuel. $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. Official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 and up, present, Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, let's talk about some football. The music will guide us to. God, I hope this is NFL. Go ahead. Oh, no.
Oh. Let's get to it, guys.
All right.
Interesting day in college football. Yesterday, they revealed the second week of the rankings, and we have plenty of changes in the bracket. So let's go through matchups.
Matter.
Let's go through these matchups here. 1 through 4 stayed the same. Ohio State's 1, Indiana's 2, Texas A&M is 3, and Alabama is 4. And to your point, Mike, that you made earlier in the show, yes, if Ohio State or even Indiana loses in the Big Ten championship game, they'll still be in the top 4. So it won't even matter.
None of this matters.
So let's get here, okay, guys? Get to the matchups. You tell me if you like them or not. Who wins well, we know who wins this first one. Let's start with number 5, Georgia versus number 12, South Florida.
Wait. Oh, in the playoff?
In the playoff.
Oh, God. It would be Georgia by 800.
It would be, yes.
Look, USF, I respect what Alex Golesh has built. That is not an easy place to win. But that team plays free and loose. Byron Brown is a walking turnover. And if he thinks he's going to bully the bully with his physical running style of quarterback, he'll be in a wheelchair by the second quarter. I think Georgia it would be a nightmare for them. You know what? Think when Georgia played Colt Brennan in Hawaii. That's what that would be.
Okay. My question to you, off of South Florida here, group of 5 team, all of this stuff, should they just have their separate playoff and not even be included in this anymore?
Yes. Because all you're seeing now is these teams are wholly incapable. There won't be another Boise State, Oklahoma from 15, 20 years ago. It's done. Go ahead. Maybe Rico disagrees. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to steamroll you like that.
No, that's okay.
No, don't.
I got the boom mic.
You're busy getting Tucker on the phone.
Right.
Go ahead.
Put that down, Mel. I would say, no, David, I'm with you. We need to quit the facade of, okay, one of these group of 12 teams is going to finally win a game. They're not. Especially when you're on the road at the other team's home field. Maybe if it was a neutral site game, yes. You're going to Georgia.
You're going to Georgia.
Yeah, no shit.
Yep. Let's move over to the 7-10 matchup. And let's go Ole Miss is 7, Texas is 10.
Look, I don't think Texas is going to be in this because I think Georgia is going to beat them. But okay, hypothetically, Texas doesn't really let you run the ball. I don't love Trinidad Chambliss as a passer. But again, the quarterback issues for Texas, man. I mean, Arch, Watt. I'd lean Ole Miss there. There's something wrong. I don't think Sark can run the offense he wants to run with this quarterback. He's just not ready.
And that game's going to be where, David?
Ole Miss.
Vaught Hemingway Stadium.
If it was at Texas, I would easily say Texas, but this could be a good game. This could be a game.
I didn't say it wouldn't be a good game.
Yeah,
but I can't with Texas on the road.
Yeah,
can't do it.
Yeah, and you're right, Mike. It is a game that won't happen because Texas is going to lose another game.
Kenny
they will be out of the playoffs.
Kenny, for America, I need you to beat Texas.
No,
this
but
weekend.
here's the thing: Texas. Every time you just say, oh, "Okay, they're done," they're not. And they have this performance, and Arch Manning looks like the Arch Manning that we all thought he was going to be.
So you're saying they're going to beat Georgia?
Yeah, it's possible.
Rico, I'll fist fight you right now.
Oh, yes.
Let's move over to the 6-11 matchup. This game's happening at Texas Tech because they are the 6th seed, and right now it has them playing the 11 Miami.
Oh, bombs. Bombs.
That's not gonna stay.
No, well, first of all, the ACC champion. What did we say on this show 2 days ago? I'd have them 11th, and the committee actually did it. So
they did it. Yeah.
No slander. That's a nice job by them. The ACC doesn't deserve it. Texas Tech and their $7 million defensive line. Carson Beck looks wholly unmotivated, and Cristobal's going to Cristobal. I would take Texas Tech. I just think they would dominate that line of scrimmage. That D line, it's the best defensive line in America.
And they'll be at home.
And that Rodriguez kid they got, he's married with like 3 kids, the linebacker. Yeah. He's got 3-4 interceptions. He's like Zach Thomas Jr.
Bro, he's got real man problems.
He died. Mortgage, his sciatica's bothering him, and he had 13 tackles on Saturday.
While he's celebrating, the wife called, said, hey, we need diapers.
Like, where do they find these guys?
Right, don't celebrate too much because you got to babysit.
Here's Bob Rodriguez, just got done painting his fence, mowing his lawn, and studying film.
He's managing his A1C right now. He's singing a jingle.
Right. You know what? Yeah, Jeremy Otto's here waiting for you.
Actually, he's the Jeremy Otto of college football.
In fact, that's the new award they'll give out when they give out all the awards at the end of the year, not the Jim Thorpe and all this other stuff.
Well, you got 25-year-old players. This may actually be an award.
All right, the next matchup here is number 8 Oregon will be hosting number 9 Notre Dame.
Okay, ready? Notre Dame would beat the brakes off them because here's Oregon's Achilles heel. They're not physical, and they can't stop the run. And Notre Dame will go on the road, yes, and they will run it right. They will.
Love may get 4 touchdowns that day.
They are just going to punch you in the face. They're going to line up and do it again. And here's the problem. As much as I don't like Notre Dame's defense, you know what? Here's my opinion of Oregon's offense. They just don't produce. Whether it's Iowa, whether it's Wisconsin, whether it was the Penn State game.
Mike, Oregon's offense is living off a reputation. And it used to be good, but now it's just like, yeah, we're Oregon. And then once people realize, but you don't play like these other guys used to play. It's like Georgia. You're basing Oregon off of past Oregon teams, and they don't look right. Just like we look at Georgia and be like, yeah, you're nothing like the Philadelphia Eagle players that we see in the league.
Notre Dame 31-28. I would take the Irish there.
Be a really good game, though.
Oh, that would be one I'd actually want to watch. Yes, Dave.
And then let me close it out here with a Heisman question here, because right now it is a 2-man race. Julian Sayin and Mendoza, according to the odds. But I have to ask you,
sure,
if he continues, is there a chance for Jeremiah Smith to win this?
No.
His quarterback is the leader.
David, here's the compromise.
Throwing it to somebody.
No. The compromise will be Jeremiah will give you a seat in New York. You're not going to win it, but we'll do a little video vignette. We'll have everybody here, your family, and all of that.
Yeah, we call that the Jabril.
Right. You'll end up being third. You won't win the whole thing, but you'll be at the
Heisman
ceremony.
is so bad this year, they should replace the trophy with the leg lamp from A Christmas Story. That's what should be handed out with team-colored lampshade.
Why is this so bad?
Because these players blow. This is awful.
Okay, can you give me a little more than they blow? They're putting up yards, Mike. I mean, they're Sayings and
when you watch
and
any when you watch any of these guys, do you look at that and associate it with Heisman?
I do with Mendoza.
Okay,
I do not. I mean,
then I offer you a crimson and cream leg lamp. Here you go, your very own cheese pizza.
Well, I will tell you this. You won't learn anything with these quarterbacks this week because Ohio State has UCLA, Mendoza has Wisconsin.
No, these are the ones where you go out there and you pad your stats.
It says Fragile. Must be Italian.
That's what it should be. You hand them a crowbar and they got to open the wooden box right on stage.
No, but it's Mike, it's really no different than the past couple years.
Yeah, no, it's very different.
Really?
Yeah.
Is it because you just don't like the sport right now?
No, it's like last year. Okay, Travis Hunter, generational, haven't seen it before, played 150 snaps a week. Generational. Mm-hmm. You can go down the list of guys who've won this award and then look at this. I'm sorry. Okay. Fragile. That must be Italian.
That is your college
football. Take a look at it in the window. It's glorious.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. The NCAA is vacating all 14 wins Michigan State football had between the 22 and 24 seasons for playing 3 ineligible players during that time. They've also been put on 3 years probation for arranging and providing impermissible recruiting inducements and benefits. Show causes have also been handed down to staff members Saeed Khalif and Brandon Jordan. Khalif gets 6 years, Jordan dinged for 5 years. Michigan State in a statement said they were disappointed with the vacation of records as part of the punishment. The Lions have started the practice clock for Marcus Davenport and DJ Reed today. They were both limited. Plenty of Lions sat out, including Aiden Hutchinson with an elbow, Kirby Joseph with his knee, Terrion Arnold in concussion protocol, and tight end Sam Laporta with an ailing back. Major League Baseball will announce the Cy Young tonight at 7. Tarik Skubal is hoping to make it back-to-back. His agent Scott Boras said that he and the Tigers talk a lot and are prepared to listen to whatever Chris Ilitch and President of Baseball Ops Scott Harris has to say in terms of an extension. Guardians pitcher Luis Ortiz has pled not guilty to bribery charges relating to him fixing pitches. He was released today on a $500,000 bond and surrendered his passport. The Pistons injury report lengthy once again as they get ready to face the Bulls tonight here on the ticket at 7. Tobias Harris, Asar Thompson, they remain out. Thompson was seen in a walking boot in a video that the team posted on social media today. Center Isaiah Stewart doubtful to suit up, while Kate Cunningham and Jalen Duren are questionable. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
So we've talked about the Skubal stuff. We've talked about a lot today, but I want to bring something back. I want to offer you, the listener, a chance to comment on this. Rico said something that the more I think about it, the more I wonder if it's true. So the background of this is you just heard Jeremy talk about this Michigan State punishment, NCAA violations a little bit. And look, we had fun laughing about it because it's so absurd, all of this. I have no problem if MSU did something wrong, which clearly something happened with this Mel Tucker regime other than the hotel room. But the idea that MSU got hammered and Michigan skated by writing a check is hilarious. It just is. But also there's a delicious irony in the Connor Stallions game. We have to vacate. We have to vacate that one. So it's fine. Our program's a dumpster fire. Yeah. Cool. But we had talked about, I had made an example of MSU kind of being Jerry Falwell about all this. You know, while the pool boy goes to town on his wife, he sat in the little Holiday Inn chair in the hotel room. Well, that's MSU as a university primarily. They just sit there as the NCAA. It pops another Cialis, and they hand them the Gatorade so they don't cramp up. It's this idea in all of this where you go, wow, you really are weaklings. But only one member of this show is a member of the founders. And only one member of this show received acceptance into Harvard. Rico Beard said something, and David, could we have appropriate music for this? Rico said something that I think is fascinating. Why would MSU take it lying down? Why would MSU get crushed by the NCAA when the people down the road basically put the cell phone in their ass crack and ripped ass? What if it is to guarantee they don't pay that degenerate scumbag Mel Tucker a single dime in this ongoing lawsuit as they're hurtling towards needing to pay this bag of mayonnaise who coaches the team right now $33 million. What if this was an $82 million here, MSU will hold the boom mic, NCAA. Go to town.
Right. You're Cersei Lannister. They'll yell shame as you walk all the way back to East Lansing.
And sit in the awkward chair in the hotel room that's never pointed at the TV.
But you get to keep $82.5 million.
Are you buying or selling Rico Beard's theory on this?
You owe Mel Tucker, let's just say $85 million. Now with this, you'll probably have to pay about $2.5 million because I think they get 1.5% of the football budget, whatever. You're not paying that much money. You can now officially say, yeah, Mel, when you go to take us to court, it's on the record. The NCAA has said, it's all because of you. We got in trouble. I do think that Jay Batt's smart enough that he knew I could fight this.
It's no different than what Michigan did in that they made a transactional business decision that look, clearly, the networks value Michigan as they should way more than Michigan State. The point is the networks are run by U of M people, two of the big three. They knew the NCAA was never going to hammer them. We knew it. We joked about it for years, right? So they accepted if we deny and deflect, we lie, we fart in their face, we do whatever it is, we'll write a check and we'll move. Oh, and by the way, we won't go to Germany. For Michigan,
we're good and damn ready. We'll end this thing, but not until then.
But for State, what if by them being the piñata one more time, they saved $82 million? I'm asking. I can't prove it.
Mike, like I said, right now, this to me is the only thing that makes sense because
it's
other
either
than
that or they're a collection of.
It's exactly what you say. They are
cat enthusiasts.
They're sitting right there in the chair holding the boom mic with Gatorade in one hand and Powerade in the next.
Hey, NCAA, can I offer you some granola? We see you're getting a little dehydrated. As they're putting MSU through the mattress.
Right.
Okay.
You're right. They're tied over in the corner drawing paintings.
The painting was a gift.
But no, other than that, that makes sense to me. It's embarrassing, but think of it like this. We're officially done with Mel Tucker because I think that's the biggest holdup because talking to university officials, they don't know if they have to pay Tucker or not. Now,
got him.
You don't have to pay him. So now you can move forward whatever you want to do with Jonathan Smith because we don't have to pay Tucker and Smith and come up with $110 million.
Maybe it wasn't as airtight as him losing his gig on University Dime with what he did in that hotel room. Okay, now it's airtight. Okay. Here's my other question. And I'm being totally sincere, right hand to God on this.
And by the way, real quick, congratulations. You gave up 14 wins over 3 years.
The Stallions game is deliciously ironic. Come on.
But you know what? That's the cherry on top. You actually need that in order to make this truly ridiculous.
I want to ask a question because, and I will right hand to God. I'm being serious when I ask this. So in the report, MSU recruiting inducements, etc. That's NIL. I just read an article where a player was openly paid $10,000 to visit South Carolina while he was committed to another school. So if MSU was paying kids to visit, which I thought was practice, I thought you had to pay high-level kids $5-10 to show up, then what's the what am I missing
I
there?
don't think NIL had kicked in at that point the way it is now. It's been a kaleidoscope. It changes constantly, but I don't know if you could go ahead and pay the players at that point to visit and do all the things that you can do right now.
Okay, yeah, because like we read the stuff about Georgia paying kids $20,000 a month to stay committed. I'm going, how the hell would this be any different? Look, I don't care. If they said you need to vacate your stadium, I'd be fine with it. I have nothing but animus towards my program and my university, honestly, because they're weaklings.
But this is one where maybe they're playing chess, not checkers.
That's why I want to ask the people. Okay. Maybe there's other founders out there who can comment. 248-539-9797. Do you think Rico's idea has legs? Do you think MSU made a tactical business decision? Let the NCAA bang their head off the headboard. Worse than Michigan got hit, outside of money, of course, in order to ensure they do not owe this walking barnacle that is Mel Tucker a single dollar. That it would just ensure that no matter the litigation, they could put Mel Tucker in the rearview mirror, along with the potential of owing him a third of $80 million. Half of $80 million. I have just made an assumption, and maybe it was a bad one. They owed him nothing. You were on the university's dime. Right. You were trying to sleep with a sexual assault counselor. Right. And I don't even want to go down the road again. The whole point is maybe it wasn't that airtight. I'm asking.
No, it wasn't airtight because it was one of those things where if Tucker says, look, it was something consensual and that was my personal life and you guys fired me, it's something that would have probably had to been handled by a judge.
So the fact that State didn't appeal this, the fact that they negotiated, the fact that they basically showed up like they were taking communion bread versus doing what Michigan did. You think it is tactical to save $80 million?
Tactical, yes, because now once it gets signed, okay, fine. I don't think they wanted to give up the 14 games, but if we can just hit the reset button on this football program, we didn't win anything.
Hold on,
You didn't go to the bowl.
Kenny's looking at me with a dirty look. What's going on? Talk to me. Talk to me.
No, I think what you have could have legs, but I think actually I want David to speak on this. We'll do that. We can do that next.
Whoa. Oh, okay. Did he just do a radio tease?
I think he did.
Excellent work.
You know what? Oakland is proud of you right now.
WXOU. 248. Hey, it didn't matter. You got the best at Campy. You're still in the mix.
No.
248-539-9797. It's football season. Game day. Moran Buick GMC right now at least at 26. GMC Sierra Elevation Crew Cab, $199 a month. Drive home in the 25. And Vista leases starting at $279 a month. Inventory rolls in daily. And yes, Yukon Denali's. Finally get your hands on some of those, even the Ultimate. They get the certified service as well, MarinExpress.com. You get the service, you get the loaner, you go about your day. So whether you're loading up for the game or maybe you're heading up north for hunting, whatever it is, Moran Buick GMC has you covered. It's on Telegraph, just north of your I can't even speak. I'm an idiot. I'm not a Founders. Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or online anytime at MarinExpress.com. Moran Buick GMC, we are professional grade.
No.
Hold on. Listen, I know our school doesn't do anything smart, but the founder has another idea. Hold on.
Breaking news.
Normally you say it with your chest, but in this instance, you say it with your crest. Rico Beard has just offered another tier of conspiracy. Our program sucks.
If this is true, for the people in the back,
say it with your crest.
Looks like, seems like, feels like, if this is true, in this, it was 2022, 2023, and 2024, they had players on the team. Correct. Jonathan Smith was there in 2024. Either compliance didn't say what was happening, or Smith knew. If Smith knew, you may be building a statue to Bat, because this may be BOGO. This may be both coaches we don't have to pay because there's cause. Looks like, seems like, feels like, just saying.
You know you're down bad when this is what you're hoping for. You're actually hoping your school didn't follow the rules so you can void the bag of glue who coaches your team.
So either compliance didn't tell him or he knew. And if that's the case, just go ahead and build that statue to Bat.
Oh, my God.
Because then...
All right, John.
No.
All right, John.
No, wait a minute.
It's a nothing
didn't leave
burger.
the studio or turn into Charlie Chaplin when the topic came up.
Everyone does
John
it.
Blast
Let
on
it play out.
Wait,
Bet.
I actually gave an opinion here. Wait, how did I get called John?
That's the anti-John.
You all sound like conspiracy theorists Doug and John. That's what you sound like right now, okay?
Hold on a minute. No, think about this.
I'm not thinking about it because it makes no sense to me.
It makes no sense, or you don't want it to make sense?
It makes no sense to me.
You took a
When has MSU ever been smart?
They took a punishment so far over the top without fighting. Why would they do that without a reason?
Listen to this. Listen to this, David. One of the things was they provided 6 athletes a total of $10,000.
Okay.
Another one was they paid a prospects trainer $700, not $1,000.
Okay, I get that.
$700.
But I thought this was negotiated, and now the punishment is just announced. So they said, "Oh, you know what? We'll negotiate this, and we'll say, all right, we'll take our punishment." And now they're handing that out.
David, correct. They negotiated it knowing we could fight this. They didn't fight it. No way, David. Everybody beats the NCAA, okay? They're the Washington Generals. Everybody
That's true.
beats them.
That's very true.
And they decided, you know what? We're going to let the Generals beat us. Go ahead, because once we get it on the record.
Hey, David, plus, here's the thing. They saw the playbook from the school down the road. They could have done the same playbook. They chose not to. Why? Why would MSU voluntarily sit in the voyeur chair, so to speak? Why would they be? Now, listen, are they generally a brain-dead athletic department? Yes.
Yes.
But I'm sorry. I'm going to defend the founder over here. Because, look, the punishments are so over the top.
And here's the thing. Bat was brought in. He is this brilliant, young, up-and-coming AD. Nobody's taking this deal unless you have ulterior motives. Now, as far as the Smith thing goes, that's a reach. But for the Tucker?
Yeah, but it's fun.
I think as far as the Mel Tucker thing goes, it's exactly what we need. So if he even remotely wants to take us to court, hey, Mel, boom, here you go. NCAA hit us. They took away the victories. While you're at it, you can have the losses too. It's BOGO for that. And we're going to hit the reset button. That's $80-some million you get to keep in your pocket, and now you can move forward, whether you're buying out your this coach right now, and you can set yourself up for the next coach with that $80 million.
This is Rico Beard's project. I'm just sitting here. Look, I think it's totally plausible MSU's just hapless and idiotic and weak, but I can't argue what he's saying on the first part. The Jonathan Smith thing would just be hilarious to me. But
think about it. You know what else is hilarious? You're vacating the win over Central Michigan. If I told you that at 150 today,
with Connor Stallions on the side,
you would have told me, okay, that's being ridiculous. But that just happened.
It's fair.
All right, Rico Pork Fats. All right.
Oh, he's not writing a book about the Edmund Fitzgerald. You can't say that.
I'm just messing with
But I am writing a book. It's called 97.
Yeah.
The yardage at Cass Tech.
Miscalculation. The story of Cass Tech's football field. All right, David, what are the early returns on ticket text to Conspiracy Founders Theater?
Someone says, David, why would MSU just roll over and die and self-report it? I agree with Rico. Michigan gets nothing vacated, pays a parking ticket. MSU gets wins vacated, though. Absolute cinema. Someone else says MSU is basically the Bonnie Blue of the Big Ten right now. Oh, my.
I don't know if I need to hit the dump button or not. We'll move on.
No, I mean, the news story's been everywhere. Yeah. That woman's a parasite on this planet.
I can't wait until she has kids and then begs for her own privacy.
No.
You know what? Leave me alone. I need my privacy. I made mistakes.
The fact that is news reporting in like New York and Boston newspapers, you're like, yeah, we've lost the plot on planet Earth.
I'm just waiting for a few years from now when she then changes her life around and says, leave me alone. I need my privacy.
Someone right before you brought up the Jonathan Smith thing did text in and say, I got one more. Maybe Jonathan Smith is a part of this and they don't have to pay either, coach.
Okay, I think that might be hopium. I'm going to stop at the Tuck part. Tucker and that contract is a thing.
Yes, it is.
I have made an assumption they were in the clear. Maybe they weren't totally in the clear. Maybe they were partially. Maybe this right here is how they can walk into litigation and drop a bomb on them, Flex, right? And just boom, drop the mic and walk out. Maybe they owe nothing.
And then
Mel, we're done. Okay? Deuces.
And then I can also, on this portion, I mean, J-Bat has said not much of anything. So on your point of kind of, doing this behind the scenes, maybe that's why he hasn't said much, because he's been working this. I don't know.
And guess what? You can always go to the flowchart part of MSU is Jerry Falwell. You can. I'm not mad at it. It's just truth. All right. You want to go to the people?
Let's go to the
cheeseburger.
Right. Let's go to Nate, 97.1. What's up, Nate?
Hey, fellas. I just had a couple of points. I think you're spot on. I think where you have to be at cheering about this is absolutely terrible. You're in the gutter. It's a bad time to be a state
It's horrible, and I know that. But what do we have?
It's atrocious. But I think the biggest piece is I love wearing a tinfoil hat, and this conspiracy theory is spot on. I think if you look at a situation that happened down in LSU, Brian Kelly is filing a lawsuit against them saying they're trying to fire him for cause. If you're an organization and you have an opportunity to save $80 million, why would you not try to roll that in and have a little extra house money in your pocket?
Right. You know what? You take the walk of shame, but you keep $80 million in your pocket. Okay. No, it's not like your program is good right now. So let's just go ahead, take this little bit of, we'll take the black mark and we'll move on and we'll keep the money.
Exactly. Yeah. Appreciate you guys.
Yeah, no, Nate, you got it. And believe me, ain't nobody trying to spit shine a turd here. MSU's down bad, but this is it.
And okay, according to some people, apparently this was MSU Legal who put this deal together, not Jay Bat. So it was MSU Legal. Doesn't matter because MSU Legal are the ones who are saying, let's make sure we don't have to pay Tucker.
That's for you, Rico. You're breaking news here. You got sources over there, huh?
I thought it was going to be Scooble signed.
No,
not after that.
No, but there is a statement from the GM.
No, there's a statement from the actual GM. We all forget that there is a GM to this team.
Who's that, Gus Kanakis? Gus is dead? All right, here's a word from Terry Braverman.
Tigers GM Jeff Greenberg said today that he won't comment on whether Tarek Skubal or any Detroit players have been mentioned in trade discussions during this week's meetings.
Tremendous. And I thought we were hearing from MSU's GM, hence the Gus Ganakis reference. No, I didn't realize we were hearing from secret Tiger GM.
I'm so sorry about that.
Skubal, so that's what it was. So no,
it's not even news.
Here's a word from MSU's GM, Quality Dairy.
So sorry.
But no, I think this puts to bed because it was a big concern. They didn't know how long this Mel Tucker thing was going to drag out and if he had a leg to stand on. Right now, he doesn't. Because Mike, I'm looking at the charges and I'm like, wow, $3,000, $700. Like, you didn't even cheat right.
No, you didn't even cheat right, you morons. My God. At least cheat appropriately.
10 grand. I mean,
kids are signing for millions.
Bryce is going to pay more than that in taxes.
10 grand. What'd they do? Buy him a Topopo salad at Ellis Teco? What the hell are we doing?
No, 10 grand split up among 6 people.
Here, I'm taking it to Poncheros. Everybody gets a burrito. Like, what the hell are we talking about? They can't even cheat right.
That's what leads me to think, yeah, you could have easily fought this. This is a total, Mike, of what? Less than $15,000. Put it this way. Basically, it's $1,000 for each game you vacated.
Nothing makes sense.
Right.
And they just took it.
And I guess we get to keep the losses.
The painting was a gift, Todd. The NCAA's over here playing tummy sticks with him. And they're just like, all right, we're good with it.
We're not playing tummy sticks. Get the closet. Get the closet.
MSU definitely got a sock stuffed in their mouth, that's for sure. Now, whether it's worth $80 million, I don't know. Who's excited for the land grant trophy this weekend?
What's wrong with you? What's wrong with me? I don't know.
Don't say it. Just read something. Oh my God. The athletic department is so bad. Okay, Rico, please. Professionalism.
Okay, you know what? Get out. Okay. Planet Fitness offers high-value memberships that support any fitness journey. Winter is coming.
The painting was a gift.
Don't pack on the pounds. Head over to Planet Fitness right now. $1 down, get you started, and then it's $15 a month. Now until November 13th. It's a limited time offer. Planet Fitness is a judgment-free environment where you can feel free to get strong your way on your time. You can feel your best, strongest self with the best in-class equipment. For full workouts, from strength training to cardio to stretching, many have brand new machines in there. Convenient hours that'll fit your schedule and your routine. Plus, if you need a little more motivation, free fitness training from knowledgeable trainers who will focus on you. Stop in at over one of the 50 Planet Fitness locations throughout the Metro Detroit area. You can join right there with just $1 down, or you can join online or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness. All right, I got a couple of football questions for you guys. And, Mike, I want to start with you because it's a story that just keeps on giving. There are two things came out of the Giants camp. One, Jameis Winston starting. Is this just the Giants' way of waving the white flag for the year?
I think it's just you're protecting Jackson Dart. He's already been injured twice. There's no purpose. You know he can play. You know he's good. And, yeah, season's over. And there's no purpose to rushing him back. So, sure, yeah, surrender.
Okay.
Surrender, Cobra.
All right, and before we move on, something else since we're talking about the Giants. I gave you a list of names. I did not make these names up. I gave you a list of names. This was according to CBS Sports. Mike, a couple of other names have come out. Just want to gauge where you're at. David, you can feel free to chime in as well. But, Mike, there are two from the college ranks. One, Lincoln Riley.
And?
Oh, I wanted to save the other was Lane Kiffin.
I get the Kiffin thing based on the Jackson Dart connection. And, honestly, I've given up all hope as long as Joe Shane is there. I don't get how Brian Daboll's the fall guy for this. He didn't shop for the groceries. And, in fact, the one grocery item, the apple he picked from the tree, was Jackson Dart. He pounded the desk to get that to be his quarterback. Joe Shane has been morbid. So I don't care who they hire because long ago I've lost the archetype of what a successful coach is. They could have experience. They could have no experience. They could be young or old, skinny or fat, bald or have a mullet. They could wear a fishing vest. There's no rhyme or reason. So I'm open to everything. Why? My team has the worst winning percentage in football over the last 5 years, and it's been 15 since we've been relevant. You could hire Santa Claus. I don't care.
So you would take a college coach?
Sure. Okay. Don't care.
David? Oh, okay. All right, let's get into some, speaking of coaches, here's a list of coaches that may be fired. Daboll's already been fired. Other coaches who could be fired at some point throughout this season. The first couple kind of shocked me, but it was Matt LaFleur, Green Bay Packers head coach.
Look at him. I've said this for 2 weeks. There are a lot of rumblings about he needed to give up play calling. And if you watch that game the other night, it's obvious. Every first down's a run. It's like Don Treadwell's calling the offense. But the most egregious thing of all, 4th and 1, and you're running hurry up, shotgun, and a telegraphed zone play where the defense is yelling zone, zone, zone. Like, Rico, give up the play calling. You're bad at it. Because, look, Packers
so the anti-Lions.
Packers have 3 losses, and the defense hasn't given up more than 16 points. It's you, Matt, and your manicured little boy band beard. Enough.
Yeah, something's broken, and he has to look in the mirror because it's nothing else but what he's doing. That's it.
Yeah, because the Packers would actually fire him, even though they're, competing.
If they fell at the end of the year, I can definitely see it. Yeah.
Okay, but not in the middle of the year.
Nope.
Number 4 would be Sean McDermott, Buffalo head coach.
I'm good with it because for 2 years now I've said Sean McDermott's a bum. He's a defensive coach, and the defense never comes through. You lost the home playoff game because you employed Leslie Frazier a few years ago to the Bengals. I don't think Sean McDermott's any good, so I'd be fine with it. I think he's a nothing.
Yeah, they reshaped that entire defensive line, mainly the defense, really, and nothing's come from it.
If they win it, it's in spite of him because every year this is the same stuff. So, again, not saying it's impossible, but they would win it in spite of him. They would win it based on the greatness of Josh Allen. I don't think Sean McDermott's the guy.
Okay. Raheem Morris.
Dead giveaway.
Dead man walking.
Gone. Okay. Just I'm not even wasting any more time. Gone.
Kevin Stefanski.
I think he's a good football coach in a terrible situation. You could make the case to fire him, and he'd probably take it as relief. He'd be Andy Dufresne shining a boat in Mexico and be happy. But I don't think it's about Kevin Stefanski as much as look at the organizational circus that he coaches within, the vortex. Why play Dillon Gabriel? Because this is what they gave me. Like, your choices are Dillon Gabriel or Shedeur. Huh?
Yeah, while the head coach was in meetings and had a discussion about Deshaun Watson and the quarterback situation, it ultimately was up to Andrew Berry, that GM. He has done this thing to them, and Kevin Stefanski's just sitting by.
The other thing, too, guys, we have to be clear about it. All they care about is draft capital, building through the draft, and having a team ready for when they open their new stadium. There's nothing about this that's authentic or true to winning now. Okay. So if I'm Stefanski, hell, he should go out on the field, pull his pants down, get fired.
Okay. I want to come back to Stefanski in 1 second, but the last one is Pete Carroll. I don't think there's any shock there, right?
That's old person's home as much as anything. Fire him, put him in a home, do whatever you want. He's terrible.
Yeah, when the hiring happened, we had that discussion. We all said, what are they doing?
It's a horrible organization. The owner's a joke. He's also cash poor. They moved to Las Vegas, which is a complete and utter nonsense move. There's no home field. You're nothing more than everyone's homecoming game. Yeah, it's not even a real franchise anymore, which is a shame because whether they were in L.A. or Oakland, it made sense.
The Raiders.
There was something to it.
Yes.
It's not real.
All right, let's go back to the Browns now.
Oh, goody.
You're hearing more and more reports. Is it time to see Shedeur Sanders on the field?
Yeah, why not? Honestly, why not? Dylan Gabriel, wait for it. Let me show you my surprise face. Can't play. He's 3 feet tall. He has no arm strength. I don't even know why they drafted him. It was never about, they drafted Dylan Gabriel over Shedeur. It's that they drafted Dylan Gabriel at all. It made no sense. Then you drafted them both. Yeah, Rico, you know what? Play him. What do you got to lose? If he sucks, it's not your problem anymore. See? He's terrible. He should have fallen in the draft. Now, if he's good, oh boy. But
what did we wait for? He turns into Kirk Cousins.
We got a draft steal.
See, that's why I think they won't do it, because of that controversy right there. And I mentioned it. They still have to pay Deshaun Watson. So if you put Shedeur in there and he looks good, now you're thinking, why didn't we do this earlier? What do we do with Watson? What do we do with Shedeur? Because we still have to pay Watson. They don't want that smoke.
Well, you're losing without Watson playing, and you're still paying him. So I would just keep paying him and not playing him.
Cleveland's afraid of the smoke. I'm just going to be honest. They are. They're afraid to do the hard stuff there.
Okay. A couple other questions of what should this team do next? We'll start with the Philadelphia Eagles. And
fire Patullo.
Okay. That wasn't the question.
No, it's the God's honest truth. Fire Patullo, the OC. He's atrocious. Oh, and by the way, A.J. Brown, stop talking.
That's what it was.
Go give people the quote. Edit it, but give them the quote.
Talk a little bit more about that. Let me make sure I can edit it first.
I'll edit it. Quote,
basically,
it's a bleep show. Yeah. If you have me in fantasy, get rid of me.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Amazing.
That's what you want your $30 million wide receiver to be saying before your biggest game of the year.
Yeah, when he was playing the video game, he was on some Twitch with a video game guy. It's amazing what happens when you throw me the ball.
Look, they have a play calling problem. They do. I thought Monday night was an exhibition in two teams that could take notes from the Lions. A switch is needed. It just is. In Philly, the offense hasn't looked right all year. Right. Green Bay, I'm sorry. Something here. Green Bay, and it's your coach. Get a different play caller in there because LaFleur has lost the plot. Every first down's a run. It's crazy.
For Cincinnati, Joe Burrow actually started working out again. Should they just go ahead and power it down?
Yep.
Or try to bring Burrow back in before the season?
I'd shut it down. There's no purpose to it. 4 defensive starters demanded trades this season. It's a debacle. Joe, just get healthy. We'll see you next year.
See, that's what I would do. Let them practice. Let's see how, the recovery's coming along in practice. And we'll look at you come December and say, all right, thank you. We're going to shut it down for the rest of the year. Thank you. Now we know you're good. Get yourself ready for OTAs.
And one more, should they shut this person down or actually try? And that's the Commanders and Jaden Daniels.
Shut it down, baby. Shut it down. Your team quit on the field. Your coach assumed defensive play calling for this week. There's injuries. There's no purpose, man. They are assets. They're not even players at this point. I would never risk it. The entire Washington already wrecked their franchise for the better part of a decade because they did risk it with RG3 and Shanahan in that playoff game. No purpose here. Team's dead in the water.
You know what? They benefit from tanking it out. Draft a tackle. Protect them a little more.
Yeah, you're exactly right. You said it all. You're right. They messed up with RG3. Their history, you can't do this again.
And I just think if you have nothing to play for, you can't risk the next 10 years for the next 10 weeks. These are business decisions now. It's not even about toughness or what the player does or doesn't want to do. They have argued. Like, let me ask you a question, if I may. Fair to say that they have essentially $1 billion valuation wrapped up in Jaden Daniels, that if he's with the franchise, that franchise is worth $1 billion more than if he's not.
Yes, because if he's with the franchise, Mike, you know what? You're going to get free agents who want to come there, wide receivers like, yeah, I want to play and be on that same team.
And you got a new stadium. You got.
I was just about to pull that point from earlier.
You're not playing him.
Okay.
All right, good talk.
All right. That's your NFL Blitz, 97.1.
Northville Lumber, we talk about them all the time. Largest Trex decking outlet in the country. And Northville is Michigan's Trex Superstore. They stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting. They have it all the time and at the absolute lowest prices. Northville is best in class. Plan it, build it, buy it, right where the pros do. Stop by, take home some samples from the new showroom. And, of course, anytime, NorthvilleLumber.com. That's NorthvilleLumber.com. David, a few of the ticket texts. Rieger is next. What do you got?
Mike.
Okay, Rico Beard.
You know what? We've been having such a great day. I want you to feel good about yourself. Found a little bit of audio for you. David, if you would, please.
Oh.
You know what? I'll be your Huckleberry this time. I thought that was hilarious.
Oh, man. What a day.
You're the greatest.
Okay.
You ever seen Hamilton?
Nope. Take your word for it. David, please,
It's a good
God.
play. It's a good play.
I'm sure it's wonderful. David, while Rieger plugs in.
Someone simply sent in, did you play that audio from Mike yet? They wanted to know if you heard Jameis. Yes, we did.
Yes,
it's
and
wild.
It was a blessing.
By Enrico's theory, you nailed it. That is from Patty in Shelby Township.
It just seems like, sounds like, feels like if MSU Legal guided this, Legal don't care about wins. Legal doesn't. You know what Legal cares about? We can save you $80 million.
Mm-hmm. Here's money. You get it back.
I don't know.
But you gave away 14 wins. Did you really care about these 14
I
wins?
just want one of them back. When that POS in spy goggles was on our sidelines. I just want that one back. The idea that we vacated that is so good.
Oh, you know he's going to take a victory lap of, dude, it was all because of me.
I don't care. It's all, the whole sport is nothing more than Saturday morning WWE. We're just missing Randy Macho Man Savage saying the cream rises to the top and then flinging a little coffee creamer at Mean Gene.
Wait.
That's all we're missing from college football.
Wait, is this? I thought it was Tony Petitti saying that, you know what, take it easy on Michigan State.
Hey, Tony Petitti tried to help you guys.
No, he didn't.
You know?
He tried to help you.
He did. He really did.
He was up there. Don't hurt him, Hammer. Don't hurt him.
I find it hysterical.
They've been through enough. No, just let him be. Leave Brittany alone.
So Central gets in trouble.
Right.
And yet, you guys still lose that game. Like if anything, couldn't Jay Bat just say, listen, we'll do whatever you guys want. Can we just win that game, please? Just give us a win against the Chips, please.
The only reason I'm giving Rico's theory credence is because the punishments are so out of whack. Like MSU didn't even
don't match the crime.
They didn't even cheat appropriately. I mean, we barely spent $10,000. Did it land us any good players? Like what? On that alone,
Rieger,
the whole thing is ridiculous.
It basically costs $1,000 for every vacated win. Think of it like that.
No, but do you think the NCAA is just like fist pounding each other? Like, yeah, that's how it's done.
No,
that's how it's done.
They're the Washington Generals.
Michigan paid $30 million, and we took away State's wins.
They're the Washington Generals. They always lose, which is why I'm like, MSU had to know what they were doing because anybody could beat the NCAA.
Or the chair not pointed to the TV in the hotel room. That's
know what?
always on
Put
the
it this
flow
way.
chart for MSU athletics.
If that's the case, then kind of like, you conceded the whole Tesla thing, I will concede
That's
this.
MSU should wear a special edition helmet against Penn State this weekend, and it's got a picture of Jerry Falwell on it.
I like the jokes, guys. I must say, over the last half hour, I enjoy the banter.
Well, it's weird,
What's
and
weird, Mike?
I know
Tell
it's
me what's
rare
weird.
at this radio station. Being able to be self-deprecating about your school, I know that doesn't
Take 'em
happen
down
on
when
other
they
day
deserve
We're
parts.
going to let this play out.
Like,
What's your
wait.
experience?
Do you realize now Jonathan Smith has yet to win a Big Ten game?
Well, that's a good point. Oh, wow.
Awesome. I'm actually hoping he just goes winless now. I just,
He has
you know
yet
what?
to win a Big Ten.
He
Technically-
will have trumped Muddy Waters' ineptitude.
Technically, he has yet to win a Big Ten
Do you
game.
think the NCAA part of the punishment was like, listen, you got to take them back?
No. At that point, you know what? Hard no. Just hard no.
That's where you draw the line?
Give us the death penalty.
What's Costa doing on TV? Seriously, this has got to stop. It's got to
You think
stop.
it looks like Costa? Was that Danny Parsons?
Danny Parsons is Jim Costa. Jim Costa is Danny Parsons.
He's getting ready to talk about Jameis.
They're the same person.
It's the greatest thing
I
in the
don't know.
world.
I think Costa's better looking. No?
Yeah, he's a little better.
Okay. Hey, look,
There
I'm
you
just
go.
telling
There
you.
you go, see?
It's
Sticking
not
up for the
it's not
teammate.
impossible that Costa's living a double life as a TV host. All right.
Was he zooming from his
What do you
home?
have coming up next? Then we got to go.
Yeah, we're going to play Scott Boras, and we're going to talk a little Scoob. We'll get you up the Pistons